Go. 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 Go.
हेलो एभ्रिवान, मेरो नाम असीम कटवाल हो। म डेड्रेक्स स्पोर्ट्सबाट खेल्छु। मेरो आइजिएन चाहिँ ड्याक्स अक्टोपस हो। हामी यो पिएमपिएलमा हाम्रो नयाँ सुरुवात गर्नेछौँ। हामी नेपालको बेस्ट टिमहरूलाई हामी कम्पिटिसन दिनेछौँ। यो युट्युबमा लाइभ हुनेछ, हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला।
हेलो एभ्रिवान, मेरो नाम चाहिँ किस्मत गौतम र म स्पोर्टको प्लेयर हुँ र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ खुनी हो र अहिलेको सिजनको पिएमपिएलमा पनि हामी क्वालिफाई भएका छौँ। युट्युबमा लाइभमा जोइन गरेर हजुरहरू पनि हाम्रो यो जर्नीको पार्ट हुन सक्नुहुन्छ।
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, ladies and gentlemen, which is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me. And Ocean, I mean, first of all, did you expect that we would see Venom Legends not be part of this Super Weekend?
Trust me, I expected a lot of things, Johnny. A lot of things, and so many did not happen. A few have happened. I don't know how, but then again, there's one thing that just is going on. That as well, we'll have to see who gets those $1,000 right now with each and every chicken dinner. That's one thing that we'll have to see and understand, because as of now, in the last Super Weekend, out of the 15 matches played, 9 went to Mongolians as a whole. That's just incredible, right? They went down, they came up with the 2/3 of the chicken dinner for themselves, and that just is incredible. But then again, you're talking about Venom Legends. Well, I mean, a few teams from South Asia region, they have been struggling a lot here and there, and I don't know, man. I don't know what is going wrong. Like, obviously, lots and lots of things, but the team knows best.
I mean,
or the teams, as per se.
I mean, the teams do know best, because at the end of the day, there was another surprise. That is, ladies and gentlemen, TRZ will be playing in this Super Week, as they did manage to qualify because of a tiebreaker rule that was there. That priority is always given to the eliminations, that is, and I mean, TRZ, because of that, because of the fact that they did in fact get a lot of eliminations in that last particular game, that was the map of Erangel, they did manage to secure Sanhok, they did manage to secure a spot in this Super Weekend. But again, apart from them, there are 15 other teams that will in fact carry on their journey and try and see if they can break into the top 16, stay in the top 16 as it is now, and
Johnny,
qualify for the finals.
So obviously we'll be looking at the format as well, but we have a lot of rules when it comes down to the tiebreakers, right? If you have the same number of points, the team with the best position in the recent game actually gets that position for themselves, and that definitely shows. But right now, if we talk about the format, we are in on the Super Weekend 2, and then we'll move forward with the next league play, that is the Week 3, in which we'll see all the 5 groups again, and we'll move on with the Super Weekend 3, which will go on for 3 days again. And after that, we'll go with the top 16 teams for the PUBG Mobile Pro League finals of this particular season. When we talk about it, all the teams are going to be they're going to be ready. But then again, Johnny, we'll see who are going to be those 16 teams, because a few they'll have to move forward, because 22nd to 24th, those are your utmost important days.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the finals from the 22nd to the 24th. But in order to get there, as Ocean mentioned earlier, you have to be in the top 16 in the league stages. And I think, as you mentioned, the more consistent performance is given the priority, and that is TRZ getting the chicken in the last game, and that resulted in them having the most consistent points overall. And well, inside the top 16, doesn't matter, they are here. That's, I think, the point we need to focus on. And it's not just them that is qualifying for the first time. The Atrax have made it to the Super Weekend as the first time and have put themselves in a position from where they can start building a bank. Because, ladies and gentlemen, with the prize pool distribution in front of us, if you look to the lower left-hand corner of the screen, you do see that $1,000 per match, winner chicken dinner. If you manage to win a game in the Super Week, you get $1,000 plus the 15 points and the elimination points that you get in the match. But $1,000 for a game.
Come on. That gets you rich. That gets you super rich. I mean, imagine getting $9,000. Obviously, that has to be distributed amongst the teams and the and the players, though. But yeah, $9,000 is what the teams have had for themselves because they have had their eyes on the 15-point marker. That is the chicken dinner point that comes down, ladies and boys and girls. Second gets you 12, third gets you 10, fourth gets you 8, fifth gets you 6, sixth gets you 4. I mean, so many points overall. But 13 to 16, that's where you'll be filling down the void of 0 points. But one elimination gets you 1.
Exactly. I mean, those elimination points are the points that you can fill that void with if you just take an exit, take a tumble earlier on in the game. But along with that, I think it's important, like there are a few teams that we did notice trying to focus on those placement points. In particular, Vibes was one of those rosters that were trying to balance out early eliminations plus late game late game placement points. And IHC, they have the exact opposite strat of that, where in the early game they take as, all right, we're not going to take those fights, we're going to avoid any sort of contact, and late game is when we see the aggression from IHC. But again, as we begin the Super Weekend, Atrax, Ocean, I'm really excited to see Atrax in action. I mean, the qualification that they have had is impressive. I mean, talk about improvement. Last week, week 1, they failed to make it to the Super Week. This time, they make it here within the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, that team has been doing pretty. They got 81 points when it comes down to the league plays, and that is just impressive. Meanwhile, we talk about Deadeyes Guys, Raw, High Voltage, Vibes. I mean, these teams are brilliant as well. Raw getting 6th position in this league play. They did pretty decent. High Voltage, though, was struggling a bit here and there. I mean, they were at 13th, but still, again, you know, a struggle is a struggle that the team was showing. We'd be hoping that, you know, they do pretty decent. Vibes, though, you remember, first day, they were not in top 16. Second day, they come out at 7. That showcases the way Vibes would like to play. I mean, they got so many second positions for themselves. In fact, 4th position, if I'm not wrong, for themselves. And on the other side, we have Savage, a team that everyone has had hopes from, but they barely qualified this time. ElementriX on the other side, pretty decent team. Skylightz Gaming, I mean, this is a team that has been there amongst the top charts when it comes down to the league plays. We want to see what they do in the Super Weekend, because last time they only got 1 chicken dinner for themselves, and that is $1,000 only. But DRS, oh, the struggles.
I mean, definitely. There has been a lot of struggle for DRS, but hopefully this week they do recover and they do bring themselves in a much more wonderful position, a much more secure position in the overall standings. Because, again, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, DRS, not too far away. There are just 3 points separating these two teams, and it's going to be quite important to see what exactly the tally is going to look like at the end of this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But last but not the least, we do have the squads from TRZ, Stalwart Esports, Rain to Kill, and JyanMaara also present in this week. And again, as we have been talking about it, TRZ is also one of those teams, an important team that missed out on the previous week. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what they bring to the table in week number 2, and also what their game plan is going to be to overcome the point deficit that has already been established by the other teams. The closest they can get to someone is ElementriX, that is 57 points, but even ElementriX is playing. JyanMaara is going to be playing as well, and they are on 63 points. So these teams will already have a head start compared to TRZ and Atrax.
Yeah. Well, in all of these situations, right, TRZ coming up with a fresh start for themselves. I hope they just don't choke under the pressure, because we know what the pressure is when it comes down to the Super Weekend lobby, right?
Yeah.
And as of now, ladies and boys and girls, these are the overall rankings: 196, 193, 169. No doubt there is slightly, there's still a gap, but it still shows that the Mongolians are dominating in this lobby with so many chicken dinners. I mean, I see 8 chicken dinners here. We'll see 1 more on the other side. But Vibes, come on, this is your week. This is your Super Weekend. Get a chicken dinner in this one. Get those $1,000. Get that momentum flowing for yourself. Deadeyes Guys did it good, but just like we said, Johnny, DRS Skylightz. Oh, the misery.
I mean, the misery is there, but
It's
I
not
think
bad, but still, yeah.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, yeah, as you said in the end, it's not bad, but we expect a lot more from these teams. That's the thing. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys were wondering why Venom Legends is grayed out, why 1952 is grayed out, because, I mean, again, they failed to qualify for this weekend's matches. Although we do have new additions,
Johnny.
A1 Esports, they still haven't qualified. Yeah.
They were in their own blacks and whites for the game. That's why they are grayed out. I mean, come on, it's a
Yep.
good one. Come on. You gotta
And
give it
also,
to 'em.
along with them, surprise, surprise, Savage Esports is not here. I think that is also another interesting thing. Savage Esports in 7C, because they were doing quite decent in
No.
week number 1.
As far as I know, Savage should be here.
All right, Savage is here. Yeah, I think
The
Savage
color
here.
is slightly. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
come on. We need different colors. But then, we both got colorblind for that moment. Come on, back. So now,
back.
talking about this one, right? When we talk about these games, right, ladies and boys and girls, we know how important these are right now because every game gets a momentum flowing. Now there are no groups. You are playing all the matches. Every single match has to be played by you. No breaks,
Yep.
nothing. Obviously, there would be a break after the game 2 or game 3. We'll talk about that later. But then again, you still have to play all the games. You have to get that momentum flowing. It should be in your veins, and then it should not go in vain. I mean, you see what I did there?
I mean, it's a bad joke, but I'll still love to make you happy. But alrighty, so as we do talk about the mindset that the players will need to have in order to sort of overcome, I think the 3 new teams that we have are the teams that will be under the most pressure. But let's talk about the leaderboard leaders as well for
Yeah.
once, because out of those leaderboard leaders, the one that I think, Ocean, you would love to talk about the most is Stalwart Esports, because again, you keep bringing up the same point after week 1. Would you like to talk about it again?
Oh, well, talking about this team, right? Look at the way they have played their league players, right? Obviously, they for the first week, it's not weekend once again. For the first week, they wanted to build up that momentum for themselves in order to qualify. They qualified. They are there with very good numbers. Now, if you look at the average points that they have, 14.8 versus 9.9, it's not bad. But then again, they understand the pace of the game, when they have to be slow, when they have to just, when they don't have to even try, when they have to just play with its own pace, all those things. So Seal, they are doing good. We are understanding it. But then again, the most important thing would be for them to make the most out of these 3 days, because here, again, it matters.
Exactly. The points of the Super Weekend do matter, and I think the only thing that they have to avoid, Stalwart Esports, is not making the same mistakes that they made every single PMPL, just not blundering up the second week entirely. And I think as long as they can do that this time, the team looks very strong. I mean, we did talk about how Demo's addition to the team has been phenomenal. Baron and Wally have been doing a pretty good job. We have seen Leo be the aggressor for the team time and time again as well. And even though there is a slight drop in the aggression that the team has shown in week 2's league play days, I think when the weekend comes around, Stalwart Esports somehow do have the answer of the question, how do you be consistent? And they have it down to the last dot. So I'm not worried about Stalwart Esports, but what I'm worried about is the teams that are above them and the teams right below them, that is Stalwart Esports and IHC. What are those teams going to accomplish with the competition that is there between the top 4, the top 5? Because Vibes Esports also, let's not forget, are not too far behind from IHC.
That is correct. But then again, it's not just, this one team when we talk about it. Let's just talk about some other names as well when we have a look at the lobby. And that's where TRZ comes in. Look at the 4 matches that they have. And look at the amount of points that they accumulated in the difference from a 2.5 point average to a 9.5 point average. That definitely shows the change in their game plan, in their game style. Sometimes, things happen in a different way. Sometimes the circle is forming up on you and you get eliminations in that manner. But if you're fighting for the game, if you're fighting for the zone, if you're getting chicken dinners, just like TRZ got in the last game of the day with the 8 eliminations, that definitely shows that, they were trying. Look at this. Here they were trying to go for the fight, but then Seal actually just, sealed them out. But then again, once they got the momentum flowing, once they got the chances for themselves, they took it as an opportunity and, well, they made the most out of it. And that is important.
I mean, it's like the similar situation that was there with A1 Esports, wherein they were trying to avoid a lot of the collisions, a lot of the fights, and just trying to sort of disengage earlier on, which I think in a lobby like this, especially with the mindset that the players have right now, where they want to force those fights if they get an opportunity. I think it wasn't working out in that very last matchup that we saw TRZ, and we saw them be, we saw them being present with a nice level of aggression inside the matches. And I think that is the thing that worked out quite nicely for them, along with the chicken dinner, of course. But it's going to be important that the performance that we saw them deliver in that last game, they sort of replicate it now, but not just in that one Sanhok that is there every single day, but TRZ have to be consistent with it. I think if they can manage like top 3, top 4 finishes, just like Vibes was doing, it is at the end of the day put TRZ in a position from where they can say, all right, yeah, top 16 is not too far away. We have one more week. We can do this quite easily.
But then again, for TRZ, just like you said, you know, they would be starting off on a newer slate now. They would like to just start off with no points, obviously, for themselves. They would like to accumulate more points as they just move forward. But then again, the most important question comes down is, how many games will it take for them to cross, as of now, 57 mark? Already ElementriX is playing, we know it. So 57 is still not, they would just increase their points as well. So how many games will it take them to cross down the marker? Maybe they end the Super Weekend at 12th position, maybe 13th position. Even if they ended at 15th position, it's still acceptable, because for them, they'll come back again and they'll have to take up good fights. And talking about the fights, right? Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. We know the drill, Johnny.
Yeah, we know the drill. I mean, it's a complete circle. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then we always end on Erangel. So, ladies and gentlemen, you might have guessed what the first map is going to be. Will be Erangel. So we have the map chance percentage right here in front of us, where Stalwart Esports have been dominating so far, but their point average is definitely being put in a reality check by Deadeyes Guys, Skylightz Gaming, and Vibes, and of course Seed Esports on the other side. But Ocean, as we were having the conversation about TRZ, I think a good cutoff should be the marker where we see 7C Esports, which is like 65 points, I believe, is the score that 7C Esports achieved within the first week. And since they are not playing this week, I think if TRZ High Voltage and Atrax manage to at least achieve that many points within the first 2 days, they are good to go. Then the next step becomes, all right, how do we overcome the point average that was set by 1952, which is 79 points, not too far away. Again, problem arises with the fact when you take Venom Legends' average as something that you can achieve. Venom Legends did pretty well for themselves in week number 1. They secured 120 points. Yeah, that was impressive. And I think that might be a challenge. But since they did it in 15 games, these teams can definitely do the same thing in 15 games. And if you can beat Venom Legends, I think then safety is guaranteed for you. You come back in the third week, you manage to finish in the top 6, top 7, you are still good to go. I think no one will be able to snatch the top 16 away.
I mean, as of now, yes, that is the goal. I'm pretty sure for these teams, to look out for, taking down 2 teams at the bottom, the ones that are not playing, because again, slow and steady wins the race. If you're slow but you're steady, you might just get ahead of them, because right now those rabbits are sleeping 100%, and so that's just that's where they are losing. And talking about these teams, right? TRZ, they have to go for a good start. Atrax, they have to go for a good start. Obviously, we'll see in the game, which would be in front of us in a while. I mean, that was just silence coming up. But in a while, obviously, the game is going to be in front of us, the flight path and everything. And well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the first game of the day for the Super Weekend 2. And everyone's going to be ready for it.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, all the teams, all the individuals are set for action. And I mean, we're just waiting for the match to begin. The players are doing the same thing. And let's not forget, once again, a reminder, in the Super Weekend, there are no groups. Only 16 teams are here. And every single match, you're going to see all these lads perform. 15 games will decide what the standings are going to be after the end of the Super Weekend, which will be carried forward to the next one. But ladies and gentlemen, round and round we go along the match start graphic, and off to the plane next.
This is where we are starting off this game, ladies and boys and girls. Just like we said in the flight path, it looks like starting up from the sidelines of Primorsk, and we'll be moving down to Yasnaya, Poliana, Mansion, Lipovka, Prison, Shelter, School, Rozok, Milta, Pochinki, Query, Gatka, Ferry Piers, Osnovka military base are going to be good areas if you want to drop down. Milta Par as well, but well, Venom Legends is not here, just like we talked about it, and we'll see how these teams are going to be just moving forward, as the first circle is going to be the most important. In a while, we'll have that too.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, we will have the circle in front of us as well. But this trajectory of the play, and I believe it's quite decent, does allow a lot of teams their preferred drop locations. And I think, in fact, all of them do get to their preferred drop locations quite safely. But again, I think it is going to be quite important and game deciding where the circle will be, because I want to see those hybrid circle that we have been seeing within the first week that are present towards the south western side of the map, just engulfing a little bit of the military base and just prioritizing the main island entirely. That sort of gives a little bit breathing room to the teams on the military island to sort of progress into the late game nicely and result in a lot of mid game action as well. But this time, I mean, I'll take it, Ocean. I'll take it. Not a southwestern, but a northwestern circle.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely just, think about it in that sense, and we'll see what happens with the game slowly and steadily. Oh, just trying Bishal, just trying to ram down the players. Obviously, that did not happen, but he's still trying again. AJ needs to stay alive. He needs to survive, but the vehicle's going spinning round. But then again, it's multiple players. One wipes. They have the backup with the vehicles only, and AJ is trying to survive somehow. Look at this! Look at this! What is happening? It's that show of Tom and Jerry, that episode in which one mice is being chased down by two cats, but now they go for it, and this time, no resurrections.
Well, yeah, exactly. No opportunity for resurrections this time. And as soon as we started, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the first blood officially being secured by Deadeyes Esports, as they do manage to pummel AJ from the side of Skylightz Gaming with the vehicles that they found earlier on in the match. And now on our screens are the lads from Atrax. I mean, they have left a man behind, but it's okay. It's just a try bike. I mean, you can carry 3 at max, so it's going to be quite interesting to see if they do, in fact, manage to get away from the situation. But talking about situation, Rules find himself in an awkward one, as he does not have a priority on that many weapons and healing utility, but the lads from TRZ are looking to hunt him down.
Yeah, now let's see what is going to happen, in all of these situations, as the players are definitely trying to go for themselves. Looks like Rules might just be there. Oh, takes down one in a brilliant fashion. On the other side, DRS, the players are being taken down and traded out as well. TRZ looks like they have a game plan for themselves, and they are trying to utilize it in a good sense.
I mean, definitely, but let's see. DRS, can they recover from this? Have already lost a key player from their side, but in fact did manage to find a nice trade from the side of TRZ. Manish with a UMP will look to see if he can pre-fire someone down the corners of the walls, the perimeter of these houses, but DRS, they are trying to force this one against TRZ, and TRZ, let's not forget, they are looking very deadly these days, especially considering they've made it to the Super Weekend. Would not want to miss out on any of these points now, and DRS, they're trying to make a run for it now. Ocean on foot as well. This is very risky for the team. And
well,
now they have
DRS, now they have a car definitely for themselves, and they are moving on. I would like to see their POV if you can get it, and I would want to see where they just stop down for themselves. All right, so here we have it. All right,
great
just
escape.
yeah, just as we said, they are moving the fuel can, just doing its job on the vehicle, but there's a buggy as well. Will they take it? All right, yeah, they will. Killer just using that buggy to move forward, and this time, ladies and gentlemen, we have this kind of a circle. Look at how comfortable Raw and IHC are in this circle. Very good circle for them.
Well, it is a very nice circle for IHC and for the lads of Raw. And I think T2K can, in fact, also capitalize on this, since they are towards the Severny area. All they have to do is get to the northern Georgia Pole City early. And we did, in fact, have a circle quite similar to this one in the last Erangel of the league play days of this week. So match number 4, day number 2, basically, is where we had a similar circle, and we saw IHC pull up a beautiful performance in that one as well, although it was the lads from Stalwart Esports who walked away with the win in the match at the end, just glitching out a 1v2 against the players of Vibes. But still, I think in this sort of a situation, early game action, we're barely going to see any of the early game fights. Mid game is when things become very exciting and very intense, especially from that ruins to Pochinki position, because that is where most of the teams will be rotating from.
Savage will go for a northern rotation, though. On the other side, it definitely just feels like it. I guess one of the players would just move forward, and then 3 will follow. Look at JyanMaara as well from the back lines. They might as well just try to move quite close to Savage, but then we'll have to see if T2K actually takes any action or not in that situation. I mean, that's important as well. ElementriX, they have an open area to get inside the circle. I mean, they are partially inside the circle as well. So no issues with that team. Looks like Jiggle shooting someone. You could see right next to his name, Vibes. They are trying to spot down a few players if they can in the early fights for themselves, as they are the only team that took down one of the players, and it definitely, had to hurt in all of these situations. Slipknot on the other side, all right. These players from Phantom, in fact, it looks like they would want to get a hold of a good area for themselves. I mean, wherever these players are,
yeah,
look at this. They have teams quite close to them. They might have to take up a few fights around the areas of Georgia Pole. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. If you are heading towards the Georgia Pool position, be it the compounds towards the east, right outside the containers area, or just trying to take control of the small little houses on the northern side, you will have to be prepared for the fights. But I think they can still be avoided for the next at least 5 minutes before the team starts closing in on their positions. And until then, I think the teams that are moving into those compounds will have a little bit of a breathing room available, but they have to be careful. How do they utilize it? And also, Ocean, I think you will agree with me on this. In situations like these, you have to make sure that before you leave for the compounds, before you leave for the northern apartments, if I think any team wants to take a risk like that, they have to be 100% sure that they have all the utility, all the ammo available to take extended fights. Because you never know, you could be stuck out in the open with nowhere left to go, and you're just using a ridge for all the cover that's available and trying to take a fight for the next 2-3 minutes. If you run out of ammo, if you run out of smokes, you're done. You will get caught off guard completely and taken out.
I mean, 100%. If you run out of things, then you are 100% just not done for. You cannot do anything in that situation. Deadeyes Guys as players. It looked like they had some things just going there. They were thinking something when that vehicle just not moving or anything. Savage on the other side, all right, they are picking up those gas cans for them, so obviously they're going to be important as well in the later stages of the game, or maybe around this, because right now it's just the first circle. You have to rotate as well, you have to mark a good territory for yourself, then you have to move forward. So all those things will just see how these players just go forward when it comes down to this understanding. But then again, as of now, these players are just trying to get a hold of a good place. T2K, they always try to go from the northern side, and right now Suyuk, oh, what a spray by Suyuk, takes down one from that buggy before they could just think about it, and Hershey would be finished down. That wrath of Suyuk.
Well, this rotation from Savage Esports was very predictable, and T2K have capitalized on this, but they weren't ready for JyanMaara, but they're still working quite hard. T2K Suyog securing one more elimination point from the side of Savage Esports. In the meanwhile, on the other side, JyanMaara Snipe YT has also been finished off, and it was Jane, the man who did all the dirty work over there. But still, Train to Kill will be quite happy with the 3 elimination points that they've secured in the early stages of the match, and I think have put Savage Esports and JyanMaara in a little bit of a troublesome position. So it's going to be quite interesting to see, as the other teams are going to be expecting to get gatekeep as well on the northern side. Will they try and force that rotation? While all this chaos was happening, look at Deadeyes Guys. They were like, yeah, we know where T2K are. The max they can do is like just blockade the area of shooting range. We're not going to go through there. Just use the Rozok position in under control, and Deadeyes Guys just sticking close to the shoreline, rotate towards the northern Georgia Pool city as well.
But that's where the other teams are on the southern side. You see them, right?
Yeah.
We can see Raw's players just situated on the around Georgia Pole. Meanwhile, these things might not look good for a few teams, but this will. If you're a dedicated sniper, you would want to use this AWM for yourself. Suppressor Sniper as well is up there for grabs if you want to just use it. On the other side, we are down to 10-minute marker, almost touching down 10-minute marker, and then we'll see how the next circle just forms up as well. Right now, we cannot see any team in the close vicinity of that airdrop. Meanwhile, Seal on the other side. All right, what that car doing on that hill? Did anyone get a glimpse of that? What was that car doing? The car was just rolling down the hill somehow. But well, right now, Seals Blur, they are trying to move forward as well, as they have to get a contestation of that hill as well. Meanwhile, IHC Zeol, all right, that was his vehicle, is just trying to move around.
Well, let's see. I mean, trying to move around can also sometimes result in you getting taken out quite easily. But look at this. IHC focused in on the lads of Skylightz Gaming as they have been spotted out. And the Everest control, I've always said this, will give you a priority in a circle like this. IHC, they know what they have to do. Just go up top. Just take the summit in their control. Nima, you do not need to go up there. If you overexpose yourself, that is it. I mean, instant knockout being handed by the lads of IHC. But oh, a little bit over the edge, too close to the edge, and he falls off.
Now you got to do the hard work again, you know, the work of
Climb.
just moving forward again and again. But then again, we'll see. Godless trying to move to the back line. Skylightz, I mean, these fights have happened before as well. We know these teams, IHC and Skylightz, they have played under different names, but they have had the same rivalry when it comes down to the rotations and holding up good grounds for themselves, higher grounds. But Baron, what is he doing? Is he insane moving like that? I mean, he will be punished. He will be taken down as ElementriX just, you know, gets their first elimination for themselves. But what was happening in the situation? I mean, Baron just thought that he would just, you know, get out of this place, but then obviously he could not.
The next
that was bad.
Leo, yeah, I mean, just one blunder after another. Esports not really having a fun time in this one, and it's quite unfortunate. I mean, what has happened with the team, but I think they can recover. There was quite a lot of distance between them and the players from ElementriX. So yeah, we do see Leo back up on his feet, and even though he hasn't healed up to 100%, they can make a getaway to a more solid, more secure cover, and then it will be off to the healing utilities being used. The first stage, the bandages being popped. The second circle is here, ladies and gentlemen. The third one will be here next. Just 4 more seconds to go as the blue zone closes in. DRS, look at their position towards Rozok, and it is not going to be a good time that they're going to be having inside the game as the circle just moves away from them. But talk about IHC's prediction and the read to head towards the Everest. And well, Esports, they're very salty about losing Baron. So yeah, ElementriX, you better be prepared for this punish.
Yep. Baron went down, the Liquid went down on the other side from ElementriX. Meanwhile, ElementriX's players, they are trying to find a good place. That's what definitely they are trying to just, you know, go for, finding up a good place for themselves if they can. That is going to be decent. But right now, Demo looks like he's trying to spot someone. I mean, that is a good position by this team. I mean, they are at the edge, and that is decent. Meanwhile, action has been taken down. That's kind of a bit of a blow to a team of Stalwart. Meanwhile, Wally is trying to spot down someone from ElementriX. I mean, that is important as well, as they have to get inside the circle. A few of the players of Team Seal are in the circle, but a few are not, and you know how difficult it can get.
Can get quite tough, but talk about things getting worse, in fact, as Stalwart Esports lose out on action in the collision against Vibes. And I think Vibes will definitely look to capitalize on the team that is leading the leaderboard right now, as they are chasing the same target. Pika missing a shot with the bolt action will get punished, in fact, for that, as the 3-man roster of Stalwart Esports now have to take care of DRS, who managed to find position in the rear. This is not looking good for the team.
Very, very, very rare in all these situations as JyanMaara's players are being taken down. And things are just not looking good. Top, all right, from the other side, it looks like he's just, you know, trying to get a hold of a good place for themselves, for himself, in fact. And in all of this situation, look at that. Scry has been spotted on by Jiggle, but no. All right, not taking any shots. A pretty good decision.
Yeah, that is in fact a pretty nice decision right there. But let's see, Scry from the side of Stalwart Esports is going to be down on his knees. Now it's just Top and Pika who remain. Pika down to around 50% HP. And well, Scry is going to be finished off as he tries to crawl towards his teammate. Top is going to be spotted out as well. Now DRS just absolutely destroying the players of Stalwart Esports in this fight, just capitalizing on the fact that the lads were distracted by the players of Vibes and DRS. They're looking to close things out. Pika, the final player that remains for Stalwart Esports. Rebel closing in with the buggy. Kill being secured by Delta as Pika tries to make a getaway for himself, falling back from the action and pushing further in the circle. So quite a nice start for DRS in this game, as they managed to take control of a very nice position close to the edge and do in fact have a little bit of a safe haven for the next 50 seconds.
This MG3, the light machine gun is here. Right on the road. I mean, imagine that jackpot on the road. But then again, it's going to be really difficult. Just like it's difficult for Pika to move out. But, well, he does in time. But that Lambo is definitely done for. And look at this. Wives need to understand that from the backside, someone's swimming. And that someone might as well take them down. As Malik, he is in a bit of a pickle situation now. He's spotting down Pika. He knows Pika's there. But then again, he needs to understand that someone's coming from the backside, and that is Atrax. And on the other side, Savage Anif takes down the T2K's legend. Still, though, all the 16 teams are surviving. Slipknot with an M16. Wow.
I mean, let's see, 16 minutes in, and all 16 teams, as you mentioned, are still present in the game. We do have 52 players still here. Pika is all alone for now. And in fact, he's going to be all alone in this game, as his teammates have been picked off a little while earlier. Does find himself again face to face with the players that did in fact pick off the best player from his side. Vibes in control of these houses. On the other side, we did see IHC also getting the party started, as they started a fight against the players of Deadeyes Guys, picking off the lads from T2K, I think, finding themselves on the wrong side of the collision. And look at that, ElementriX has been pinned down close to the cliffside of Everest as well. Well, kind of on the northern position of the hill. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who will be able to maintain the longest control of the safe haven on top of Everest. I mean, IHC, they are being contended, but we know what that team can accomplish in a 4v4. But look at that. There's the first squad wipe ocean. T2K have been taken out of the picture.
T2K has been 9-11 out of the lobby. As now we are down to 15 teams, 48 players surviving. Storm is gonna rain down a hellfire probably with the nades, but then again we'll have to see high voltage. The players are trying to find up a good area for themselves. Seals, Leo returning the favor with the nades. Mad Cat on the other side just moving to the backlines. Nima has been taking up a few fights here and there. ElementriX is in a bit of a trouble situation as well. But Skylightz, they are down to 3 players, but they still want to go and be part of the fights for themselves. 47 players alive as Stalwart, in a surprising turn of events, Stalwart's out.
Well, I mean, some of the biggest names taking a tumble in the very first match, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting game right here. Look at the players from TRZ as they go at it against the squad of Stalwart Esports. Kind of a 3v4 that Stalwart Esports find themselves in. But if they crawl close enough, maybe just one nicely lobbed hand grenade might just do the trick and drop down the players of TRZ. IHC on the other side have managed to take care of ElementriX and finally finish them off. JyanMaara also getting eliminated in from this match. And look at that, the nade being lobbed does drop. In fact, Mad Cat just to barely a sliver of HP. But TRZ, they do, in fact, have to focus on their position on the edge of the circle as well. If they fail to take care of Stalwart Esports, then their rotations further inside the next zone, the 5th circle, will be up for grabs, and they're going to be in a world of trouble in a few short moments.
Wally, he's just lying down. He definitely has been spotted. He's going to go with the Molotov. I'm pretty sure that's not going to do the job right now, but his gun might. But then again, Mad Cat just, returns that favor. Mad Cat's moving forward. Oh, this is really scary. I would want to see a clutch from this lad if he's just moving forward. But look at this TRZ spot. He's just moving forward as well. Manisha spotted down one more player, but it was Storm who takes one more end demo. He's the last one surviving. Has taken down 2 players from TRZ. He's been spotted down. Storm needs to understand. He needs to revive his teammate who's down and out right now. Look at this. Manish does not even have any HP bar on himself, and he's still getting a revive. That's like a new life being taken down. But Demo, oh, he goes out. TRZ took it a bit more seriously, and looks like they are actually in to win it.
Yeah, definitely. TRZ off to the races, ladies and gentlemen, with a very massive squad wipe for themselves. Savage Esports will be shown the exit of the lobby, and Raw might be next as they find themselves in a very unfortunate position against Skylightz Gaming. Nima is still present, but he has to run forward to make sure that Cooney does not shut down his teammate Mafia Ninja in the front lines. Nima with a grenade being lined up is going to lob it towards the tree where he saw Rig last being present. ElementriX in the meanwhile will be eliminated from the match as well, and well, Raw, they are capitalizing quite nicely on the fact that Skylightz Gaming are a little bit distracted in this team fight. Galzan and Nima finally all joined together, but I think it's a little too late to save Mafia Ninja.
Definitely is. It definitely is. And oh, well, Shifu takes down one as well of DRS. Shari's trying to move forward. Assault, he's doing really good for himself. But then again, things are not looking good. Fragboy is moving forward somehow. DRS needs to fall back probably. Fragboy, a few shots were landing down on him. More and more nades, more and more Molotovs being done. And look at that Molotov. Oh, that's a good one by Fragboy. That is a very good Molotov coming down, as now it's just one player surviving. But what is happening? DE, they are falling down as well. But, well, before that, they eliminate DRS. Half of their job is done. Well, the later half is to win the game. But will they be able to? That's the question, as they are in the open and they have 9 eliminations. They have the momentum for themselves going. We'll have to see if it can pull down to a good full stop, as Shari is on a domination, but Shari is down. Look at Wadu's nade. One nade to actually rule them all, as one nade takes down 2.
I mean, but they are not looking to stop. They are still pulling up the pressure. Deadeyes Guys have lost 2 players and they have been knocked down. And I think, again, Ocean, I think I agree with you on that. They need to slow things down a little bit. They have the momentum. The players are feeling the heat of the moment, but there are times in the moment where in the game when you need the reset, you need the breathing space for yourself and for your teammates. But on the other side, I see, look at him taking care of the players from Phantom all alone in a 1v2 situation. Has Vexy pinned down, has made sure Yeta does not step out in the open, does spot out the smoke. Right behind the ridge is going to lob a grenade just to see if he can find the knock, and he does, in fact. What precision right there with the throwables. I see an absolute beautiful grenade. And now, as we look at this fight, Vexy, the last player surviving from the side of Phantom, is completely pinned down behind that rock outside the circle. And, well, if he gets delayed too much, then that's it for Phantom Esports. Yeah, it's going to be a wonderful nade.
No, they just went down. They just tossed the nade. They went down. And now Rig needs to understand what is happening, but the nade parade is still happening, and these players need to survive. Another nade might just go in. Oh, what is that nade? What was that nade? Are you freaking kidding me? What was that nade? Did you just see that? Rig!
Well,
Rig just tore the team apart.
Yeah.
With that brilliant nade.
I mean, no words, just absolute awesomeness right there from the lads of Raw. Dragging themselves out of a very bad situation, and now since Skylightz Gaming is out, I think they can refocus on their moves ahead. But ladies and gentlemen, 5 teams remaining, 14 players alive in this match, and look at Deadeyes Guys. One of their teammates has been knocked out, but they don't care. The revive is there, and Deadeyes Guys are looking very strong right now. 11 eliminations secured. The only team that stands in their way is IHC, who are doing an even more phenomenal work controlling the summit of Everest at this point. And both these teams are surrounded from every single direction. And look at TRZ capitalizing, and Raw as well, as one lad from IHC goes down, one from DE goes down. Will we see the recovery? That is the question. Sifu Sir, he has been finished off, in fact. While Godless, I think they will try to go for a revive on Godless, but Alex has also been taken very low.
Yeah, very low, but not down right now. Godless is on his feet back again. DE, it's important for them. They lost 1 player, but they have 11 eliminations. That's the number of players alive right now, 11. So they might have a chance to take up a few more for themselves. TRZ, look at this, Johnny. Impressive work. They come here for the first time, and now they are amongst the top 5 teams. I love it. I love it. Phantom's down and out. TRZ is among top 4 teams all of a sudden. Right off the bat, IHC is trying to take a fight against Deadeyes Guys in this situation. True Love takes down 1 from IHC. Godless is down. Alex is down as well. IHC might just be in a troubling situation, but it's IC surviving. We know he has a brilliant game sense, but will he be able to put it to work? That's the question. As True Love is the last one surviving, and it's one-on-one situation. IC does not have a helmet for himself. That's a bad thing for him as well. He's going with a fan. He's going with a mini. He's going with any weapon that he can find right now. Anything that he can find right now. True Love, he's just looting his teammates great, and now he'll have to move forward as well. Deadeyes Guys, one player surviving. Raw, it might just be their game. Will it come down to them? That's the question. Who'll get the first $1,000? That is important as hell right now. As TRC, one player surviving, and he's quite close to the zone as well.
I mean, Raw need this game to enter the 100-point, break the 100-point barrier that is there in front of them. But along with that, they need those final few eliminations as well. Now with DE, IHC, and TRZ, all these three teams down to just the final few surviving players. Raw, they sit in this match with a man advantage, but their position has been compromised as IC has been constantly ADSing on where the players from Raw are. And I think if IC along with Fardi can in fact have a dual-pronged approach towards finishing off the lads of Raw, then it's just going to be a complete 1v1v1 in the very end. But let's see what is about to happen. All these lads are trying to protect themselves, except from IC, who is like running out in the open straight up. And Fardi, I think, is taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. He needs to step out from behind the rock, does in fact make a run for it, and does he enter the safe area? I think he has.
Oh yeah, now he does. But the best part is that Raw has two players. Imagine it's a 1v1v2, and Raw is the only team that has two players. Imagine if one grenade actually takes him down. This grenade looks good as one of them goes down by True Love. What is happening? Go for another one. Come on, BDJ Khaled, go for another one. But then again, Assault is still surviving somehow. It's a one-on-one fight that's happening in the final circle. He had everything. He just shot. He just threw a stun grenade as well. You saw that happening. Assault, I don't know if he understands this. One versus one in the final circle of the first game of the Super Weekend 2, and everyone's trying to go for somebody that they can find. IC has 7 kills as an individual. That's a good one for him, but now he's looking in the wrong direction. TRZ, Ford is quite close to him. Well, Johnny, this zone, 30 seconds, it might just be the most difficult thing to see.
Exactly, and I mean, the circle has betrayed the lads from DE, and well, Raw as well, but True Love capitalizes, secures 2 extra elimination points for his team Ocean right now. First with a nade, and then the ballsy move of just getting up out in the open and taking the shots with the UMP. But now, again, ladies and gentlemen, the final 3 teams are here. Top 3 players alive. A complete 1v1v1 tiebreaker situation in this match. IC has, well, he's one with the nature now.
Johnny, the zone's coming up, and after this is the last circle. Think about it, right? It's gonna be the last circle. 1 versus 1 versus 1 is where we are right now. I see. If you look at him, he has 40 bullets. He has an M4. He wants to make it all count. He might not. We'll understand. 28 minutes in the game. I see. Surviving for Mongolian domination. TRZ surviving their DE, South Asian domination. That's what they are surviving for. I see. He needs to get it. True Love is going with the nades, and looks like he is understanding in the right way where the nade should go. All right, True Love has 4 eliminations for himself, but the zone's kind of right behind him. The zone is on his legs, I would say, and half of him is out, and he's trying to not let the zone get the best out of him. And this is where it makes sense. Final 10 seconds, ladies and boys and girls. 9 circle, the blue circle of death coming up, and that's where everyone would be just ready for themselves. Molotovs, rebels, whatever you have to just put them out right now, as now the circle's coming up. TRC has spotted down to E, I guess. Farde, has he spotted down to E? That's the question. The name quite close to him. It actually does damage onto him. I see spotting down the players as well. Everyone might just spot down everyone right now. This is where it goes down. The final fight. One spots the other one. True Love has been spotted on, but no! Deadeyes Guys! They get one for themselves. Oh, True Love is going for the heal. He's going for the heal. He'll be down to the 75 HP marker. TRC, is it their game? No, it's not. Deadeyes Guys in the final moment. True Love. Oh my God, True Love.
I mean, definitely. The man needs to change his name from True Love to a Wave Rider, basically King Surfer, if you will, because he was just riding that blue wave quite nicely, just making sure he was on the edge, moving in and basically pulling off a 1v4 clutch in the end, ladies and gentlemen, securing the first chicken dinner of the day for Deadeyes Guys. What an incredible win for the team. I mean, did not imagine that this is how this game was going to end, though. Still quite exciting, and what a nice match. What a nice day, way to get the day started, Ocean.
Deadeyes Guys, they get 18 eliminations, Johnny.
Yeah.
18 freaking eliminations. 33 points. What a big jump it will be.
Along with that, I think I want to have a look at what the point distribution is going to look like in the game, because majority of the points have been picked up by Deadeyes Guys and the lads from IHC, so it might be quite a tricky situation for the other teams. But then again, I mean, DE, they were a part of the top 5, and with this game, I think they're going to be sitting on the 4th position. IHC capitalized in the right nick of time. So imagine this, the game where Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports end up getting taken out early. They were the first few of the teams to get taken out. IHC Esports, they survive and make it to the top 3, and in fact secure a lot of eliminations as well. So it is going to be definitely, I think, 20 plus points for them as well, but we'll find out after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, which is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean. And Ocean,
it looks like you just ate a chicken in the hand.
Yeah. Oh, it was nice. But as I was saying, I mean, what an amazing chicken as well in this match for Deadeyes Guys. I think they're going to be burping as well, just like me.
For them, it was a fruit of success, to be honest. That chicken, like
it was,
the fruit of their hard work.
Chicken
right? They're suffering from success right now. It's like the fruit of their hard work that just, they enjoyed, because you saw how this game was in the final moments, right? 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2. And then comes True Love, takes down everyone, takes down IC, takes down TRs, Esports, takes down Ross players as well. So let's have a look at the MVP. Is it going to be IC or if it's going to be True Love? Because these two players are definitely going to be in contestation when it comes down to the game. And yes, all right, it is IC with 7 eliminations, 28 plus minutes of survival time, 5 knocks, and 900 plus damage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the most consistent players from the side of IHC Esports. IC has been quite instrumental in his team's run. I mean, always the man in the backlines that we have seen step up in the previous season. We saw him take a more frontline role, and now sort of sharing the responsibility with Alex and Godless at the same time. I think did a phenomenal job in this match. We saw him survive solo with 7 eliminations, and I think back then his team was sitting at 11 or 12 eliminations in total. So a major chunk of eliminations did in fact go in IC's hand, and with the 934 damage and the 28 minute survival time, there was, I think, no other option right there. But True Love getting quite close. 6 eliminations secured till the very end, 750 damage and 27 minute 53 second survival time. How does that happen?
It just keeps on happening. But Deadeyes guys, they got good for themselves. DEIHC, I mean, these two teams did pretty good. I'm pretty sure. We saw it in their gameplays as well. I remember the old times when IC used to be called IC Dari, and used to be there in the top brackets as well. It's like, be their Dari or not, he still just comes up there and does pretty good. TRZ and Deadeyes guys. I mean, TRZ, come on, Johnny, a team that just just arrives, just did really good.
I mean, I'm very happy with TRZ's start, and I said this earlier on in the day as well. I mean, the 3 new teams that we have in this particular week, this is how they have to play. Now, TRZ, all they have to do is just be consistent till the very end of the day, and I'm pretty sure they will end up inside of the top 16 if they can manage to finish top 3 in every single map. A little hard to pull that off, but still, I think if you want to start off, I believe it's the only way they can make it to the top 16 and then sort of try and climb their way up further from there. But looking at the match summary, as we can see, majority of the match was in fact dominated by IHC and Deadeyes guys. So we do see all the players from these 2 squads being present in every single direction. It is just Killer YT from DRS who has for himself the longest distance elimination with 248 meters being the exact distance.
248 for Erangel. It's decent, not that much, but then again, it's decent when we talk about it. IC with highest knocks, highest eliminations as well, highest damage as well, and then there is Shari with the highest assists, and True Love just comes up quite close to him. In fact, just coming up with 2 assists, but not exactly close, but still he's there. The rest, guys, 33 points is what they get. IHC 22, TRZ 16, Raw 12. Finally, this time we are seeing a different vibe coming up from Deadeyes guys. In fact, see, the Mongolians are there, but it's not like that, every team from Mongolia is just trying to go with the same amount of fight. Only IHC is in top 9, then Seal comes up at 10th, then we have Savage at 11th, and Stalwart, for a change, just like we said, is on 15th with no points in this one. You know it. That means if they don't pay attention, definitely they won't be at the first.
Exactly. I think Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports, their timings have been figured out because we saw them getting gate kept so perfectly that they did not, in fact, have an answer of how to figure out a way inside the circle, especially with how DRS, in fact, picked off the players from Stalwart Esports. Just one small mistake was made. That was Action overcommitting a little bit towards the players of Vibes. He got picked off, and then DRS instantly just slamming in the compounds that were behind Stalwart Esports and then just sandwiching and finishing them off under pressure. It was quite nice execute, and the way DRS pulled trigger over there was quite nice to look at as well. But in the end, it was a game dominated by Deadeyes guys, and I would like to look at the overall standings and see what the situation is going to be within the top 5 now, because even Vibes had a pretty decent game in this one. They secured 10 points for themselves. I think it was just an unfortunate moment that IHC in fact had a 22-point start. Otherwise, Vibes could have in fact moved much further in the game and toppled them over, but that is not going to happen. So I think Vibes are going to be stagnant or maybe take a drop to the 5th, and Deadeyes guys will definitely be moving forward to either the 4th or the 3rd position. We will have to see what the tally is going to be.
Obviously, we'll see other stats as well. When we talk about the maps, the rotation that was being done by the players. I mean, how the maps were shrinking and all those things as well. We'll definitely have a look at that, and obviously the open moments as well. And after that, we'll see the overall standings as what the changes are happening, because Deadeyes guys on the 4th. That's really good. I mean, I remember Vibes was at the 4th before this game, so there have been quite ups and downs that are going to be happening. We saw top 3 teams being our 3 Mongolian teams. But then again, whatever happens, plus minus, these teams are still going to be in top 3, because IHC, they got good points. They were at 169. They got good points from this game. And then I guess 22 points. And then if you talk about the other teams, they were like 196, 193. So they'll get good points as well. But then again, let's talk stats first. Let's have a look at the map shrinks, the map shifts as they were just happening. And this is all right. This is going to be the winning path to the zone, ladies and boys and girls. As we see the Deadeyes guys just dropping down, we see them at Rozhok. We know they like to drop down to Rozhok, and now they are moving forward. This was their first point of execution. They were here at the first, and now they are moving. This is what we talked about, right? Deadeyes guys, they were moving from around the side of the rotations of T2K. They were moving in. one of them crossed the bridge. You can see that player as well, and that's where the circle formed, and this was their open momentum point. That, yeah, we are having the edge of the circle. Now we can move forward. After this, the next circle forms up, and you will find players trying to get inside the circle. In fact, they will get in the zone as well, and from there they'll start moving on forward. And it was just one player remaining, so like nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I think, again, as you mentioned, just the last player surviving, nothing wrong with just be playing a little bit slower. But I think the early rotations that Deadeyes Guys took were phenomenal. In fact, just rotating early from the northern part of the map and just completely avoiding the whole T2K fiasco that we saw towards shooting civilian shooting range area. And then, in fact, later on being the team that finishes off T2K. So I think that was quite impressive. The only trouble Deadeyes Guys had is on the fact that when it came time to take the final few fights towards the slope of Everest that faces towards the ruins area, that is where I think there was a big cluster of teams that no one could push through. So we saw all the big teams. In fact, IHC also lost a lot of their players. Last few players remaining, Raw lost 2 players from their side. I don't know how the last 2 players survived over there, but in fact they were finished off by True Love from DE with a wonderful usage of utility, and then the UMP coming into action. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see all of these moments once again, as we do have the Oppo F21 moments in front of us. And starting things off is the run over on AJ. We've never seen a vehicle 1v2 before.
Yeah, I mean, the vehicle 1v2, that was...
Yeah. A 2v1 since the 2 lads won, basically, now.
But then again, you know, this was a very good knock by Suva, guys. He just took down one of the players, and look at this. I mean, JyanMaara, they tried to have a good fight for themselves. In fact, it just did not happen. And Baron on the other side, look at this, being taken down as well. ElementriX's players, they were trying to do really good for themselves. And IHC, I mean, they want to hold this area. They want to hold this Everest. They tried as well. It kind of worked. Kind of did not.
Well, definitely. I mean, kind of worked. That's the important point. I think a few adjustments had to be made. But talking about adjustments, I think whatever DE have done this time around, it is perfect. Worked out quite nicely for them in the match. The Atrax were off to a good start in the early stages of the game, but even they were picked off during the mid-game stages. And when it came time to transition to the late game, I think just the fact that IHC had sort of let IC loose in the match and just let him go ham on the players of Phantom Esports is the reason he was still alive, because the other 3 players from the IHC squad, Godless, Alex and Joel, we saw them take a lot of pressure on the summit of the mountain.
This was a really good fight. You saw IC just trying to hold the control for himself. And look at this. This was a brilliant one, to be honest. How True Love just started taking all the fights, and then he took down 2 players as well. So it was a legit kind of a 1v4 that he did. You can just talk about it. So yeah. And talking about this, Deadeyes Guys, 2,400 and almost 2,500 damage coming down on 18 eliminations. That's really good. IHC on the other side, 12 to 148. These are the 2 teams that had 2,000 plus damage, while the other teams, they were trying their own. But JyanMaara, 0 eliminations and 0 damage.
And when you want to talk about JyanMaara, the most surprising thing right now, all I can see is Stalwart Esports securing just 71 damage and no eliminations in a game. When have we seen Stalwarts be in a position like this? When was the last time we saw them in a state like this in a match? I don't think I've ever seen them perform like they did in this Erangel. Never see them take an early exit with no damage. But on the other side, though, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the overall rankings in front of us finally. And there is just one change in the top 10, and that is Deadeyes Guys are now 4th and Vibes is 5th. That's all in the top 10. Everything remains the same.
And on the other side as well, everything remains the same as you just, have a look. Atrax, they have opened up their account as well. Only one high voltage with 5 TRC with 16. But then again, they have to move forward, take on ElementriX, JyanMaara, 7 CS per se. So, yeah.
I mean, definitely. I expected JyanMaara to actually move a little bit faster and topple 7C on the 15th, but I think by the next match they should be able to do that. Even ElementriX need to move as fast as possible, otherwise they're going to be in a world of hurt later on in the day. Savage Esports, I believe we're still going to see them slowly and steadily try whatever they can inside of the matches, but hey, the next map, it is going to be Miramar.
An important map as well. A map that just shows you the long range fights, the mid to long range fights, the use of bolt action, the use of DMRs and all those things. They just come around in this map only. That is Miramar. Everyone just wants to be good out here, but it has been a thing that last Super Weekend, every first Miramar was won by the Mongolians only. So we'll see if the same just happens, if the same continues or not, because, well, again, otherwise we can just say that, you know, only one Super Weekend was there, but was theirs. But then again, they would want to just, you know, change it. Obviously, they would want to have a good game, and it's a good thing that from the areas of San Martin where Stalwart starts, they always get a good point of rotation for themselves. They find themselves in the circle in a really good way. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, definitely. We are going to see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, in the next game, as it is about to begin in a few short moments. It's going to be quite important. Again, the 16 teams that are all going to be playing in all the matches for the next 14 more matches that are there. And I want to see what is going to be the action from IHC and also from Stalwart Esports and CD Esports, because we do not like, I mean, these teams, we have seen them in the past. They don't really like having bad games like they had in the previous one. And again, Deadeyes Guys, they have built a strong start. Can they keep it going? That is also another important question. TRZ were doing so well. Can they replicate the same performance in this match? So a lot of questions that are going to be answered, ladies and gentlemen. And again, as I mentioned, a few short moments, because Miramar is about to begin. It's going to be very exciting. And we're going to ask the man with the crystal ball where the circle is going to be now.
Wait, what is happening? What is happening on the third cam? Come on, what is happening on the third cam? Wait, what exactly is happening? What actually? Oh, that's... Is that icy? Yeah, it is icy.
Yeah.
All right. That's cute.
Just a good luck charm, I guess.
Yeah, just a good luck charm. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, we are getting ready for this game, as this is going to be the second game of the day. And, well, again, oh, it's going to be an interesting one.
I mean, kind of an awe moment, but yeah. We're way too single for that, I guess, now.
We are way too single for that.
But alright, let's just focus on the game. The trajectory of the plane, starting from the western side of El Pozo and going all the way towards Port Paracia. So, a southern side leading trajectory on Miramar. No one's going to be happy about this.
I mean, Al-Azhar is kind of out of bounds. If we talk about it, Crater Fields, that's in the final. I mean, if someone wants to just, you know, drop down to that area, El Pozo is a pretty good area. Picaro Lost is definitely again 100% good area if you just, you know, want to drop down. Stalwart, they like to go to the San Martin area. They would definitely drop down to that, and they would just, you know, they would just, you know, want to stay to that area. TRC on the other side, going down to the backsides of Aldalmar, and definitely will see a pretty good rotation from them. I hope so. I mean, we have seen their Erangel. It was pretty good. But we will have to see their other maps as well. So let's see how good their Miramar is.
Oh, but look at this. I mean, High Voltage and Savage Esports seem to have a little bit of a situation in the early stage of the game, as both the teams are dropping together. In fact, towards Los Leones, there is a slight collision between JyanMaara and CD Esports, but we have seen the teams handle the situation quite perfectly. And oh, the circle is exactly where the plane path never went. It is toward the northeastern part of the map, centered around Hacienda del Patron and Junkyard.
Oh, T2K is dropping down to the center of the zone right now. Obviously, they like to have their own split, so they would go for that split drop for themselves.
Yeah.
And they would just, you know, stay there. All right, look at this. All the elimination leaders, again, Mongolians are here as well. Wally, Top, Zeol, Baron, Action. We see Zeol here. That's a good change, to be honest. Otherwise, we used to see IC or we used to see Godless, right? Zeol coming up here is a good change. And Spike is trying to move. All right, that's a good one.
I mean, he is trying to move forward, and it's going to be interesting to see how far he will be able to get. But the Atrax, they need to be extremely careful about this. If they give extra information or give an early pick to the players of Raw, we know Raw can be quite brutal on the lads, specifically on Miramar. So it's going to be quite important. The Atrax loot up early and try and see if they can get away from this position of El Pozo and rotate inside the circle quite nicely. Although early stages, I think, of this game have been pretty much secured by DRS, T2K, Stalwart Esports, and Phantom Esports in a perfect spot in Impala. No one's going to bother them for the next at least 12 to 15 minutes.
Let's see though. Let's see, how all these things are gonna happen. As all these players, they have just landed, and now they are trying to find good areas. In fact, good loot as well. 700, 800 meters is the distance between Atrax and the circle. And in fact, they're not alone. Draw is there as well, so they need to understand about the positionings and about the movements as for what they can do, what can be done. In fact, all these situations. Yante, all right, just getting up a few boosters. Rig is trying to get that loot for himself. In fact, these two teams, I get it. These two teams are quite close to it, but I don't know if they'll fight or not. But look at this, Extreme. All right, he is quite close. He needs to understand that there are players here quite close to him. Savage is really close, and he just has those SMGs. Might not do the job, but look at that trade coming up. Now, the only job is, can they save Extreme? I mean, Extreme is bleeding quite fast now. He might not be saved, and that's where we might just see that first blood just coming in. Extreme is done for.
Well, let's see. I mean, Extreme is going to be done for, but on the other side, Hershey has been taken out in a very uncomfortable position as well. We did see the first blood right there, but Praveen is going to run forward to avenge his teammate. And since the other players from the side of Savage Esports are nowhere near this position, I think this can be quite an easy point for High Voltage to secure. Just have to figure out exactly where he is. Oh, they finally see him, Praveen. He's in a wonderful position to secure this point, and it's going to be, again, as I mentioned, very easy trade.
Quite a decent trade when just comes down and...
Why are they wasting so much time? Just finish him off. He's bleeding out.
Now it's done. Now it's done. All right. High Voltage, they're looking good. Whenever I see Miramar, I see early fights. You remember the fight that happened in the last, I guess it was PMPL Championship or maybe PMGC start when shotgun clutch actually happened. I remember that was just a brilliant barrel and shotgun. Those things were being used. All right, it was 6-8 if I'm not wrong. And the players from 6-8 did a really good clutch in these kind of areas only. But then right now it's about Sanjir as he's just trying to move quite close. Vadu on the other side is there as well. And Sanchir, I guess now it might just be a bad thing. All right, no, Varu moves to the backside again. All the players, in fact, both the players are trying to just, get quite close to each other as it is not looking good. Sanchir is just on the other side. Prabeen now just going with the shots here and there as well. Varu has spotted down one of the players, switches on the weapon, but that switch animation will take him down. But then again, the trades are coming in, and now Savage, they lose one more, but Varu needs to be revived at all the costs. And Eisenberg from the other side. No, it was Anif. All right, Anif took down one from High Voltage, but Assassin with that UMP. Wow. And now Assassin is the last one surviving. It's a one-on-one, Johnny. It's a one-on-one. If he has a throwable, it would be really good. I'm pretty sure he's asking the position from his teammates, where the players were, where did he see them last, and all those things. And now he's trying to move forward. A nade in his hands. The revival just happened. He needs to take down two players. High Voltage, this is important for them. Goes with the nade, but the nade goes bonkers on the other direction. Eisenberg, he heals himself up. And now it's really difficult for Assassin as he's the last man surviving. And it's around this hill, and he's moving in the wrong direction. It's bad, it's terrible, but no, he takes down one. Will he be take down the other one as well? He does do the damage, but then he moves on the other side. Oh.
Well, let's see. I mean, quite an unfortunate exit for High Voltage, but have to give props to Assassin for that spray down, though. That was impressive, yeah. But still, I mean, Savage Esports just being absolute savages, as their name suggests, getting the first squad wipe in the match. Ladies and gentlemen, High Voltage are forced to take an exit, and Savage Esports still survive with a few number of players remaining. 15 teams, 58 players still alive in this match. Stalwart Esports towards Hacienda, quite happy, quite isolated. No one there to bother them.
So, I mean, they just, have those areas for themselves. In fact, Stalwart, they like to start from San Martin, Hacienda, and they move forward slowly and steadily. They like to. Action. It looks like he's just, looking for the loot.
Well, let's see.
The zone, I mean, DRS, T2K, they have good areas. But look at the right-hand side. Seal, Deadeyes Guys, Phantom. And this is where the fight might just happen. I mean, True Love, he just,
it is going to be quite interesting to see what the end result of this fight is going to look like. Deadeyes Guys, they do spot out the lads from Stalwart Esports in the distance, so they will have to be careful about taking the fight against these two teams at the same time. And in fact, Stalwart Esports, they find the first pick as Fragboy has been knocked out. Shifu behind this ridge needs to be extremely careful. There is a lot of utility that's going to be lobbed in his direction in a few short moments. And if he does not be a little bit cautious, it's going to be another takedown from the side of Stalwart Esports. And well, they do in fact find the pick. Two more players have been shown the exit. DE once again down to the last man. The clutch Meister from the previous game is still present. All right, so two players have been taken down. Chari is still here with the M249 and the Mini, and well, he has taken down one. Can he take down another one? Leo is dropped very low with the Mini 14 tap shots, and well, Baron is going to be knocked out by True Love. So Deadeyes Guys just bringing in the trades quite nicely. Alrighty, so moving forward from here, Fragboy, I think Deadeyes Guys, they're going to try and reset, try and see if they can give him a revive. Leo on the other side. Are also out in the open.
Deadeyes Guys needs to understand, right? Obviously, if you're losing players as well, it might just not do pretty good for them. And this is where, you know, you'll be losing crucial points as well for yourself. And losing those crucial points is something that just, you know, will go a long way. I mean, they got a chicken there for themselves. Now they're among the top 5. And obviously, they are in the 4th position. And from here, they would not want to go down at all the costs.
Well, let's see. I mean, the cost was quite heavy for this first fight for Stalwart Esports. And they are going to be the happy bunch about this. They have managed to bring in Fragboy back into the action. 3 players still present. 4 elimination points secured in the early stages. Just 30-meter rotation towards the circle. But look at the players from ElementriX and TRZ. He's quite close to Manish. Agu, he's going to be finished off by the play zone at the point, I believe, have been secured by TRZ. Manish is going to try and run away, but the vehicle blows up and he gets knocked out in the blue.
That vehicle takes him down. Think about it, right? Obviously, the shots were taken on the vehicle, not the players. But then again, TRZ, this might just be a bad situation for them. Atrax, they only had 1 point in the last game, so they'll have to get more and more for themselves in this game if they can. And TRZ, well, they had a good run for them in the last game, but then again, this time it looks like they are really struggling. Meanwhile, Agu was taken down a few seconds back, and now they have to move forward slowly and steadily. Look at this. 1,130 meters outside the circle is where they are. And Zeol, I gotta break a bad news to you, buddy. You're buggy. Someone's listening to the voice. Someone's seeing you. Watching you. But, well, what? The bad news turned good.
Yeah, I mean, Zeol, he's not just as scared. You put a ghost in front of him, he's not a ghost in the face. Or shoot him in the face in this case, but still a nice early point being scored by the and I think they are focused on Inkas from ElementriX, who is completely isolated in those compounds. Not a good position to be in.
Well, let's see what happens. I see right now Zeol as well. Everyone's just, you know, trying to spot down something or the other and trying to do the damage at that. Picaro on the backside, as we can see, Power Grid on one of the sides as well. This is where, and in between is IHC with all their players, and one elimination that just happened with Zeol. As he just took down one from ElementriX, and he's trying to spot on the other players. He's understanding that someone might just be at that area, which is good as well. Meanwhile, IC and Alex, they are trying to move forward as well. Look at them trying to find a good area for themselves. Will they do the same? Oh, they are doing the same. Meanwhile, the airdrop has that AWM, but I want to see that that buggy going up again. As think about it, they're getting a hold of a higher ground for themselves, which is really, really good for the players in all these situations. And the zone just closes in, and we'll see a new circle forming up right now.
As you mentioned, we're going to see a new circle, but oh, the perfect weapon for Miramar is here. The Orm with the level 3 kit in the airdrop number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see which player are we going to see wielding this big cannon and this big responsibility. And yes, the buggies, they do go up the hills if you know how to drive them.
If. And that is a big if. We guys remember Box Louis started it first, and he took down a truck up the hill. And now everyone's just like, hey, buggies faster. Let's use buggies. And now everyone's just trying to find the good areas on that uphill situation. Sus!
It's I wouldn't call them buggies anymore. I think they are called spider buggies now. Just climbing verticals seems extremely casual these days. And look at that green Lamborghini abandoned in the middle of nowhere. They're all just destroying the tires. Yeah, you might be able to get into these positions, but getting out, it's a totally different scenario. And IHC managed to control the high ground in this game for a long time. Will finally have to start thinking about abandoning it and moving forward, as the circle has completely shifted in the favor of Stalwart Esports. Look at them, Ocean. So happy, smack in the center of the zone.
Them and T2K as well, because right now T2K, look at them, how much area are they covering, and the vision that they would be getting from those areas as well, that is important as well. ElementriX are trying to get inside the circle, just like we said, and just like I said, Stalwart, yes, but Raw is quite close to them, and that's that might just be a difficult situation if we just talk about that. But right now, Snipe is moving forward, right close to Vibes Bishal, and Snipe just trying to sit down onto a good area for himself, I guess.
Let's see. This is going to be quite intense. JyanMaara and Vibes against each other. Gunner with the AKM just jump checking, trying to see if he can finish off one of these lads from the Vibe squad who are quite close to the players of JyanMaara. Utility finally being utilized. The nades being lobbed towards Bishal, but most of them miss their marker, and Gunner, as he tries to cross over, is going to be dropped down barely to a sliver of HP. Bishal, he sees this, realizes it's an opportunity he can capitalize on. Oh, it's gone out, and now Bishal, his plan has backfired. The utility does nothing, and well, Bishal is going to be taken down by Gunner, and I think the point is going to be secured by JyanMaara quite easily, in fact.
Gunner went for a good finish. I mean, had that nade been thrown inside, I mean, Gunner was on low HP at that time. He would have been forced to just, get out of that place, and that would have been a bad situation. But right now, that did not happen, as now Vibes players, all right, they are trying to drive, but the vehicle is not just, in the control. It's out of control right now. And JyanMaara, they have to get inside the circle as well. 176, 180 meters is the distance between them and the circle. And that's where they would want to move forward, as what these players are trying. They're trying to move just, quite around the zone. Joker on one side, Jiggle on the other. Looks like No Fear has seen that vehicle, and he understands that there's going to be someone on that area. Plays on taking on a few players as well. Joker is out there. Oh, so many shots.
Well, so many shots being taken, but let's see which one is going to connect. But on the other side, talking about connecting shots, the Atrax, the players getting picked off by the zone itself, and a little bit of help from the teams that were in fact gatekeeping. All right, so after the Ocean, this match is it is going to be insane if these airdrops are recovered. I mean, the third one bringing it, the Groza and the level 3 kit along with the suppressor bonus, I think is going to make one lad in the game extremely happy along with his teammates. But talking about the game, 16 minutes in, 13 teams still remaining. All right, the Poro is going to be there, obviously quite cute.
This is the only cute thing in the game, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just, everyone wants to dominate. Everyone wants to just be the best. Everyone wants to just, showcase their power. And then there is Poro just, just around. It's like, hey, look at me. But then again, right now, IHC is trying to move forward against Vibes as well. And their wish as they are trying to get inside the circle. But Vibes is like, we got the zone. We are gatekeeping this area. So let's see how you try to move forward. But IHC is trying to go for a wider rotation right now. The circle's coming up. I don't know if this is going to be a good idea or not. On the other side, Phantom's Vexy takes on one from Raw, and Assault is down. Slipped on, needs to be revived.
Well, let's see. I mean, if the revive is going to happen, Assault quite far away from his teammate. Yeah, he's finished off. Doesn't even matter the shots. I mean, the players from Raw couldn't close in. If they tried to make an approach for it, it would have been very bad. But oh, we spoke too soon. Raw Esports, what an entry that was.
Quite.
I mean, are we shooting a movie?
Quite a good one if you just, talk about this. But Oh, well, this nade on Malik. Oh my god, Alex is doing really good. They wanted the circle. They're trying to snatch it away from Vibes. Looks like it, but Godless will be taken on from T2K. Suyo on the other side. T2K is coming in up and being a part of this fight as well. IHC, they were thinking of Vibes only, but they were never ready for the second team as well. AJ just getting that grenade attack on himself. Skylightz, they have 2 eliminations, but there are more of what they can hunt right now. IHC is left down with 2 players as IC might not be saved in the situation. He's down now. Ziol is trying to move forward. Alex is there as well. JyanMaara on one side, Vibes on the other. The throwables, the nades, everything's coming up. But then Alex, he wants to be a part of all the fights. He's trying to take down Vibes. This grenade might do the trick. Switching on to FPV for a proper count. I guess he has a proper control of that grenade. What's gonna happen? Oh no, Jiggle! He moves out and he takes down Alex with a beautiful spray.
Let's see. Alrighty, and yeah, another one coming in from Jiggle as he does manage to take down Snipe YT from the side of JyanMaara. And oh, what a shift of the zone. T2K quite lucky to be towards the graveyard position, completely in control of the circle, but they have to be careful. There's going to be an absolute swarm of players running towards their position, but I think a DRS won't be one of those teams, as Killer is the last player surviving, has the players from Skylightz Gaming in front of him, does take down AJ, but needs to worry about Nima as well. Killer in basically what feels like it's going to be a 1v4 in a few short moments, as Nima has healed up. He sees him right in front of him. There's a smoke separating the 2 players, that both of them are playing around, but the push comes in, and DRS, they're not going to be in this match for any more, as the final pick has been secured. Skylightz Gaming, they still will remain a 4-man strong roster moving further into this match.
TRZ following up as well. Look at this. One player goes down. The other one's just, trying to move forward. TRZ, they have Far as the last man surviving again, just like the last game. But this time, the storyline's different. We have 10 teams still surviving. And this time, Far could not do anything else, as he will go down and out with 1 elimination and 1 placement point. T2K Suyok, he's trying to spot someone in the open. If he does, he will definitely take the player down. But then again, the most important thing is that he's 5 meters outside circle.
Let's see, 5 meters. It's not going to feel very easy right now. Mafia Ninja is going to get tapped away by Legend with a Mini 14 in his hands. Does see the other lads closing in on his position as well. Sees AJ as he goes behind the cliff. Finally out in the vision. Will not be able to connect the shots on the opposition. But let's see. Train to kill, as we did talk about them. As far as their spot in the circle is considered, it's a very nice position, but they have to protect it now. And Skylightz Gaming are completely zoned in. They want to take this control away.
Oh, Skylightz take on individually. But Nima has been taken over by Deadeyes Guys from the other side. That is not looking good at all. And Savage will follow up on the elimination path as well, as they go down on 9th position. Playzone takes down IHC Zeol. That means it's end for IHC as well. Skylightz, they only have AJ as the last one surviving. True Love this time going with nades again. The most important player in the last game from Deadeyes Guys' side is trying to drop some bars again, as he's trying to take down a few players. But Legend with a good nade, will he be able to take down the players? That's the important question right now, as Deadeyes Guys' players are on low HP. Oh god, they have been spotted down. Legend, did he not spot them down? That's the question. Already, he did not spot them down, but now Zone is doing its own sweet job to actually push these players out of that place. True Love will be taken down by the wrath of that Molotov, and well, Deadeyes Guys, they are in a hell of a trouble.
Well, yeah, Deadeyes Guys, they are in a world of hurt right now. But on the other side, Skylightz Gaming not doing any better, as T2K have finally decided to take advantage of the fact that they do have the numbers playing in their favor. And well, AJ is making a run for it. Frag Boy, we see him hiding behind the smoke as well. AJ is going to be finished off, runs behind the tree to survive a few extra seconds. Is going to be gunned down out in the open. And T2K, look at them, 9 eliminations secured. And this match, well, it's looking very intense. All the teams are just clustered up towards the eastern edges of the circle. Towards the west, there is not even an entire team. There's just one player from ElementriX who's hiding.
Yeah, not the entirety when we just talk about it. But Stalwart, they might just have it for themselves. I mean, it's the only Mongolian team surviving now when we talk about it. The odds are low, but if the odds are there, even if there's a slightest of the odds, Stalwart likes to take it. And we've talked about it, right? Every day in Super Weekend, the first Miramar has gone down to Mongolians. Will they be able to change that? That's the question. Pick has been taken down right now. No Fear is moving forward as well. A circle is coming right behind him right now. As 6 zone is just out there. Sunday should be taken down from the other side. And look at this. The trade-ins are coming in. Slowly and steadily, Legend, Jane, everyone's trying to find a good place for themselves. Deadeyes Guys, Frag Boy is on low HP. Deadeyes Jane is moving forward. He needs to disconnect one of the shots, and he will be able to do that. Switches on to the UMP right now. Deadeyes Guys goes down. Action is trying to complete those elimination pointers for himself and the team as he needs that first elimination for himself, and he will get it.
Well, let's see. I mean, he does find those picks, but Liquid on the other side will be the reason that JyanMaara take an exit from this match. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to the top 4 teams. 11 players still surviving. Stalwart Esports, of course, being one of those teams. Vibes look like the team could be in some trouble. T2K, last player, Legend. He's trying to make a push for it, and let's not forget we have seen the man pull off some incredible clutches in the past in the previous Super Weekend, so he's going to be trying his level best to do the same this time. But ElementriX Liquid is going to be gunned down by Action in a trade that did not really go ElementriX's way. Legend is there, hiding behind the wall. Malik takes a few shots with a UMP, but Legend, he's not moving at all. Now, Jiggle finally decides to step out in the open. Will take a lot of damage, but that is not going to matter. Legend still goes out, down to the top 3. It is between Stalwart Esports, Vibes, and ElementriX. And Stalwart Esports are the only team with all 4 of their players still present in this match. This is their game to win, and there is absolutely no one that can take this away from them. They have the circle, they have the man advantage, they have the ammo, and now all they have to do is just clean up.
Imagine, again, the history might just repeat. We've talked about the Mongolian domination. We've talked about how they like to win the first game of every, like the first Miramar of every Super Weekend. The storyline might just be the same. We'll see. We will see. I mean, these players, they have to get down. They have to get down in the open. 20 meters is the distance between them and the circle. Let's see if they're able to do that or not. Look at them cooking up a good grenade. In fact, right now, Peka's just going for it. We'll see if that just, gets down. Oh, the damage was done. The damage was 100% done. Pekka is looking down to the players of Vibes. He's looking down to the players of ElementriX. He's just understanding what is happening. He's just trying to just take down the players. ElementriX's players are moving forward as well, but Vibes Malik goes down by Action, who can follow up for more and more players, but Action has been taken down right now. He needs to be revived in the circles coming up. This is going to be really difficult. Will they pick him up or will they go for the revive? All right, they're going for the revive right now. One good nade from top. Imagine one good grenade can take down the player. The entirety of Vibes can actually take down the team. ElementriX, they are in a bit of a pickle situation as well as they have been taken down. Stalwart, what is happening? Oh my god, that grenade!
Well, a wonderful nade being lobbed, and Vibes, they are feeling the wrath of Stalwart Esports. Pika with another one takes down Malik. Joker, the last player surviving for his team, and Pika has managed to find an incredible flank, while the other lads from the sides of Stalwart Esports, they're going to be forced to move forward. Vibes, they are shown the exit from the match, and ladies and gentlemen, then there were just 2. And in fact, just the final 2 players from the side of ElementriX as well. It's a 2v4 situation. Pika making a dive, will go super aggressive, make it a 1v4, now 1v3. And well, as he tries to take the final fight, Sus will not be able to accomplish much. Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, walking away with another $1,000, another chicken dinner, and 25 points from this match on Miramar.
What a game coming up. Look at this. We have talked about this, right? Whenever Stalwart feels that the enemies are getting closer in terms of numbers, they move forward. And ladies and boys and girls, $10,000 total coming in right now for the Mongolians overall.
Yeah.
They have had 10 chicken dinners in 17 games. Just think about it.
Well, I mean, 10 out of 17, you talk about just 4 in the hands of Stalwart Esports.
58%, yeah.
Yeah, $4,000 already secured, and I mean, we're just going to look at the prize pool distribution tomorrow and see where does this team find itself right now already. But still, the domination continues. At the end of the day, the story remains the same, that Stalwart Esports is number 1 on the leaderboard.
And they increase that marker as well. They're increasing that marker again. Wow, Stalwart, take a bow. Take a bow. The way you guys have been just playing, amazing, amazing. Played like real kings, to be honest. ElementriX did really good. Vibes did really good, but then there was Stalwart.
I don't think Stalwart Esports is a team that takes bows. I think they just make everyone kneel before them, just like being. You know when the Kryptonians show up in the Superman movie and they go like kneel before
Kneel
Zord.
before Zord.
Yeah, that is basically action right there. He's a Zord, and the rest of the teammates just standing there like, yeah, we do have superpowers, and now you're just forced to bow down. But we're gonna see how far they can keep this going and have a look at the rest of the stats, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we're gonna take a very short break, so you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by our sponsors, the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And now, talking about the superhumans, the monsters that are the players from Stalwart Esports, just destroying the rest of the competition, grabbing the fourth chicken dinner for themselves, and along with that, $4,000 have been secured for them in the league stages already.
That's like what, 7th position. That's more than what you earn at the 7th position right now, and that's just brilliant the way these players are going. I mean, Stalwart, we know they like to win. They play to win, and they are winning. Well, let's have a look at the MVP right now. It might just be from Stalwart, might not be from Stalwart. We'll obviously have a look at that as well while we talk about all these things. But Johnny, I mean, oh, it's a Yog from T2K. 4 eliminations, 21 minutes of survival time for the MVP. Wow.
Well, quite an impressive performance from T2K Siog. Just dishing out that 871 damage as well, I think was quite impressive. But just the fact that Stalwart Esports had them pinned down in that factory and all the exits were completely smoked off, then the utility was tossed in to just make sure that the damage numbers, the HP numbers weren't going to be there. I think T2K... just that if that pin down had not happened, we could have seen them move further in the game. But Siok, definitely quite an impressive performance. And then we saw Legend also surviving to the late game stages, but was unfortunately picked off by the players from Vibes.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely, happened. But right now, look, I want to see this. All right, 4 eliminations, 871 damage, 21 minutes of survival time. 3 eliminations, all right, 20%, 781 damage, 40%, 20. How? 24 minutes. So wow, I mean, I love it. I gotta give it to Suyog.
Yeah, I mean, Suyog was definitely impressive. Just that 21 minute and the damage numbers that were dished out. 4 eliminations as well, but top from Stalwart Esports is going to be second on the list, as we do see him there. AJ made it. Sandesh is going to be there supporting his team. But so this time, I think in particular, we had a nice variety of players being representing different teams in the list of the top players. But ladies and gentlemen, the stat comparison of the top 2 teams, ElementriX versus Stalwart Esports, where ElementriX, well, they were trying their level best to take those fights, but weren't really able to do much in the action because the damage dished out by them, by the entirety of the team, is 655 and damage received is 980. So they were majority of the times on the receiving ends of those bullets that were being fired. Just one elimination secured out of the 2 knocks, 13 points in total. So it wasn't a game for ElementriX where they're going to be like, yeah, this should be the momentum builder. But I think just the placement points in itself did in fact quite help them out by quite a lot.
Yeah, coming down on this one, it definitely just looks quite a lot. 25-13. Survival time was pretty good. Obviously, they had all the players surviving Stalwart till the end, and ElementriX they tried, but then they did lose down on a few players. So that just matters a lot. AJ with highest elimination. Suyog is there, just as we talked about. And Suyog actually he gets a lot of things with the longest elimination included.
Yeah. I mean, Suyog was in fact quite impressive in this match in his individual performance. T2K looked quite strong as well as a team, but not being able to move further in the game. I would like to see where does this game put them in the overall rankings. But on the other side, highest eliminations, we do have AJ as well. Scry is going to be there with the 4 eliminations to his name. Nima was there with 3 eliminations. So Skylightz Gaming also had quite a decent match in this one. Highest assist going to top, but still, I mean, with the Miramar being dominated, Ocean, do you think with this one, Stalwart Esports can in fact reset and build momentum for the next Erangel?
I hope so. I mean, see, I just hope so. Miramar, it had its own ups and downs, right? But
Yeah.
Erangel, I'm pretty sure, they would want to just understand what's going good, what's going bad. And I believe they might just go for a crazy Erangel. But if not that, then Sanhok might just be a bit of a troublesome map.
Yeah. I mean, Sanhok can be quite troublesome if the next one does not go their way, because on Sanhok, I think it's very difficult to predict stuff, and I think that is where teams struggle with. But let's see, 25 points for Stalwart Esports, 18 in the hands of T2K, even though we saw them getting eliminated in the top 4 position inside of the match. Vibes is going to be there on the 3rd in the game and on the rankings as well with 14 points to their name. But I think the upsets that we are going to talk about in this one has to be DRS. Taking an early exit. Seal Esports just barely getting 1 point. IHC is there with just 3 points from this match. And of course, TRZ. They had a good start in the previous game and Atrax as well, but TRZ is much more important because they in fact had a top 3 finish in the previous one. So TRZ just not even getting any good points from this game. I think if they can just be back on Erangel, I think even that works because 6 Erangels in 3 days. 9 Erangel, sorry, in 3 days.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
the average does put them in a very nice spot if just the Erangels they can work on.
So now we are moving down to 200 plus marker, right? Obviously,
Yes.
Stalwart with this chicken, they are going to be at what 221 points, and that is a pretty good number, coming down. So that's where the competition just now relies to it. But let's have a look at the open moments just as we are talking about it, and let's just see those incredible moments as well in the fights and around those. We'll definitely see what was going good and bad with the teams.
Well, let's see. I mean, starting things off, it's going to be this situation where Savage Esports, I'm going to be honest. So Savage Esports, after Hershey found that first pick, he should have realized, like, all right, high voltage are not going to be this isolated right now, early stages of the match. Should have just backed off, been in a position where his teammates had line of fire. But again, I think Savage Esports did in fact recover quite nicely, finishing off Prabeen and Assassin, the final 2 remaining players from the team, and just making sure that at least Eisenberg and Anif walk away to the late game stages. So it was kind of a blunder, but they recovered. Talking about other blunders, mid-rotation, we saw a lot of teams in this match getting completely caught off guard.
Yeah, just completely getting down off guard when we talk about all these players and their understandings and the values that they just like to go for. But then again, IHC, holding up that higher ground, going with a buggy and still taking on the player, that takes guts. Like, that legend takes a lot of guts. And
When it was a good...
Yeah, he just performed it with like super ease.
Yeah, he made it look easy. He made it look like it was all perfectly planned out, and there was there was no way the opponents had any way of dealing with him. He knew that. But still, I mean, overall a very good performance right there. And then, I mean, talking about other teams, T2K, in fact, were looking quite solid. I think if the zone hadn't hard shifted away from them, we could have seen T2K win this match as well.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could have just thought about it, because T2K, they had such a good area from where they had those, you could see, right, they had those windows from where they were peeking and they were taking on players, and T2K had 2-2-2-2. elimination points for themselves. Look at the patterns: 1-8-8-8, 2-2-2-2, 6-5-5, 1-2-4-4. I love numbers.
Well, I hate it. But still, I mean, they are pretty good to look at when you're seeing the damage numbers being put on this
There
board.
is one number that you love, Johnny. It's 4435. I know that has been with you since the start of your career. I know that.
But even before
it's
that,
your phone's password as well, if I'm not wrong, right?
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, let's not talk about the other
Thanks for
password.
revealing that. No.
So yeah,
I'll have to protect my phone with my life. Protect your phone that you've given me with my life, I guess now.
But well, yes. T2K STE doing pretty good. 1-8-8-8, 2-2-2-2, 1-4-4-4.
Stop singing numbers at this point. Like, yeah, we do see the numbers damage. And
2-2-1 is Stalwart. 197 for Seal. Alright, so no changes in top 9, but T2K definitely just marks themselves amongst in the top 10 teams. That's really good. But Stalwart, the way they are changing up their pace, that's really good. Now we have 2 teams, in fact, that are hitting triple digits. Seal with placement points, Stalwart with both the eliminations and placement points.
well, let's see. I mean, I'm just wondering right now, what is it going to take to see changes already? At least on the second side of the leaderboard, there are major changes where we see Savage Esports move up to the 12th. JyanMaara are slowly and steadily climbing, and I think TRZ High Voltage and Atrax have found the borderline ocean. 65
I'm pretty sure,
points,
guys, you must have had a glimpse of me. I was just stretching out around. That's all. I would just, want to clarify that. But then again, TRZ, High Voltage, these teams are, trying to get to a good hold. And yes, again, Johnny.
Yeah.
7C. That's the first obstacle where these teams have to. I want to see. 7C earned 65 points in 15 matches. We're just done with 2. So I want to see.
Ocean just completely vanished from my end.
Why? What?
Can't even hear him anymore.
Come on, Johnny. But then again, right now, TRZ, I would want to see, what happens. But on the other side, we are moving forward with Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So, well, quite good matches, I'm pretty sure. Quite good maps, Erangel, coming up. That definitely has to be an important one if you just talk about it. Well, ladies and boys and girls, things keep on happening here and there. And, well, again, are here.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
I felt so alone for a few seconds. I couldn't hear you. I was so scared, but now you're finally here. So I'm happy. But I'm also happy about the fact
alone since last 25 years. But then again, who's counting?
Why?
Well,
I mean,
let's talk about the upcoming game. I mean, that's going to be an Erangel match, and that's going to be an important one.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
wanted
keep
to say
singing. Yeah, I was just gonna say you keep singing numbers everywhere you go. So
yeah,
did you,
and then there is
did you
one
never
number
wonder
that I
if that
love.
was a problem?
Okay.
I mean, like, yeah, you just gotta stop singing numbers, man.
Well, right now we talk about this one, right? We are moving forward with Erangel for us. And definitely it is going to be an important one because Erangel definitely are the OG map style games that we just, see here. And we'll have to see what happens with the teams as right now. Again, ladies and boys and girls, Stalwart is having that lead for themselves. No one has been able to snatch it up from them. Whenever a team tries to snatch it up, this team just, gets that number gets that point numbers flowing up again more and more, and they sit down on that first position again and again.
Yeah, I just like I have to say, Ocean, mad respects to you, my man, because I mean, if a man has to just think for a second, like, yeah, what do I prioritize? Of having friends that important that I can't rhyme anymore. I mean,
thank you guys. Thank you for making fun of me being single, and I made the most fun out of it. But then again, if you just talk about
stop being jealous of other people now. I'm in the same boat as you. You do realize this, right? That's why we're friends. Yeah, just a moment of silence.
Erangel is coming up right in front of us, guys. Erangel is a very good map. We love Erangel.
Yeah.
Erangel doesn't love us back. That's the only thing. Just like other people. But then again, if you talk about this right now, this game, this starts off on a few things. First thing, I want to see if Stalwart or if the Mongolian team can just carry forward this win that they have. I want to see where TRZ forms up, because TRZ, the first game, they had a good second position for themselves. Second game, they got eliminated on 10th. Numbers again. They got eliminated on 10th position. And now third game is coming up, and they'll have to just, get the good game for themselves, because again, 7C is the important bar for them to just, topple up as soon as they can. That's important. Now we're going to see 64 players. Numbers again. It's 8 square, it's 4 cube, it's 2 raised. Let it be. It's 2 raised to power 4.
I mean, let's see. I mean, all the players are focused right now on the match. Even Icy is. He doesn't care about distraction. He's like winning. Winning comes first. Need to secure the $1,000. I mean, also, I think just Icy being there is just making things awkward for him.
Well, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, who wins this one. Look at this. A few players are happy, a few players are talking, a few players have their own conversation, a few players are serious, a few players want to play. And here we are with this game, as we would just be, we would just be understanding where the flight path is and where the zone forms up, because again, those things are of utmost importance. And all right, we're going to see a vertical flight path coming up.
Yeah. So every single time we see the player cams in front of us, I'm always zoned in on the players of Stalwart Esports, because you see action smile, right? And you know that, like, yeah, this man is
cooking.
Something's cooking. This man has a sinister plan in his head for this game. And look at this. The trajectory is also perfect for them. Just starting right next to Nova Repnoy, Stalwart Esports. This is going to be there. I mean, they're going to have a fun time in the early game stages. But guess who's going to be in trouble? IHC, as a circle is going to be... I mean, their drop location is going quite a distance away from this trajectory. But they have gone for a switcheroo this time. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how IHC are going to play this early game stage of the match.
Yeah. They'll have to. And right now, we have to see where the zone just forms up. Might just be on the other side, might not. And Seal has just dropped down to their own drop location. Just like we said, alright, this circle is kind of equivalent to the first Erangel, although the first Erangel circle shift were on the Giorgio hillside, but this time 100% sure the circle has to move to the northern side, somewhere around the northern side, not exactly on the exact north, but well, then again, we'll see what happens. But Mad Cat from TRZ is in a lot of trouble.
Well, let's see if he can get out of it. On the other side there, I mean, TRZ, they will have to be extremely careful in these early stages. Mad Cat, as you mentioned, is just hiding in that shack. There is no option for backup available from the other lads of TRZ, as they have in fact already abandoned him, have started taking their steps towards the compound close to far. We do see Fardi in the distance, but Mad Cat, he knows he's sandwiched. Mad Max is closing in on Mad Cat, and well, shots being fired, point blank range with the UMP, and Phantom Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they find themselves the first blood of this match.
They definitely do. And right now, Phantom, they would want to go for the hunt of the other players, but that's not happening. TRZ is moving away. They are moving away slowly and steadily. And Phantom, they understand it. They have done the damage. Now it's time to do the job. They'll go for the loot. More and more loot that they would just want, and now they'll just move forward. We'll see how these fights just happen, as they are quite close to the circle. There's no rush to be inside the circle right now. They can just pave their way slowly and steadily. So yeah,
well, let's see. I mean, they can still move forward. I mean, Phantom Esports quite happy with the first elimination that they have secured, but let's see, the circle being on the northwestern side of the map yet again. T2K, they might have missed out on the opportunity in the previous match. This time will look to secure it, and Raw Esports along with Savage will look to avoid the same mistakes that they made in the previous Erangel game number 1 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see what is going through their heads, because I mean, they landed towards the eastern part of the map and now are forced back to the west, and Skylightz Gaming is rotating with them. Mafia Ninja, has he seen the vehicle moving, and is he just trying to follow them in the distance? This is not going to work out. They already have a head start.
Skylightz is moving. They are trying to go to their own location. Obviously, that's just the the northern side of Georgopol where they usually want to drop, and that's where the circle is. So they don't have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, there's one team that has to worry about the rotation. That is Stalwart, as this team is in Novoripnoi. There's quite a distance. In fact, 2,300 meters between them and the zone. Norora, I know they like to go for their own rotations in their own time. Pika just marking up those 4 times and all those things. And Top just trying to look at his own spray. Just doing a few spray practices. I mean, think about it, right? Legends, they practice in the exact match. They don't practice in the training grounds and all. They practice in the exact match. And that's what they are doing.
Let's see. I mean... how far are they going to get like this? I see on our screens right now. Again, I mean, they managed to find their way back to their home towards the Georgopol city. And along with their neighbors are also here, the players from Skylightz Gaming. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly the future holds for the players of IHC. IHC does have a shotgun. In fact, is going to look for either the UMP or the assault rifles. That will be much better weapon choices compared to the shotgun in the late game stages. And Incas from the side of ElementriX on our screens. So ElementriX, I think, again, anytime the circle is towards the northwestern part of the map, it benefits ElementriX as well, because they like to land towards the ferry pier and Primos positions, and going up straight north, unless Skylightz Gamings are blockading towards Gatka, I think ElementriX, they always will have a clear rotation. So I think it can work out quite nicely, depending on what the rotation time is going to be.
Eisenberg's moving forward as well. I mean, Savage is not having that good of a weekend as of now. The weekend's just started. So, yeah. True Love, Frag Boy, they're sitting down in this Lambo, and they would want to just move forward. Definitely. Aventador just helping them out to get around from these areas. In real life, we know how low of a ground clearance Aventador has, but this time, obviously, it's not... There's Anshari, all right. He spots down someone, I guess. Eisenberg's been spotted down, or maybe not. We'll have to understand that. But TRZ, oh, the good things are not in their favor. But Eisenberg spotted down, definitely. Shari was going with the spray, did not connect any shot. And Eisenberg, he also understands, and he would try to move forward. I mean, he would not want to be a part of this fight anymore. It's quite a long distance.
Well, yeah, the distance separating the two teams is quite vast right now. So even if you find one knock, it won't give you the ability to secure the point nicely. Instead, if there is a team surrounding in your vicinity close by, they will know your location and they can easily go for a third party right now. But look at this. So this is quite interesting. Phantoms have gone for a split rotation, and TRZ seems to be the team that is separating the two identities of Phantom present in the game right now. And again, another interesting thing, Ocean. We are seeing Stalwart Esports play a late game rotation, and DRS is still on Milta.
Yeah, DRS is still on Milta. I'm pretty sure DRS would want to... so now I have two theories. If they would rotate from the Potato Hill or not, or if they'll rotate from Yasna, that's the question. Look at that Lambo. Just, that side, and then there's someone patching, and then there's... All right. Hey, what? Why are you under that Lambo? All right, now he's moving around. So that is a good Lambo, though. It's a good thing to show off, to be honest.
Well, definitely. Let's see. I mean, wait. How did he... What? Delta? Hello? How did he do that? I mean, you talk about, like... Yeah, I don't know how to drive, so I don't know what they call it. Like, vertical parking, I guess? Taking it to a whole other level.
Hershey's stalking that airdrop. Come on, man. He's stalking that airdrop right now.
For it, yeah.
As it drops just coming down. But now they do understand, where they have to just, get for themselves. And look at this. Now he's stalking that plane. Look at that plane. That's good. But now... we'll see, what just happens as these players, they also have to just, find up a good place for themselves. It looks like they have, but it's an open ground still. And the circle, it's a rare chance the circle would fall on these areas. So again, that's important as well. Dio has spotted on one of the few players of Phantom, in fact, that are moving from around them. But on the other side, Demo has been given a demo of their gun power. as he would be taken down. And now Slipknot follows down. What just happened? Slipknot looks like he was just in that car and just sitting and not doing anything.
Yeah, the 2-2 split rotation for Phantom Esports not really working out. And even though Seal Esports, they've lost one of their own, they want to focus in and see if they can finish off Phantoms and secure a few extra points for themselves. Well, they're just going to find one over here, as the other lad does manage quite a clean getaway as well. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, the airdrop that was being stalked is here, I believe, with the Groza and the Painkiller and the level 3 West, also the helmet.
Good places, good areas, in fact. And right now, Phantoms players, they need to understand. They do need to understand that wherever they are, right, it's quite a bad place for them, because first things first, their vehicles, the sound is coming. Second thing, they have only one house for their cover. So if someone just, rushes on them, might just be really bad. Vexy, he understands it. He's trying to move forward, and following him are his own teammates, same exact path of that road, of that snake road, as the players are moving. Vexy, now he will go off-road slightly, maybe just trying to move from around this area, around the slight minor ridge. He's just thinking that someone might just be on the other side. Meanwhile, JyanMaara in high voltage. Well, we would love to see what happens, as no fear. He's quite close. He's spotted on a few players, but then he's outnumbered. As JyanMaara's other players are moving forward. No fear. He needs to understand that all the shots will be connecting on him, and he might just be taken down. And yes, he will be.
Well, let's see. I mean, just one pick being secured by the lads of high voltage, and JyanMaara, I mean, their retaliation is looking quite strong, as well as Extreme has been caught off guard. Gunner looking to gun him down out in the open, as the US is just slowly rolling back. Yeah, this is going to be very awkward for Gunner, because now he loses the vision of Extreme. Even just with a few pixels here and there, I think the angles can get very weird for the players to hold. But on the other side, ElementriX getting punished by the players of IHC. And I believe 2 points have already been secured by IHC in that fight.
Rig, in fact, is moving to the back line. Suzanne is down. Gunner, Snipe, all these players are trying to understand how they can just revive Suzanne. I mean, he is down. He needs to be saved at all the costs. Gunner on the back lines again. Rig, he's trying to damage down everything that he sees, be it a vehicle or a player. He's trying to dish damage, and the fight's happening in the open areas of shooting range. Imagine if someone's on the back hill, they will spot these open players, and they will take these players down. So these players need to understand the value of the location where they are right now. It's not that good.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's not going to be good. Snipe YT is there, trying to see if he can catch one of the few players from the side of Raw Official off guard, but it's just the slight dip in the landscape that's protecting him from Rig so far. And even Rig, I have to say, is quite overextended in this spot, because you do see the players from the Atrax in the distance, and they can, in fact, third party this entire fight between these two teams. But oh, Hershey has been caught off guard by the players of DE. And was he still on the same rooftop? I believe so.
Yeah, I guess so. Hershey, he has been taken down now. Might just be taken out as well. We'll see what happens. All these situations, as all these players are trying to do everything for themselves. Shulav already takes down that elimination for himself. 2 eliminations coming up for Deadeyes Guys, a team that won the first game, first Erangel, in fact the first run for this super weekend. They need to get more and more. They need to just fill up their bank right now. They have $2,000 for them. They need to get more. But Snipe, all right, his teammate just went on punching him.
Let's see. I mean,
look at this one. Look at this one.
I mean, the good thing that Phantom Esports did over here would just finish off Demo and secure that point, because as they just kept going further and further, I'm pretty sure Seal Esports would have just finished both of them off, and then there would have not been any recovery for Phantom Esports in that particular situation. But Deadeyes Guys quite close to the blue zone with 400 meters to go. I think they do see the US in the distance, close to the house, and think, all right, there is a possibility of someone being there, and they want to make sure that that is not the case, that the rotation moving forward is quite clear. It is going to be quite tricky for them as well. They are playing the late game this time.
Yeah, they are trying to have that late game momentum flowing in for themselves. In fact, all the teams, again, in the first Erangel as well, ladies and boys and girls, we saw all 16 teams surviving till the 16-minute marker. Now it's what, 14-minute marker, but we are seeing all teams. Oh, Shante, he thought he would do the damage, but he got the damage indeed, though, on himself. Killer is going to go for a heal. Northern circle, just like we said, the circle's forming up around. Deadeyes Guys on the other side, look at them. They are getting shot at, as well as Eisenberg just gets that elimination for his team. And True Love is on low HP, but he'll heal up.
Well, he will heal up, in fact, but let's see. True Love. Oh, he's going to be taken out, in fact. No time to heal up. Action is a man of, well, action, and does find an important knock out in the open. Savage Esports trying to think they can capitalize on the situation, secure an extra point for themselves. But this is, in fact, going to be quite tricky because there are the players of Deadeyes Guys on the flank, and there will be the other lads also from Stalwart Esports closing in from the other direction. So they will have to deal with two teams at the same time, which is not advisable. So let's see what the decision from Savage Esports is going to be, as Stalwart Esports do come under fire from Seal Esports, the two Mongolian titans colliding against each other. And the retaliation as well.
Yeah, it is happening. It definitely is. True Love, saving him is a bit of a tough task. And look at the circle. All right, just, we were talking about the circle would go to the side of shooting range. And yes, it is. It's going to Raw. And now these players need to understand that they are in the open grounds. They are in an open area. They might not survive. So they'll have to get to a decent covers for themselves. Meanwhile, every other team is trying to rotate from around these areas to get to a safer spot.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are trying to achieve safety, but will they get to a safe spot? That is a big question. On the other side, Seal Esports, Stalwart Esports still going at it. And, well, ElementriX, oh my god. High voltage, the Deadeyes Guys, all the teams in front of him, and he's still just stuck in this shooting range position. Nowhere left to go apart from that house. And as soon as the other teams start closing in on his safe haven, I think we're going to see ElementriX taking an exit from this match as well. And it's going to be right now the Groza being the weapon that does the job in the hands of Arduji from High Voltage.
Eisenberg's outside onto the back lines, though. Let's see what Savage does. But we see the first team getting in the middle. What is Zelda doing? What is Zelda doing out in the open? Oh, he will be taken down. Delta's down and out. But Shari, he spots down Sanchir. Takes one down. He's moving back, but he has been spotted down. This is not how you should have been spotted on. Now, Anif on the other side, he has been spotted on as well. What is happening? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Players are being taken down. Wow.
Well, let's see. I mean, the entire game and every single fight we have seen thus far in this match has been a complete back and forth, and we've seen a lot of third-party collision as well. But whoa, Frag Boy definitely does deserve that name, as tosses a wonderful fragment grenade towards the lad of Savage Esports, finishes off one, knocks down the other, and Eisenberg is the last player remaining from the Savage Esports squad. He's trying to crawl towards Anif right now, but knows the players from Deadeyes Guys. In fact, just the last surviving player from DE is quite close to them, so he has to be extremely careful about giving this revive.
Yeah, the nade is being cooked. Think about it, right? Yeah, as soon as you get revived, you might just be taken down. The nade is just about they're getting in the nade! Wow, Deadeyes Guys, today they are in a brilliant form when it comes down to the throwables, when it comes down to the game sense, when it comes down to the game plan. And what a good nade! Calculated or luck, I don't know, but well, it was a calculated luck. He calculated the position, and he was lucky that those players just ran in that nade.
Well, I mean, that has to be the luckiest way to get those wipes when the players is just running into your utility. But I think things haven't been easy for Stalwart Esports in this match. And even though the players are still holding together 4-man strong, all the chaos is about to break loose in this match. Phantom Esports, oh! Mad Max! Where did that one come from? Does manage to take down one player. The other one sitting quite far away from his teammate will try to get a trade in. Otherwise, I think going for a revive is going to be quite risky. But talking about risk, DRS have taken a massive risk trying to contest the same spot as Stalwart Esports.
Oh, Ribble, this is a good Molotov actually on him, and he might need to understand that he will be burning down. Yes, he is. Rules is the last one surviving in all these situations. Top is moving forward onto him. UMP in the hands, and is trying to just go for this situation as well. It might just not look good. Situations are not good now as coming down to it, and Stalwart is actually on a roll.
Well, yeah, Stalwart Esports doing really well. I think they have gotten themselves warmed up with this particular collision against the players of DRS. 5 eliminations secured by Stalwart Esports already. And ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the 20-minute marker of the match, we do find ourselves with a lot of teams remaining, by the way. 11 teams, 31 players still surviving in this game. Stalwart Esports with all 4, IHC with all 4. Deadeyes Guys, the last player is still there. We do have vibes with the entire team present in the lobby as well. They did spot out a few individuals from TRZ squad, but TRZ, they managed to disengage quite nicely. Oh, this
the Molotov have just arrived on him, but then this might just be bad. What a brilliant way to move forward, Alex. This deserves appreciation the way it was done. Airdrop being taken down by IC, but now they need to understand that they are getting shotted from the other side. In fact, Action would be taken down this time. Top, he's trying to do everything, but a nade is actually on him. Following up with a few shots, Top is down, Action is out. Stalwart, they are remaining up with only 2 players, but a nade was on them! A nade was on them, but then again, they need to survive. They need to survive. They're trying to go for the... Oh, what just happened? They were trying to go for the revive, but instead they got their graves dug.
Oh, wow. I mean, talk about a plan backfiring so badly. We've never seen this happen before, but now I think this game is all about complete and utter chaos, ladies and gentlemen. The Atrax have taken an exit. 8 teams remain, 21 players still alive. And look at this, Ocean TRZ. They are doing quite decent for themselves again on Erangel. Even though the last 2 players from the side still remain in this match, all they have to do is survive to the late stage, secure a few extra placement points. But T2K, oh, what is this, Vishal? Shoot him! Take him out!
Oh my god, Joker is down right now, and Vishal is trying, but then he'll be taken down. 5 players would be suffering up right now as IHC is angry. IC was down, but then these 3 players are still surviving. They're trying to do everything in their power for what they can do. Rick, he had spotted on Zolo. Just gonna go for that spray, but the spray is just gonna trail. It's not gonna touch down onto the player exactly. Assault, I guess he's been spotted down. Yes, he is. He's on a really low HP. One good grenade might do the job. The splash damage indeed will do the job. Mama God's on low HP as well. He needs to heal. Trust me, he needs to heal. Otherwise, he would be the next one falling down. What is it happening in all these fights? I mean, the smoke definitely protects you, but you know, the nade will do the job in its own splash.
I mean, T2K right now just throwing everything and the kitchen sink along with that to take down the players raw. But on the other side, IHC are capitalizing quite nicely. And the players from IHC, are they unkillable? Like, what is happening? No one seems to be able to take them down. But Legend with this nade, I think, can in fact finish off a few extra players from the side of Raw. Another one being lobbed. The splash damage is going to take us all down. Mama God has been left behind as his teammate has abandoned him. Raw Esports, desperate time call for desperate measures. And Rick has gone for a survival spree, but he's not going to be allowed to get away. Train to kill. They, well, I think take a page out of Scorpion's book and just say, get over here.
Get over here.
Securing the point for themselves. 6 teams, 13 players still surviving. High voltage, I mean, still holding strong in this match, but I think it is going to be between T2K and IHC. Somewhere the final game situation.
Let's see what these players are capable of doing right now, as Gunnar has been spotted now, I guess, on the other side. And this time, they are still going up with nades. Look at Waru. He's going to go for the finish probably if he gets it with a nade. If he does not, then again, it's a different story. Snipe, he's slowly and slowly crawling down to Gunner because he needs a revive. He needs a desperate revive right now. JyanMaara, they have held this area since the last 15 minutes or so. And Zeol takes down one from TRZ. I love the way TRZ is playing. I mean, especially in the maps of Erangel. That's where they're getting more and more points for themselves. But Deadeyes Guys, the first Erangel chicken dinner winner, well, they bite the dust right now. And we are down with 5 teams, out of which, again, only one Mongolian team is surviving. Let's see if this time they get it for themselves. Out of 17 games, they have 10 chicken dinners, although in total.
Well, let's see if IHC are going to be getting this one as well. Oh, Jane is going to be spotted out by Waduji. He tries to go for a spray, but Jane did manage to take down Gunner from the side of JyanMaara, eliminating some of the competition in the late game stages. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are down to the final 5 teams, 11 players present, and it is none of the teams who have all 4 players remaining. Fardi from the side of TRZ is the last surviving player. JyanMaara, Gunner was knocked out. Snipe YT is the last player who's left in a condition to fight. IHC seem to be the team with the man advantage to rival that of the lads of high voltage. And yeah, the utility that is being used in this match is just absolutely phenomenal. But look at Prabeen. He can at least take down 2 with one wonderful nade from his end as well. But the players from IHC squad, they are being very careful about this. Look at them. They regroup together whenever they have to toss a utility so that there is some cover available, and then just instantly separate to negate any sort of spread out sort of damage that can be dished out with the utility from high voltage. But Prabeen, he sees him, yeah.
Yeah, he has spotted down Zeol. He knows where Zeol is. He knows if he has one more nade, it might just, do the job. But look at Zeol just trying to do everything with his nade as well. And ladies and boys and girls, today is the world's... I guess it's a world nade day or what's happening in PMPL as everyone's just, going up with the nades right now. Prabeen goes down as well. Wadu's the last one surviving. Alex, oh, he has been spotted on. He will be taken out. Godless is the last one on the other side as well as he's trying to go with the fight. Seoul is surviving as well. It's a 2-on-2 situation. T2K, Jane, Jane is back. He has 9 eliminations for himself. Can he actually go for a double bomb? That's the question. That's the thing that we need an answer to. They have the zone for themselves. If IHC actually snatches it up, it would be a big blunder, but will they be able to? That's the question as Zeol is trying to get inside that area. Legend is down. Jane, it's all up to him. Zeol is moving closer to Jane right now. Jane is spotted down. Godless on the backlines. His helmet, his vest is actually completely damaged, but helmet is in the prime condition, pristine condition right now. Jane is going to go with a few smokes for himself. He has to move forward as well. We'll see what happens as Jane is still the last one surviving, and Zeol is trying to pressurize him as he waits for his own teammate to come pretty close to him. Godless, yes, he's arriving. Zeol is there as well. Jane trying to take up a 1-1-1 situation. 9 eliminations again, ladies and boys and girls. He spots down one, takes him down. Yes, he does. He just needs to take one player with 20 bullets for himself. 6 times 11 bullets, but no!
Oh, no!
11th coming down for the Mongolians as Zeus, IHC, call whatever you want to call them. This team always likes to be there. But Jane, nice try.
I mean, that was a valiant effort. I mean, Jane, my man, you fought like a warrior till the very end in the last few moments, bringing it down to 1v1. But just the fact that, I mean, it was the scope that made it difficult for him to adjust as soon as Godless got a little too close, and he wasn't able to transfer the spray on him. Because he dished out an initial, a little bit of a damage earlier on when Godless was trying to move in. But yeah, quite an unfortunate move. But still, I mean, a very nice game from T2K, a very nice game from Jane right there. And again, the points that they secured with the eliminations, I think they're going to make them happy. Because even though they missed out on the chicken dinner, on the $1,000, I think just moving forward in the overall rankings is what they will have to be satisfied with. For now, at least. But if they keep going, there are still 2 more matches remaining. Maybe they can secure $1,000 in one of those games.
Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, how it just goes. But this was just a brilliant game, Johnny. Just a brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, it was an impressive performance from their side. But again, I mean, a lot of things to discuss because as we did notice after the win from IHC that they are now indeed on the 2nd position. So we're going to see a little bit of a change in the overall rankings. I'm pretty sure of that in the after this game. But when we see the overall rankings, that is when we will talk about them. For now, we will have a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma, and what an amazing day we are having so far. I mean, the first game, talk about the win that was there. The second Miramar, the circle shifts being absolutely flawless and beautiful to look at. And in the third one, the usage of utility that was displayed by almost every single team in the game was very impressive. But at the end, it was IHC who walked away with the win. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we head towards game number 4, which is going to be played on Sanhok, we have a little bit of a surprise for you guys, because in a few short moments there will be a team deathmatch between two very exciting names, which we'll be look at once we head towards the action. But before that, Ocean, we have to look at something you like: numbers. Look at this.
In a while. We'll definitely just have a look at those numbers that we were talking about. And then again, Johnny, out of 18 games, $11,000 just went down to the banks of. Wow, what is happening?
I mean, I believe IHC, what their intention is just to match Stalwart Esports in terms of the prize money that they walk away with at the end of the tournament. Not the tournament. I mean, that's not going to be possible at the end of the league stages, because in the finals, I mean, there's definitely going to be a difference between how much money you get for being in a particular spot. But ladies and gentlemen, MVP of this game is going to be the legendary warrior Jane from Train to Kill. 9 eliminations secured by one guy, 1107 damage dished out. And well, I think at the end, almost everyone watching this broadcast would have thought, yeah, I hope Jane took that win.
I mean, everyone wanted almost Jane to just, clutch that out, to get that legacy going on of GI Jane. Everyone wanted that. But, so close yet so far. But then again, one of the finest efforts done by this player. Mad respect.
Yeah, this was a very intense game, and this man has secured a lot of points for his team. I think that is clearly going to be visible once we have a look at the match rankings as well. And he wasn't alone from their side as well. That's fun to look at. I mean, Legend being there with 5 eliminations and 649 damage. So the two lads from Train to Kill are definitely trained to kill inside of the match. We do have 2 more players. On the second, we have Godless with 6 eliminations. Alex on the fourth with 5 eliminations. So 11 eliminations between these 2 players of IHC Esports. And on the fifth, we have Prabeen from the side of High Voltage, who in fact were having a pretty decent game up until their retire fiasco with the lads from IHC.
Yeah. But talking about IHC, right, they are just on a roll, on a different role, in fact, for themselves. High Voltage, just like we said, they were just definitely just trying to have a decent fight for themselves. They got a decent fight as well. But Deadeyes Guys, a team that got a chicken dinner in the first game, now they struggle. They definitely struggle.
Yeah. I mean, this was kind of a weird struggle for them. We didn't really see them walk away with a lot of eliminations. I would like to see exactly what the total point tally is going to look like for DE, and where does this game put them, because again, T2K is in a position from where they can in fact topple a lot of teams over, and with a performance like this, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a jump as far as the overall rankings are considered. But a stats comparison, T2K versus IHC, and the performance on the side of T2K looks, for a change, much better. 2300 damage dished out and only 800 taken, Ocean.
Yeah, only 800. And out of this 23, you know it, right? 1100 was just with one player.
Exactly.
That's just incredible. And, well, they had good, I would say, efficiency of their damage to damage received ratio. But then again, IHC, I mean, obviously their survival time showcases that they were not losing players early. They lost a few players early. That kind of just, went a bit weird for them. And eliminations, T2K had more. Imagine he would have clutched those as well. It would have been 16 eliminations for T2K, but then it did not happen. And highest elimination, we know the number that's just coming out here. Godless with the highest individual damage, 1164. Wadu coming up there with the highest assist action with 318, that is longest elimination, and Jane with the knock numbers.
Well, I mean, quite a nice performance by all these individuals that we see on the first position of every single board. But again, at the end of the day, it is Jane who has, in fact, I mean, just walked away with the entire match. And I think the clips from this particular game that we're going to see, the Oppo F21 Pro moments of the game, as we do see him again, highest eliminations, he's there, not too far away from Godless in terms of the damage numbers. We do see him again in the highest knocks. in the game as well. I think Godless does match him in where he comes, in what sort of categories he shows up, because he has highest eliminations, highest damage, and he shows up in highest assists as well, and the knocks. So Godless was also doing pretty well, but I think we do expect that quite usually from IHC and their players.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do. But talk about this game's ranking, 28-26. Not a lot of difference, but then again, we know it, right? Obviously, IHC has made up a difference for themselves that they are going to the second position in the overall. High Voltage comes up with 17. DE, all right, they are still getting decent points. JyanMaara is there with the 8 placement points, but no elimination for them. They were actually around the backside shooting range, so it was quite a tricky place for them. TRZ, though, again, they are still doing pretty good in Erangels as of now. Skylightz is struggling on this day today. DRS is struggling as well, just like we've said. ElementriX, I don't know.
Well, I mean, quite unfortunate exits were there. Although I think I have to say, the early stage of the game, everyone handled whatever cards they were dealt with quite nicely. I mean, we saw a lot of teams surviving till the 15-16 minute mark, and from there the transition towards the shooting range fights as it was happening, that is when we saw a major cluster of the teams getting taken out. But after this game, again, there is one more Sanhok, there is one more Erangel left. So the teams that we were talking about, I mean, taking early exits in this particular match will in fact have the opportunity to recover in those maps, specifically the last game of the day as well. But now it is time to talk about the team that won the game and their rotation in this match. So Team Part 2 Zone.
Look at how they drop
IHC
first things
Esports.
first.
Yeah.
You saw their different drop locations. They have every single person have made up a specific house for themselves, and then they go to their classic drop. From here, they move on to the classic drop. As you see, the George Pole area, they find the circle, they start moving in slowly and slowly. As of now, they are thinking, yeah, the circle should come out, circle should come out, but then they understand it, and then they start moving to the shooting range area. That's where the zone was actually just going for. Slowly and steadily. Look at them, slowly and steadily, and now they move to the shooting ranges area. They're trying to understand the zone's movement and the zone's rotation, and in this, you understand it. Alex, he just did brilliant. You remember that drop shot of Alex, right? That was just so good. If we talk about Godless, we know he's in for good things. This time, IC is not up to the mark as we have seen him in the past, but then Zol is doing that on his behalf, to be honest.
Well, I mean, definitely Zol was doing quite a lot over there. I mean, and Alex as well, as you talked about him securing those eliminations and the damage numbers being dished out. But IC in the game did in fact take a back foot in the early stages, where in fact the entirety of IHC is quite resistant about walking into those team fights, and then we saw him getting taken out around the 19th minute marker. From there on, it was all about Alex, Godless moving forward, and Ziol as well, just supporting them to the best of his abilities, and resulting in IHC, in fact, getting this amazing win for themselves. I think T2K, had they not charged over, just closing in from the northern side of the shooting range the way that they did, they could have made it with all 4 of their players and been the ones with the chicken and ran $1,000 at the end of this match. But, I mean, at this point, they're just going to settle for points, I guess.
Yeah, they definitely would just want to. But this was the entirety of their rotation, of their movement, and all those things that just come up with it. And well, yeah. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, in a while, obviously, we'll be seeing those amazing movements of which we talked about in the Oppo F21 Pro movements. We'll see those fights that happened as in its own self. Today's day started off on a really good note. I mean, the first game, you remember that 1v2 with the car, that happened. Then we moved on with the Mongolian domination. That's still going strong somehow. I won't even say somehow. It is going strong, whatever you say. It is going strong, right? So that's one of the things that is happening. And I just love the way, the team likes to just move. In fact, all these teams. Now it might just be time for Savage to just showcase again. Or maybe Seal to just, re-grab their second. You never know, right? These teams like to go for it.
I mean, can be a possibility because Savage Esports have been quite absent throughout the throughout the 3 matches that we have had so far, and we haven't really seen them put the same impact that they did the previous week. Although Seal Esports have gotten quite close, so I think the best case scenario would be Seal Esports walking away with the chicken dinner. So that's going to make things quite even Stevens between the three Mongolian Titans that are there on the top of the leaderboard right now. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. For now, I think the only thing that we're waiting for is the overall rankings. Like, what changes are we going to see? Because T2K were in a very interesting position from where they could have easily toppled the two teams above them with just one nice game, and I think this was the match that they were looking for, and it can in fact give them a very, very nice boost towards the top 5. It's just going to be home stretch for them. But before we have a look at the overall rankings, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 pro moments of this game, ladies and gentlemen. And even though we saw TRZ lose out a few players in the early stages, I was still being quite hopeful. I wanted to see TRZ do well in this match.
Yeah, and TRZ, they just, they just find it for themselves. Let's talk about it. Find a good place for themselves, and they do really good. Right off the beginning of the first game, they were at the second position, right? And this is where JyanMaara kind of just, slipped down. I'm surprised though, JyanMaara got 8 total points, and out of which all the points are only placement points. So JyanMaara, it's like, they maybe needed this game for a momentum stretch for themselves, I don't know. But well, they got it. And Godless, he started off. This was the first rotation that they made for themselves, moving down to the 80s of Georgiopol, and from there, they took all the fights. And from here, they were moving northern side only, and this is where they took fight against a few teams as well. You saw Skylightz, you saw DE. Pretty good fights being taken by Mongolians.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But on the other side, Stalwart Esports not having a fun time in this match, as we did say them sort of take on a lot of pressure towards their end. But look at this, Phantom Esports is finding Mafia Ninja completely out in the open. Do take him out quite easily. Seal Esports, they are trying to force a lot of fights today. That is one thing that I think needs to slow down a little bit.
These grenades, in fact, today is a day of just, where the grenades are just coming out and just doing everything in terms of damage and all those things. Rebel, he got hit by that Molotov, and after this, DRS's players, they were in a bit of a trouble situation as they were being charged upon. Look at this, and they were being taken down, traded out. Stalwart did really good. Look at this, Alex's drop shot. I loved it. I loved every single part of it.
I mean, definitely. After that, we did see Raw Esports blunder up even more as they just became completely stuck. And then there was Jane, ladies and gentlemen, just driving over people, shooting them in the face, one squad wipe after the another, fighting till the very end, and, well, securing a lot of points in the process for his teams. There was a lot of chaos with IHC and how they were taking those fights, and I think Jane also took advantage of that, as Raw Esports was the only team that could have stood in his way and resulted in T2K not having a fun time. TRZ, look at them making it to the top 6 of this match as well.
Yeah, just, all these situations. Jane, all right. He just, look at this, right? It's kind of a highlight reel. He can actually just, go up with the highlight clip, and will definitely get lakhs and lakhs of views of these eliminations that he got, because he did really good. I want him to put his POV of this one as well, if he has recorded or not. I want to see that, the way he just played it. He played brilliantly. If anyone says that he choked in the last moment, no, he did not. He did everything in the most perfect sense that could have been done. He was the last one surviving. It was 2 players switching on to the weapons, opening us 6 times. I get it. Those things happen. But then again, he played a fine game.
I mean, it was a very legitimate mistake. Could have happened with everyone, especially in the heat of the moment. You don't really realize what your scope setting is. So I think, again, a very, very well fought matchup for Jane and for the players of T2K. They did a phenomenal job, but IHC Esports just having that extra man. I mean, IEC committing a little bit early, already setting up Godless for success, I think was the thing, in fact, that swung the odds in the favor of IHC. But on the other side, I think after the damage histogram, we will for sure have the overall rankings in front of us. So I just want to move forward from this, and it's going away. And finally, we have this. So IHC, they have moved forward to the 2nd position. And Train to Kill, look at this. This is what I was talking about, the 3-position jump that is there for the team. Now they are in the top 7.
IHC, look at the balance that IHC have for themselves. 1-1-1, 1-1-1, 2-2-2-2. All right, next game, Johnny. Will that be the first time that IHC surpasses Stalwart or not? Because Stalwart, if they understand that a team is coming close to them, they like to go for the win.
Yeah.
I want to see a team finally surpassing Stalwart. If a team can do it, it has to be IHC. But if they do it, that means another chicken dinner might just come to Mongolians.
You've already called it, right? You've already said it. The moment Stalwart Esports, they see the overall leaderboard and realize, all right, the point difference is like getting very small. They will do well for themselves in the next game, and again grab sort of a safety cushion for themselves. But look at this. So ElementriX again moving slowly and steadily towards the players of 1952 who are again this time not present. JyanMaara have already toppled them over, and I think ElementriX with just the next game can in fact find themselves on the 15th position. So then the 14th and the 16th spots will be up for contentions for the teams of TRZ, High Voltage and Atrax, and TRZ are already doing quite decent considering in 3 matches they have already secured 65 points. So I think if it were up to 25 points, I think if they had to hit the target of 65, they can do it by midday tomorrow. So in the first 2 matches, I guess.
For that, they need to not just focus on Erangel only.
Yeah.
You know it, right? They need to focus on the other maps as well. Miramar was not good for them. We'll see how Sanhok pans up, right? We'll have to see how Sanhok pans up. But ladies and boys and girls, before the Sanhok match happens, we obviously have those what is it, right? Your aim practice. We will call it the aim practice.
Let's just call them ego battles at this point. I mean, because that's what TDM settle, I guess. Do we practice on TDMs, or is it just to settle score?
So to all the people who are watching me from Nepal, Ansh challenged me on his stream. Ansh challenged me for a TDM. Yeah. He lost 21-9. That was the scoreline.
Oh man!
I took him down by P18C. I'm just saying it. I have the screenshots. I took him down by P18C.
I mean, so. I guess so. For tomorrow, we're gonna have a talk with production and try and see if we can make it happen on this broadcast as well. I think that's the only thing that the
you
people
would not
want to see
listen
now.
Our call outs. Trust me, you would not want to listen our call.
No, we're just gonna see what you play, and me and Mandeep are gonna be just criticizing you the entire time. We won't even talk.
You won't be criticizing me. I would say that.
No, both of you.
You'd be criticizing him only because I mean. So
doesn't matter. I mean, I think we're gonna have a conversation about this and see if we can make it
also
happen,
guys, he plays cricket very bad. Because we were playing yesterday, so him, me, all our all our respected talents from Nepal, we were playing it.
Starting a cricket league.
It was a 6-over match. It was a 6-over match. We gave them the batting first. Five runs is what the entire team made. 5 runs.
And I think you are going to see one of Ansh's teammate tell his perspective, his side of the story as what
will you say in an actual cricket match? He can't say he lagged. He can't say his ping difference was there. You can't say that. Come on. I mean, come on.
Brain lag. I guess that can be one excuse. Yeah, I can't think fast enough.
I know, but then again,
I should have used it for my exams. Why did I think of it so late?
He's quite a good guy. Obviously, we'll have to say that after we just talk bad about him. He's a very good, very, very good. But then again, we'll see. But right now, we will be moving forward with a TDM that has to happen in front of us in a while. And well, Johnny, I want to ask from you. Obviously, I'll give my perspective as well. As of now, all the TDMs that you have seen, right? As of now, which ones have been your favorites? Like, do you have anything? Because we saw on the first day we saw IHC's TDM as well. We saw Stalwart. Like, those were quite fast, to be honest.
Yeah, I think just Seal Savage Esports one match was like very exciting because I think that was one game where we saw the players sort of just pick one alley, pick one lane, and just run in face first. Yeah, so that was super exciting to watch because no cares were given about. All right, we are actually going to play for points this time. But again, I think what we like to see in sort of show matches, exhibition matches like these is just a variety of choices of weapons that the players would not usually pick inside of the match. I would love to see some shotgun action. I would love to see players just resorting to a all pistol match. That is going to be very exciting to watch as well. Just both the teams pistols only. Now try and see who can win.
See. This is what I would want to actually see. I would want a 4v4 TDM with only Pan in the center.
I mean, that's going to be fun. Also, Pan sort of reminds me, we've been challenged to an IRL Pan fight between all the talents by Necro. So yeah, we need to prepare for that.
An
Go to the market, buy
IRL
some
pan
pens.
fight.
Yeah, we're going to hit each
An
other with pans.
IRL pan fight.
Yes, you heard that right. So so here's the thing. I think
if
there is a
someone
man.
was showcasing my camera, I just did a face slap in all the languages that I know.
You just have to talk to him about yourself now, Osh.
Yeah, that also makes sense. But right now, Kazi just gets taken down. Mama God on the other side is trying to go with the need, but then again, the scoreline is 1-1. Audience, you know how weird this idea was, just to go for an IRL ban. But then again, who's just making up a count. But right now, talking about the count, Atrax has a good lead. Obviously, not that much of a lead, but still, it's 1-3 for the starters, and it looks good. It looks pretty decent. We'll see what happens moving forward. Argo on the other side is trying to move forward, as well as Raw's players are trying to get to the other side. What is this, a cat and mouse chase that is happening? But then Argo needs to understand that he needs to take down the player. He is trying to move forward. A jump shot being coming up. But then again, the players were easily taken down. 4-5 is the score line, as Raw is trying to go for it. But then one more shot. All right, there it is. It's 4-6. That happens, and Argo's just around the corner as well. All right, casting alongside me now, it's gonna be Necro. Necro, what's up?
Dude, I'm doing absolutely phenomenal. So I'm basically here to sell you my idea. So I challenged Johnny and everyone in the talent team for a pan fight.
An
Imagine
IRL pan fight.
IRL pan fight.
But why? Why would you? All right, why would you go for an IRL fan fight? I just want to know why. That's my first question.
Dude, I mean, imagine. That'll be such a great content, right? Don't you think so?
Yeah, that would be great content. Our vlog 1 is going for an IRL pan fight, and vlog 2 is, sorry, I got tetanus injection. Right? Definitely. That's a good content. I agree. Exactly. But let's talk about this one, right? 11-10 is scoreline. 12-10. Look at this. When we started, Necro, Atrax had that lead, but right now Raw is actually snatching it.
Exactly. I mean, Raw so far, they're doing quite great, and now they're also gaining a nice cushion for themselves.
Oh.
And, whoa, what a peek from his side. Now that's something that I would call kind of disrespectful.
But Kazi went good. He took down one, and now he's trying to move to the other side as well, as he's trying to just take down a few players. But then again, they have that lead, and the lead is actually increasing slowly and steadily, which is good. I believe Raw might win this, but then again, we'll see what Atrax does, because now they are actually losing on quite some crucial points.
Yeah, indeed they are. Kazi as well right here, just trying to toss in a nade. No connections found just yet. Dax as well. All the players just in the back, just making sure no one's going to try and push in all the way till their spawn. And the rest players, Chante, as you can see all the way on the left, he's just trying to hold the ground down. And now Kazi has too many players to deal with. He will eventually fall down. And Dax, they will need to try and somehow get the grip back up on the game.
I want to see this nade. 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 Where is this nade? Where is this nade? Where is this nade? Where is... It does not do anything.
Okay.
Well, Kazi on this side definitely does something, as they are taking down players. It was Mama God though, but then again, the takedown actually happened. The stun to just flush the players out. That's one of the things that is happening. But then Kyante, he's on low HP. Still, the damage is being done onto him. He needs to heal. Otherwise, he would be taken down. He is going good. But then again, one shot. That's what his HP was.
Oh, man, Dax, what's going on now? They're finally able to get the grip back in the game. 23 on their name. And then you have Rob with just an insane amount of lead on top of them. So Dax, there's indeed going to be a bit of pressure. But hey, again, these are just TDMs, just having fun to play around with each other. And somewhere down the line, this also proves that maybe Raw, their mechanical skill is actually really on point. And somewhere down the line, Dax, they're clearly on a struggling phase.
Yeah. Look at this, right? How they are taking TPPs, how they're getting the information, how they... This is really good by Kazi. Is doing really, really good.
Exactly. Kind of reminds me of myself. I'm just kidding.
I see what you did there. But still, you actually managed to take Ansh down, right? In lots and lots of fights. I remember that TD.
Yeah. It was close. It was close. He won by like 4. He had a lead of 4 points above me. But it's okay,
Yeah,
man.
actually,
We'll
it
have a
was indeed.
rematch. We'll have a rematch. I'll come back strong.
If I remember, it was 13-11.
I think so. Something
No, it
like
was
that.
18-14. Sorry, it was yours and Mac Vipers was 13-11. I have all the data. It was 18-14 when we talk about it. But then it was good. But talking about this one, it's 40-29. As for what Raw did, think about it, right? Raw started off really soon, really slow, but then they ended up really soon. That's actually a good understanding by these players, and they showcased their mechanical skill in this game because they were just trying to move, stay still, go slow. At the end, they got it.
Exactly. In the end, they got it, and Raw, Summer Downline, also proving that their mechanical standpoint in the game has been phenomenal. But something I really want to talk about the overall rankings here, it's the Mongolian teams taking turns again. I mean, second game Stalwart Esports, third game IHC, fourth game Seal, potentially? What do you think, man?
At the end, you're saying Mongolians, right? That's maybe savage, maybe not. But then again, so that's the question, right? That's what me and Johnny were talking. You know it, right? Stalwart, whenever they feel that a team is coming quite close to them, they tend to shoot away, right? They tend to get so many points that they shoot away. Right now, it's a 6-point difference, 2-8 and 2-2. It's that much of a difference between them and IHC. If IHC moves forward, it would be... I mean, it would be an eye-opener probably for Stalwart, but then again, we'll see. But then Stalwart, I want to see what happens. And it's Sanhok. Sanhok, it's not that good for both the teams.
Exactly. I mean, Sanhok is something, honestly, that is really not good for a lot of teams, right? Because in the end, we know Sanhok most of the times is really a zone-favored map. And if a Sanhok map or if a Sanhok zone is really hard favoring your side, then you better find yourself in the luckiest spot because then the stars are aligned for you and the chance of you taking the chicken dinner are quite high. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, yeah. You remember that game in which Phantom got a brilliant chicken dinner? They were the only two players surviving.
The compound.
So think about it. Yeah, exactly. Think about it, right? Even if you have one player, you don't give up. That's what Sanhok's all about. Sometimes you don't see early fights happening, but then once they start off, right, you just need to make the most out of it.
Yeah, and exactly. And something that I haven't really seen a lot in the SA region is that a lot of players aren't really going for that med strat. And what do you think could be the reason why a lot of teams aren't really going for the med strat? Yeah, I love it too, but I feel like if you do go for a med strat, that's like confirmed like second or third place, and that's a lot of placement points, right?
Yeah, but this time these players are trying to find a complete balance in terms of the placement points and the elimination points for themselves. See, once you go for this balance, right, you kind of understand that it's not feasible for your player to be left behind. One player that just, goes for the heals, he should not be left behind until and unless he's the last one surviving and he has no chance of just, taking down the players. That is the only viable option for that player to just be left behind. Otherwise, everyone, most of the teams right now are trying to play from the center lines. A few are trying to play the edge, and they are doing it good as well. But a few are still trying to play to the center lines. They might not exactly get the central location, but then again, they want a comfortable position inside the zone, because if you have a house, you have a few windows, right? From there, you can maybe spot someone just going around, maybe someone who's lying down, and you get those good points. A prime example again would be Phantom's chicken dinner, right? They were two players only. They had a good place for themselves. They peeked through the window. They saw so many players in the open. They took them out. They took them down. That matters. Those points matter. And we'll see if it happens again. But if multiple players would want to go for the heal battle, I don't know. But then again, this is the last PMPL, if I'm not wrong, that has the same zone damage for Sanhok. Next time, it's changing. So, no heal battles.
Ooh, that's interesting. So maybe a team should try and go for that, just now, because look, I feel like heal strats in general now in Sanhok, they're currently viable. So you might as well try and go for that, because we've seen a lot of teams, they're kind of struggling on the latter half of the board, and especially moving in forward on the map of Sanhok. We know it also brings in kind of the RNG factor sometimes too in the fights, because there's a lot of third parties happening too. There's quite an instant sends as well. So you might as well just try and go for a little bit of med strat and get those placement points for yourself. But it seems like the game's lined up and ready. The game's locked up and ready. You guys as well, just put your belts on, because now it's time for us to head inside Sanhok Ocean.
Well, all the players are ready again. All but a few that are not in their camps right now. They're trying to get to their camps slowly and steadily. But then again, everyone is going to be ready as the game is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is your game of Sanhok, the second last game of the day, the most important one, as we haven't seen that much of a Sanhok. Obviously, in the last Super Weekend as well, we only see one Sanhok every day. This time as well, we'll see one Sanhok every day. But then again, for the weekdays this time, Sanhok was in a major quantity. So players definitely have learned and have understood the way these opponents, in fact, are trying to drop down. But this time, if we talk about it, it's not without drop part. And do you think we are going to see Deadeyes Guys versus IHC? No, it's not happening. I answered myself, but because I saw Deadeyes Guys dropping down.
Yeah, Deadeyes Guys, they're like, all right, well, it's time for us to at least, they've realized, okay, maybe IHC, they have a little edge over us when it comes to the 4-on-4 fights. So might as well just try and step back a little. It's same thing as Skylightz Gaming and Savage they were having on the map of Erangel. And then in the end, they just came to the conclusion that, all right, guys, you guys can have that. You guys can have us now for yourselves, and we're going to go somewhere else. But now, again, you do see on the top side near Tatmok on Cow, there are a couple of teams, and it's going to be TRZ and Deadeyes Guys right next to each other. Now, Deadeyes Guys, somewhere down the line, they do realize TRZ might just be an easy prey for them. So they're trying to go for that.
TRZ Storm OP and Deadeyes Guys. Well, TRZ, if they want to make up a name for themselves, obviously they have had decent Erangels. But if you want to make up their name in this map, as of now, their Miramar was not good. So, well, we'll see what they can do. Look at that. TRZ has a decent position. I mean, all the players are on one side of this area of its entirety. While Deadeyes Guys players, they are also on one side, but they're quite spread out, right? Chari is quite close to TRZ's players. If he moves forward, if he opens up a door, he would be spotted down. Shifu's on the other side. I would say Shifu moves from the back of that wall, and he can take down one or maybe two players. The ball's in court of Shifu right now, if he moves to the right.
Oh, man. Well, look at that again, right? You talk about the area control, and so far, Deadeyes Guys, they're on the lead right there. They have a lot of space to move around with, right, Ocean? And talking about the angles as well, TRZ, somewhere down line, they're kind of grouped up. I also like that 3-1 split on the map. One player's kind of split out, maybe hoping that he's going to be able to find a little cheeky angle. But so far, TRZ as well, they're quite unsettled. Deadeyes Guys, too, they're going to make sure they're not really giving away a lot of foot cues away. It has came down to a stalemate. And this is what I was talking about, right? Even in the past. I'm personally not really a big fan of stalemates because you're also buying so much time on the initial phases. And you can see on the meds, right? None of these players have a lot of meds to play with. They don't even have their preferred guns to play with. So they're just wasting so much time in the 4-on-4 stalemate.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. That's just, how it is right now. Shari, it looks like he's just, trying to understand the places where he is not, what is happening. He's just staying there. He understands that it might just be a bad situation for him later on. So he's just there. He hears those footsteps. I'm pretty sure he's hearing them. But as of now, just like you said, stalemate, right? He cannot do anything. All right. Yeah. Manish has that gas can quite next to him. I was looking at a clip of some other tournament that is happening, side by side. I saw a player taking down the entire team by throwing a nade on a gas can in one room.
Oh, that's kind of brilliant, though, if you think
about that. He did a one on 3, though. Oh, so, what? What did he go with?
That's not how he went on 3.
That's not how it happened, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so... All right, well, kind of misplaced the nade there, but yeah, now already, finally, we do see the guns. And there you go. Shifu's already found out. That's a great knock on the players of Deadeyes Guys. What's going on? I mean, they already shifted their drop location over here from Hot 10, and they're already getting casualty on their side. It's going to be quite tough to get the fallen man back up, though. That means Deadeyes Guys will need to try and regroup together, as Turolov is right in front of Fardi. Matt Cat as well has heard a couple of shots. The M249 is now going to start a ring as Deadeyes Guys in the front. They're caught and settled. Another one as well goes down. TRZ, they're able to dismantle Deadeyes Guys so far, Ocean.
Yeah, as of now, yes. But first blood just happening down there. And this might not be good. Manish is using that DBS. We know how important, how critical it is in this map of Sanhok, though. But right on Matt Cat, all right, he spots down one. But then again, that M249, trust me, Mad Cat can actually go brrr with this one, and he would be able to take down a few players. And Mad Cat actually just now goes for that. Yeah, he goes for the finish. That is one more player down from Deadeyes Guys. What is happening? Deadeyes Guys, they are changing their drop location, and it's still biting them. Deadeyes Guys, they need to understand this time Sanhok, in fact, in this PMPL as of now, Sanhok has not given them a good house to stay in. They need to find a decent place.
Oh my God!
Storm with a good nade. Just takes one down, and look at this now, when he should be taken down and out, and now Frag1 needs to understand as there is a UMP for him, but then again, he would be taken down as well from the back lines. Peekaboo! Deadeyes Guys is out again. A bad Sanhok. It happens again.
I don't know about bad Sanhok though, Ocean. 4-4 fights. The struggle's clearly being seen from the side of Deadeyes Guys. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're doing pretty good on the overall rankings as well, but those initial fights where your mindset is kind of weak in those initial fights, and that's where Deadeyes Guys, they aren't really able to win those fights somewhere down the line. And now they lost against a team like TRZ, which barely qualified in the Super Weekends in the first place.
I just don't know what is happening. The Sanhok is it's not on the type of what Deadeyes Guys likes to play, right? Previously it was IHC that was taking the players of Deadeyes Guys down. This time it's TRZ, a team that just arrives and just takes the team out. Think about it, right? Think about it. Oh, talking about IHC, they are onto the lower side, and Assassin looks like he's getting slightly tanned from this from this place right now. Just moving around. Sanchir on the other side. He spotted down a few players. All right. Mongolians spotting down Mongolians only. On the backside is JyanMaara, and Suzanne will be taken down. Wow. That was a good spray from Hershey. I want to see his POV though, like where he is.
Yeah, that was a great find indeed.
Oh,
and Hershey, look at him. Yeah, he's just being the Overwatch currently in this entire situation. Gets a little glimpse, but isn't really able to confirm the frag just yet. Another one spotted out, and he's still going for the fights. This man's got nerves of steel indeed. And Ocean, if you want to make your bets currently on which team will take the chicken dinner, which team will you go with?
As of now, you know, if we talk about this, right, I don't want to make my bets on this. I want to make my bets if Stalwart would be thrown out of their first position or not.
Okay.
Because that for me, it's a really, really good one. Maybe not in this game, maybe in the next game, but I believe Stalwart might be at the second.
Okay, look, if I want to make my bets which team's going to win this one, I'm going to go with Savage. I feel like, yeah, exactly. I feel like Savage, they are going to win the Sanhok game, and somewhere down the line, they're also going to get a strong footing for themselves in the overall rankings. But unfortunately, as I said, that Eisenberg goes down. That's something that Savage cannot really afford, because we've seen Eisenberg in the past, and this has to be like a showman for this team.
Top takes down one, and Jane, the last game's MVP, he played like a warrior, to be honest, with 9 eliminations on his back. That deserves appreciation and respect, to be honest. So York is moving forward, and it looks like they're just trying to give out the information, but action is down.
Third party.
Stalwart's in a pickle situation.
What's going on? There's like 4 teams right next to each other, and there's a lot of third parties happening now. I mean, Savage, they were getting third party in the first place by Stalwart Esports, and now Stalwart Esports are getting third party by Phantom Esports. Oh my God. This is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sanhok, where it's a third-party fiesta, and Stalwart Esports, so far, they're able to get the reset back up on the players, but now they realize they're surrounded by quite a lot of teams. It'll be quite tough to get out of this one, but they've got a nice hilltop for themselves where they can try and get some nice glimmers of the players.
Oh, well, top is still trying to spot someone. I thought they saw a snipe by idea of JyanMaara, but then nope, JyanMaara. Yeah. And they're just going for a last shot. He was just one shot away, and now with that reload, top lost him. He lost him. Yeah. But still, you know, around 10 minutes into the game is where we are. And all these players, all these teams, in fact, are trying to find a good place for themselves if they can. Stalwart, they have a decent place as of now. In fact, all the other teams as well that are quite close to them, they have a decent place inside the circle. But then again, we'll see how the zone shifts, because again, that is important. You play this game around the circle only.
Oh, man. Indeed you do. Phantom Esports, though. Still quite close, and now it's kind of like a stalemate. But oh, those are some nice, clean, and composed taps from the side of Fear, or No Fear, and he was actually able to take him down in the front. So Savage now, oh, they're down a man, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be hurting him quite a lot. JyanMaara as well in quite a great footing for themselves. I also like that they're not really focusing on just one spot. They're not really tunnel visioning on just one side. Instead, they're all actually trying to look around them.
Pika is just moving forward. He's been spotted down again. No Fear. All right, he tried, but then it just did not happen. The circle definitely, has to go to the main island if we just talk about it. And yes, Paradise is a central area, kind of a central area right now for this zone. And the circle might just, be around it, probably to the southern side as well. We'll have to see southern, eastern side. We'll see, though, how it just forms down. Seal. They have an opening area for them. So Skylightz can move from the backside. They can go for a slow rotation. Atrax is actually in front of them. They can just take up a good fight with that team as well. T2K, they have such an open ground for themselves. They don't need to worry. But look at the left side, Necro. High voltage, IHC. They have to cross these water areas.
Indeed, things are going to be quite tough for them, and it's just going to keep on getting tougher and tougher. All these teams, though, so far, I mean, makes a lot of sense, too, right? You don't really need to move, so why even bother moving? Just keep on watching the angles. Just make sure you're clear from all the far frays. But over here, though, High Voltage is one of those teams that has been on the struggling phases for a long time, and this is the fight that they cannot really afford. I'd see in the front the teams that looking in form for a really long time now in this entire PMPL, and they're actually able to dish out quite a lot of damage. But the problem is, IHC, they're down to a 3-man squad.
Definitely are. They definitely are. But then again, see what happens. IC is moving forward as well. Sanchiro takes on one from Phantom. Finally, we see a fight happening. Obviously, we saw one squad wipe happening a bit early. But then again, Deadeyes Guys, they have not had a good run for themselves in Sanhok altogether. And now they would be sitting out of the lobby for a long time. Will come up in the next game. But this time, IHC's Alex. All right, he goes in the water. And now he would swim. It's a good day for a swim, though. Necro, do you know how to swim?
No.
Do you know how to drown?
I don't think so, man.
If you don't know how to swim, then that's the only thing right there that other person can do.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'd drown either. I mean, I'm pretty big.
All right. Okay. Well, self burns, those are rare. But then again, right now, Godless is just it looks like Godless needs to provide a decent cover because IC needs to cross this water line, right? If he wants to. High voltage's Assassin, I guess Godless understands. He knows where the player is. I want to see a laser spray from this player. He can actually see the movement. He has spotted on the player. He's going for the laser spray, but then again, the laser just missed its mark.
Oh, Godless, man. Again, somewhere down line. Oh, that's quite a risky rotation from the side of IT, and still Extreme wasn't really able to do any amount of damage. Godless is quite low, though. And IT, at least they're able to get themselves into some safer hands and out of harm's way. On the bridge, every single player now, they're going to start to book it inside the zone. And I like how mature IT are being in this entire situation. They realize zone has to be the main priority inside everything, while on the other hand, High Voltage, they're outside, all in the open. They're quite outside the zone as well. They still need to make their presence known inside the zone. And High Voltage, now the struggle is going to start to build up because we've seen, right, in the map of Sanhok, if you're going to be really late to rotate, you're pretty much going to be edge camped.
Yeah, you pretty much are. Just not going to be edge camped if you just talk about it. But right now, Sanchir he's just, he's just lying down on a decent shade. And Phantom's players on the lower side. I don't know how good or bad it's going to be. But it is there. I mean, I will have to see if he spots someone or not.
Dax in the front. Seal, they're trying to toss in a nade, but a little too overcooked. And unfortunately, did damage on his own teammate. And yeah, Leo now is taking down a half HP, but it's okay. He's going to pop some boosters up just to top his HP off. Dax in the front, though, still, they are in a little bit of disadvantage in this fight, having the lower ground to play with. Spike X, we've seen this man as well. He is kind of like the main man from the squad. What's going on? Why are the nades being so overcooked from the side of Seal?
Wally is just here. Shante on one side, Spike on the other. These players and Leo, all right, he's trying to find up a good place for himself as well. Phantoms, Mad Max, they are going for the fight, but Wally, it looks like now it might just be a bit of a troubling situation as the players are moving forward. Will go for a punch power as well. No, all right, he's just dropping down. He has been spotted down.
Oh my
God.
What
a brilliant feat of power just being shown here, and Wally, he's basically surviving on a sliver of HP right now as Leo is trying to give up a cover as well. On one side, he will go for the finish, and now he has a DMR as well for himself. QBU, that's a good weapon that Leo is using right now.
Oh, and they've also got a record on their name. 200 team kills, Seal Esports.
Wow.
Wow. That's quite impressive, huh? Phantom as well is going to rack up right behind him as Savage. Again, with all 4 of their players up. Somewhere down the line, Savage, they're really looking strong. But yeah, I am really trying to master that spam crouch movement, right? That spam crouch jiggle. That's something that can help you win in so many, like, those one-on-one fights. And it's really hard to master as well. I'm not going to lie. It takes a...
I know. I saw you practicing it. Remember that TDM fight when you were...
Yeah.
Because Ancho was doing it as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you practicing it. I recognize that. Right now. Oh, that spray's good. That spray's brilliant. One more shot. Had that happened, Agu would have just taken down the players. Brilliant. But Savage's Anip does it, though. On the other side, ElementriX's players are being taken down. Damage that was done from Atrax's players. Savage's Hershey is capitalizing on this. Incuss is the last one surviving. He's coming close, but then again, before he arrives, the finishes would be just, done. He's going to go and mark out the teammate. And if he needs to go for the heal as well, Sanchir goes for the finish on Mr. Hyuzu. And ElementriX, they are left with 2 players now.
Oh, man, ElementriX. Big time hurt for them for sure. Savage Esports again in a prime positioning for now. Near Paradise. Anifo now is going to get some eyes locked in on that little compound. Does know both of them are quite isolated. They're not going to be able to move out from that compound. They're just locked in there. In Cuss as well. It's going to be really hard for ElementriX to try and fight back from that. Savage, so far, they've found a great footing. JyanMaara is right behind him. Dax is walled down to a 2-man squad, but spots out a player from DRS. Rebel's out in the open, taking a lot of shots, but Rebel still is going to back off to that tree. But now the Wall of Death is going to deal a lot of damage. Rebel, that's something you need to take under consideration because Ego is not going to stop just raining down bullets on you.
Yeah, Ego, he's just doing it. But then again, you need to understand this, Necro, that the circle, it's not good for these players. They have to get inside the circle. It's important. 50 meters is the distance. Although it's a 3rd circle, but then again, 4th to 5th circle, that's important for your well-being. If you want to maybe just fight till the end, you got to pay respects to the circle. And look at this. Now they are 500 meters away from the circle all of a sudden, and they have to reach there in less than 50 seconds.
Exactly. Not a lot of time in the hand to waste. And DRS, they're on a run. Something that really needs to be taken into consideration, though, so far, I mean, there were some early engagements where TRZ just wiped the existence out of Deadeyes Guys. But now, after that, things have been slowed down by quite a lot. We're seeing a couple of shots being taken off. We did see a lot of stalemates. But this in itself just tells, right, just how many teams are realizing that, okay, zone is the main priority, fights are not. And that's what they're actually going for. Even if they are engaged in a fight, the main priority for the teams is the zone.
Yeah, it definitely is the main priority. It has to be that they get a good place for them around the circle. In fact, Bishal, all right, trying to go good. But then again, on the other side, Savage's players are being taken down, but JyanMaara already, they're trying to return the favor as well by taking down one of the players. Anip is going to go for that revive for himself. Eisenberg is giving a good cover from that area. Snipe would be taken down. Gunner is trying to move forward as well. No fear on the other side. Situations are not looking good probably for them. Hershey has been revived. He will go for the heal on himself. And look at Sanchir moving with that buggy on that house. I don't know how one of the players of JyanMaara that is on the other side is going to survive, and it's Gunner. I would want to see as Sanchir is just moving forward, and Gunner's location now is totally compromised. He might just be totaled as well.
Exactly. He needs to get out of this one.
Yeah.
And he is able to, though. Barely on the backside. No fears on the top as well. Maybe he will try and provide a nice cover fire, but that's a great nade. And somewhere down line, he's also getting shot at from the back. It's Stalwart Esports knocking on their doors. And Savage, oh, well, they're just going to steal that frag away. Hershey with 5 elimination points on himself. So far, this man has been on a dominating spree. Daxter quite low. Savage Esports, they will need to try and fight back. And Nifo will be content. But no, Hershey saves him at the last nick of time. And wow. No, Stalwart.
No, they don't. As from the other side, that elimination gets stolen up.
JyanMaara.
It definitely gets stolen up by JyanMaara, and think about it, right? Think about those surprise elements. For a second, he's like, yeah, now revive me. Oh, I'm dead. Like, think about it, right?
Yeah.
That definitely happened. But now we're around 13 teams and 41 players surviving. Sanchir has 150 bullets in his M249. He would want to move forward with it, and he's just a single digit away from the zone, and he'll definitely just get a hold of that place for himself. Jane, all right, is trying to spot on a few players, but there it is. Another one is out of the lobby.
Exactly. Final nail put in the coffin. The man's now nailed down. And now Vibes as well. Taking a couple of bullets onto themselves. Savage, they still need to make it inside the zone, though. They're right on the edge. Steel now, they're marching on forward. And they're also taking a lot of casualties while doing so. Demo, the big man's now taken out. Wally in the front. He's going to have a lot of pressure to try and work around with. But Demo, it's okay. It's not impossible to get the final man up. So Demo should be back up on his feet. Something that Seal will have a huge sigh of relief after. TDK, they're also taking a lot of casualties. Legend running towards Seog. He's also trying to get his teammate up. Both these teams, for now, they're kind of like on a timeout where they just want to reset through.
Wally's is going to go for that revive as well. Vibes Malik on the other side is trying to spot on a few players from Skylightz that are just, on the other side, as we can just, see them, spot them, find them, understand them. But then again, will they be able to take up the fight? Oh, had it been 2 more seconds, imagine the nade would have just burst down in the hands of Joker. But now he throws it. It was good, and Mafia Ninja gets that. Look at this. We see Joker's nade hitting down to Mafia Ninja from Malik's POV. I love it.
Third person POV. But yeah, Seal here.
That's a different person POV.
Kind of. But yeah, Wally. Okay,
wow.
That's a nice surprise on Wally. He got shot at by Seog right in the front. TDK, they're also getting shot at. That's a nice spread from Seal. They're going to take out the man in the front. And now Demo too. On top of this rock, kind of wants to just clear out the areas in the front. And so far, Seal, they aren't really catching any bullets. So that has to be clear vision that, okay, maybe there's no one really in the front. Stalwart Esports on the right lines. Savage, too, in the front. These are just 3 Mongolian teams right next to each other.
Yeah, these teams are just there. But then again, you see this elimination just happening on 11th position. That's T2K just going on. Stalwart is there. And we've talked about this, Necro. Stalwart, whenever a team comes close to them, they like to get that hold for themselves. Talking about IHC, right? They have only 1 player surviving. That means it's chance for Stalwart probably to get that. Or maybe it's chance for Seal to get back to the 2nd position.
Oh, man. What happened to Savage? That was my bet right there on Savage, and now they're just getting edge-camped. Something we talked about, Ocean. If you're not really going to be prioritizing zone, you're pretty much going to be edge-camped out of it. And Stalwart Esports, they're doing a phenomenal job so far. 1 player's taken out. Yeah, Savage only 2 players.
Yeah, you need to understand, right? Obviously, in a map that is so small, definitely zone has to be a priority, but then the action gets taken down right now. See, it looks like they are doing really, really good for themselves. Savage's Hershey goes down and down, and that's another elimination that just, happens. 4 teams are outside the circle, and the teams that are inside the circle are gonna be really, really happy after this one, because Stalwart, Seal, I mean, come on, these teams are inside the circle. Think about it. TRZ is there as well. TRZ needs to make it their game. TRZ has just faltered down on Miramar. Other than that, every single game they have played has earned respects.
50k damage dished out overall by Stalwart Esports. That's a new record. And wow, that's a lot of damage. Insane team indeed. Having players up in the front too. They have the best manpower so far in this entire lobby. Seal too, right in the front. Somewhere down line, the Spidey sense is now tingling, and Top knows where the players are. He is trying to look out for them. But Seal too, they don't really have the worst of the cover to work with. They have a rock to play around with. and IT as well. They're going to take an exit. We didn't really have enough meds, it seems like. Alex will be taken out by the play zone. Seal demo. Oh, he's catching a couple of bullets and also taking a bit of damage from the wall of death. And he's barely able to sneak in.
Stalwart, TRZ, Seal, Raw. These teams are surviving. Seal, you can see them right from the angles of Stalwart. Obviously, they cannot see them. But then PlayStation takes on one more. And it's TRZ, Stalwart, Seal. These teams would want to make it up for themselves. They can maybe just, get a good game. And the most important thing out of this one is, will Stalwart get another one for Mongolia? Will Seal get another one for Mongolia? Will TRZ get the first one for themselves and for their region of South Asia? Look at this Seal. The players are being taken down. TRZ Storm already gets his elimination, finally saves it. But Wally, he's surviving by the whiskers of the zone as well as the zone's coming up on him. Wally, he might have to heal. He might not take fight. But then Stalwart's moving forward. 5, 4. The first 8 numbers are definitely going to decrease right now. But Mad Cat's grenade takes on action. TRZ. Is it their time to shine and rise and just, do everything good for themselves? That's the question. Action has been taken down. Mad Cat takes it down to a 3v3. Pika, he has a good grenade, but then Mad Cat will be taken down by Scry's grenade. That makes it a lot easier for them. And now Pika needs to understand Wally. Well, the last first aid, and then we might just see a good emote probably by him, but then we'll see what happens as now Stalwart, they are trying to do everything in their power, wherever they can. Wally goes down by Stalwart. Stop, and it is a 3-on-3 fight out of which one of the players is getting revived right now, and Stalwart, they know where the opponents are. TRZ knows where Stalwart is. They'll have to do everything. Both the teams, they need to get the best of the game for themselves, and this is where we come down. Stalwart, will they be on for a good chance, on a good roll right now? That's the question. Pika goes for a good nade, and Storm goes out in the open. He will be spotted on definitely, but Pika is on low HP. The zone will do the damage as well right now, but look at the Molotovs. Look at everything that they're going for. Necro, this is going to be really difficult. Oh, a good nade.
Oh, that's a nice nade, and that's also going to find an opening. Now Storm goes down. Matt gets quite low too. TRZ, the pressures now keep on building up, while the pressures just kept on applying from the side of Stalwart Esports. Another return knock found from the side of TRZ. That's a great reply. Scry 2 is trying to fight back. Nade crawls quite close to 40, and he also takes a lot of damage. Now it's a 1-on-1. Scry has the HP advantage, and he's quite healthy. And wow, the final man's going to be taken out by the play zone. Stalwart Esports, another game in their bag, and they just proved that they are indeed the champions.
Oh my god, Stalwart gets another chicken dinner for themselves. Mongolian domination still going strong. I'm telling you, Necro, these teams are a different league. They 100% they are a different league.
Man, I honestly want to see Stalwart Esports, how well they're going to do this year in the Global Championship.
I want to see if they can break the record of the maximum chicken dinners by a team in a tournament. They need to get 9 if they can go for it. Obviously,
they need 9 more.
No, they have to get total 9. Obviously, we have seen teams with double-digit chicken dinners as well. But then again, those were some different times in a different tournament. But then this time they have to get 9 if they want to just move forward with the record of these South Asian teams and all. But then again, as of now, they have good numbers for themselves. What to say? What? Zyan, you got a brilliant team. I'm telling you, Zyan, you got a brilliant team. Juggle, you're a brilliant mentor, brilliant coach. Action Top, Pika Stry, amazing players. Just start partying already.
No, I feel like, no, don't party, man, okay? Don't party. Just focus on the game. That's your main focus currently. Maybe party later when you guys win some nice big tournaments, for example, like Global Championship. That's something that you can throw a huge party after. But yeah, Stalwart Esports so far in the PMPL SA, they're just proven to be absolutely phenomenal. But it seems like we have to push to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
करेगा, ये start करेगा.
Exactly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. And of course,
Yeah.
I mean, so far it has been the Mongolian domination without a doubt. And man, I'm not going to lie, interesting day. I mean, this is something that I said on the start of the year in my first ever cast in 2022, that the year of 2022 has been the year of surprises. And so far, it is just surprising us all over the place.
I mean, you're living in 2022, Necro. In my mind, I'm still living in 2020. I don't know how, like, the time is not just passing away from me for me to just, talk about it. But then again, just like you said, yes, it has been a year of surprises. Surprisingly, I am also just, feeling those surprises for myself. We just, talk about it. And, well, in all these games and everything, we just, want to have a look at the MVP right now. Because that's where the numbers come in, but it's coming for you only.
Ooh, there we go. Savage Esports showing themselves up. Sanchir, some big damage numbers from this man. But Jane, I saw him in the past as well. I mean, Jane also put up some insane number. But for now, Sanchir in the map of Sanhok, he's able to dish out 859 damage with 4 elimination, 4 knockouts, and 3 assists with the survival time at 22:38. Now, this is something that really needs to be taken under consideration, is that Deadeyes Guys, they got eliminated quite early in the previous game. And when we saw the overall rankings, Deadeyes Guys were right on 4th spot. So Deadeyes Guys, of course, has to be one of the best teams out there in the other maps, for example, Miramar and Erangel. But somewhere down the line, the struggle has been seen on the map of Sanhok. And the main struggle, or the main problem for Deadeyes Guys is that they just need to find a new drop location for themselves where it's not really being contested by a lot of teams. Because so far, this late in the game, it's really hard to find a drop location for yourself that is being contested, because every single part of the map, it's contested by some of the other team. As you guys can take a look at the top players, Sanchir, of course, is on top, then is right there by the players of Stalwart Esports, top right there with 3 eliminations with the damage number of 912. That's more damage dished out than Sanchir. Demo 2 not really far behind, 5 eliminations, 534. The conversion from the side of Seal is perfect. Then Hershey as well, we did see him take out quite a lot of players from those long distance fights. And now moving on forward, we have the stats comparison too in front of us, Stalwart Esports and TRZ Esports. TRZ is one of those teams that barely qualified, and so far, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. TRZ have been quite impressive in this very first Super Weekend that they're a part of. And I would be glad if they keep playing this way. Because, again, I mean, the team was left far behind, skipping out on the very first Super Weekend. But now that they're here, they're making sure that their performance, it matters. And they're doing a phenomenal job of doing that. I mean, even in the previous game, just managing to make sure that the damage was there, the eliminations were coming in. Even though the entire team wasn't present for the final few situations, that's why I see the average survival time being very low in comparison to Stalwart Esports. I think TRZ, they did a phenomenal job of securing those extra points for themselves. But as we move forward to the match summary, it is kind of being dominated again by the 3 Mongolian Titans, and also the lads from Savage Esports being there. Hershey with the highest eliminations for his team. Then we do see highest damage going towards Stalwart Esports top, highest assist going to Pika, and highest knocks with Demo from Seal Esports, with the longest distance elimination in the hands of Kazi from Raw Esports.
Oh man, something I really need to talk about though, Johnny. Okay,
yeah.
Don't flame me over this. Are the jerseys, man? Look at that jersey from Savage and Stalwart. They look fire, dude.
I mean, they are fire, but again, are you going to start asking them to send you more jerseys?
I mean, I haven't gotten any, so you cannot really add more there. All right.
Hasn't gotten any. I think, yeah, that's the way to keep it, I guess, for the organizations. Don't let Necro get your hands on any jerseys, but
why, man?
Oh man, but I think you might get a few by the end of the tournament. Hopefully, you will be receiving a few extra jerseys. But still, let's have a look at the match rankings, Necro. Stalwart Esports did go on to dominate this game as well, like they have been doing in so many matches. And I think the trend for Stalwart Esports has been, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 chicken dinners in the day they get chicken dinners, right?
Dude, look, From what we saw in Super Weekend 1 was
Yeah.
first day was dominated by Stalwart, second day was dominated by IHC, and third day was dominated by Seal. And I
Yep.
feel like even in the week 2, that's going to be the same case where Stalwart is going to be taking the first day. They're just going to absolutely smash it on the day 1. And then on day 2, IHC are going to step up. And then day 3, it's going to be Seal who are going to step up. So
Yeah.
it's like they're just taking turns on the lobby.
I mean, definitely, as you said it so perfectly. I mean, the teams seem to be taking their own sweet turns, dividing the super weekends for each other quite evenly. But let's move forward, have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of this game and relive the action of this match again before we move to the last map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, which is a final Erangel. And I think, as I was saying, so as you mentioned, Stalwart Esports did in fact dominate the first day of the previous Super Week number 1. And on that first day, they got 3 chicken dinners. IHC did the same thing on day number 2. Seal Esports tried their level best, but they had to settle for just 2 chicken dinners, which they were able to secure. Stalwart Esports now, day number 1 of the second Super Week, they've already secured 2 chicken dinners. $2,000 are in their bags. Now, can they get the third one? Necro, that is the question. Going into the final Erangel, what do you think?
Okay, I honestly feel like final game is going to be Deadeyes Guys. I'm going to go with Deadeyes Guys.
Oh,
I think so. Deadeyes Guys, they're going to step up. I mean, so far they've been really consistent, right?
yeah.
The South Asians, they've been really consistent. But then if you take a look at Deadeyes Guys, they were on 4th spot. I don't know now where they are placed in the overall rankings, but before this game, they were on the 4th spot. So Deadeyes Guys is one of the most consistent teams in the entire lobby, next to Vibes. So I feel like next game has to be Deadeyes Guys. Like, they need it desperately.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, Deadeyes Guys have, in fact, put up a phenomenal performance thus far in this tournament. But if they can secure the last game, I think that's just going to be a cherry on top of the cake that looks pretty tasty for them already. But so I'm going to be rooting for TRZ. I mean, TRZ have also showcased that, yes, they deserve to be a part of this Super Weekend. It's not the same mistakes that we were seeing from their side in week number 1. The team has gone back to the drawing board, fixed their mistakes, and are being somewhat consistent. I'd say somewhat consistent in their performances and their matches. And it's going to be important for TRZ to at least secure 1 chicken dinner in the first day so that the rest of the matches for tomorrow and the day after, they're feeling a little bit confident. They are feeling motivated to come in and again deliver the same sort of performances that they are doing today. And looking at the damage histogram, I mean, we did see Savage Esports do a phenomenal job, but that middle of the game exit was something that they were caught off guard with, although they had pretty much secured a lot of points by that point. 11 eliminations is quite a hefty amount right there, but towards the end it was between TRZ and Stalwart Esports, and we all know once Stalwart Esports has the man advantage, they will not let the chicken dinner slip away from their hands.
Exactly, and TRZ is something we really need to focus on, right? Because the struggle was seen on week 1, but now week 2, it's like a complete new breeze on their side. Second place on this game too. I feel like TRZ is one of those teams that has been really consistent on this day. And Venom Legends right there, look at them, on 9th spot, but unfortunately they aren't really able to qualify in week 2. So Venom Legends, they're kind of on the great spot right there. But the overall rankings is in front of us, and Deadeyes Guys, they have still managed to keep their 4th spot. So there's something that really isn't really need to be worried about from these South Asians, because Deadeyes Guys, they're still on the 4th spot. So you guys don't need to worry about it. One more chicken dinner from the side of Deadeyes Guys will kick out Seal from the 3rd spot, and Deadeyes Guys will take it over. And honestly, I don't just want to see the Mongolian teams on the top 3. I want to see someone else as well ruling the charts. I want to see some variety.
I mean, the competition at the top is different, but over at the bottom is the fight for survival. And I think look at TRZ and 7C Esports, the difference being just 21 points separating the team. If TRZ do in fact manage this chicken dinner finish in this particular game with 6 eliminations, they will topple over 7C Esports and be inside the top 16 on the very first day of the Super Weekend, Necro. And then they have 2 more days to capitalize on even further. So the team has already set themselves up for success. But as you mentioned, Deadeyes Guys are also looking pretty strong. So they might be also one of the teams that they TRZ will have to deal with. And Deadeyes Guys, their fight is different. Their fight is to break the Mongolian domination and, well, split apart the 3 Mongolian teams that are inside the top 3 right now and have sort of a decent safety cushion for themselves. So Deadeyes Guys, every single win that they get will help them move an inch closer towards their goal. But with the last Erangel just about to begin, it's going to be quite interesting to see, because again, there is a difference. Esports sitting on 216 and Deadeyes Guys on 183. You can't like cover up that difference with just one game. It's very difficult. So I think if one of these teams, Deadeyes Guys, Vibes, Phantom Esports, they start winning more consistently and being a little bit more consistent in those top 3, top 4 positions time and time again, I think slowly and steadily we're going to see that gap, that difference between the top 3 and the rest of the lobby shorten out and then completely vanish.
Exactly. I mean, Deadeyes Guys, though, they were able to kick things off pretty well today, and that's what I'm really impressed by. Starting the day off with a nice chicken dinner, and then later on, it was just Stalwart Esports just throwing bangers after bangers on the game. IT2 stole a little bit of limelight in the center, but Stalwart Esports, so far, they have been dominating day one. But again, as I said, Deadeyes Guys, they were able to kick things off really well. So I think so. The final game has to be the note to end on, and I feel like Deadeyes Guys will be able to end on a good note. I don't know. That's what I think. What do you think? Which team are you going to be opting out for?
I mean, I already said it. I mean, it is going to be TRZ. I'm going to rooting for the lads that have showed up this week for the first time and in the Super Weekend, and are in fact putting up a wonderful performance. But that sort of makes me question, like, why was week 1 missed out upon? But hey, I mean, no harm done. If you are here, you're playing well, just keep this going. Be consistent on all 3 days, and I think TRZ can in fact do stand a chance, in fact, right now to make it into the finals if they make it for the rest of the week and, in fact, continue playing like they're doing right now. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do see the players in front of us, and that just means that the match is about to begin in a few short moments. All right, who's smiling right now? Who's smiling? I do see a few smiles.
Wait, there's someone actually doing some rope jumping behind
someone was eating a sandwich.
Players. What's going on, man? Huh? Why is he rope skipping? Why is he like...
You never know. People have their own way of dealing with pre-game jitters, especially when the $1,000 are on the line with every single match that you play.
Yeah, actually, someone was actually eating sandwich too. Interesting, man. I guess. No, I mean, I agree with the guy who's eating sandwich. I mean, personally, food is the best way to get rid of pressure. If you're feeling pressured, just eat food.
Yeah. I think bananas were something that we used to eat before football matches, so that would be my pressure food, I guess. But let's see if the sandwich actually helps, Necro, because what's the point of eating a sandwich if you can't enjoy the chicken dinner around 20 plus minutes later?
Maybe it has chicken stuffed inside the sandwich.
But you would still like the chicken dinner, because $1,000, let's not forget about that. Money is important as well.
Ooh, exactly. Money is the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen. And ElementriX so far, look at them dropping right next to the players of Seal. Liquid is going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Shoes. But Seal, they're not really going to stop right there, as they're just going to straight up keep on traversing down towards the military base. JyanMaara as well is right there. IT, of course, they're going to try and go towards Georgia Pole. So the pressure on teams like Skylightz Gaming now is going to be there. And, a left side circle. We might just see the same circle that we saw, if you remember, on the league play day, where it was like a Georgia Pole finish.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, I mean, the circle, in fact, that you're talking about did, in fact, end towards the northern Georgia Pole city. And we are seeing these sort of circles throughout the day. I believe even in the first matchup, the circle was towards the northwestern part of the map. And even in a situation like this, everyone is in their comfortable drop locations, apart from T2K, of course, because they will look to head towards the Severny area. And Raw Esports, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how their early start is going to be, since they are up against the lads from IHC. The previous matches that they've done in IHC have always managed to pick off at least one player in the early stages that gave them the advantage in the late game mid-rotation fights. And Raw Esports, I think, still are trying to figure out how to avoid that early contact from the players of IHC. In the previous game, we saw them land in a completely different direction, but this time they've gone to their standard drop, even despite the fact that they know it's going to be contested. And on our screens right now are going to be the players of Deadeyes Guys, who are very happy because, well, why not? The circle is on them. The trajectory was quite close to the city of Rozhok, which is their home, so quite comfortable in the early stages of the match.
Exactly, quite comfortable indeed. TDK, they still need to get their hands on some loot, but at least they're able to traverse inside the zone first, so that's something that is not going to be that big of a deal. They're already inside the zone. They will take their sweet little time to loot. Well, on the other hand, teams like Dax, man, on the overall rankings, only 3 points in this Super Weekend on this entire day. That's something that Dax will need to take and acknowledge, because they will need to try and move up, and they will need to just boost their points up somehow. They need a really solid game here to end things off on a great note, and maybe on day 2 they can try and make the comeback happen. Because, hey, you know, Johnny, I call the day 2 as the week of comeback. Not just day 2, the entire week 2 is the week of comebacks. This is where you try to take eyes. This is where you try to look at the bottom half of the board and see if there are some hidden diamonds in there.
Well, let's see. Are we going to spot out some diamonds right now in this match? Maybe. You never know. I mean, we've seen some amazing individual plays being made. I mean, talk about the start that we had to the day with Deadeyes Guys having an impressive clutch winner chicken dinner for themselves. But the Atrax on our screens right now. Again, another impressive team, but we're not seeing the same performance. I mean, I've not seen the same Atrax that we saw during the league play days. The team that qualified within the top 4. They're somewhere being overshadowed by kind of the run TRZ are having in this lobby right now.
Yeah, indeed, man. Because TRZ so far, we talked about it being so freaking consistent.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, they're on 17th spot in the overall rankings too, and that's something that really needs to be acknowledged, and that's quite impressive. While moving on, in the other hand, teams like DRS as well, they're kind of on that struggling phase, but we know DRS is one of those solid lineups, right? You remember last year, one of the most teams that surprised all of us. None of us expected them to win the entire PMPL, and they were actually able to win it on the first spot too. So, of course, back in the day, they were called Wizards with Vibes, and now they are being signed under a completely new banner called DRS. And yeah, last time they were actually able to win it, but this time the struggle is being seen from their side. What do you think can be the problem with them?
Well, I think just the majority of the teams, what they're lacking is just not lacking, but what they need to work on is just the timing of the aggression, because Stalwart Esports and IHC, they have it down to the wire. The other teams, majority of the times, are a little too eager to fight during mid-rotation, specifically in the early game. And this I'm talking about pre-14, pre-15 minute fights that happen mid-rotation towards the circle. And that is not going to work out unless you have a clear advantage inside of the zone and you're fighting within the circle. If you are outside, always prioritize to getting into the circle first, finding a safe haven, and then try and see if the same team aggresses upon you. You will have an advantage in the fight. That is what Stalwart Esports and IHC have been doing this entire time. Stalwart Esports, I think just the fact that they have Action, a man who never shies away from any sort of fight, and even in mid-rotation, he himself will just drop out of his vehicle and just start shooting at the opposition, which results in sort of Stalwart Esports scrambling for pressure, and then Scry, you're going to see him, Scry and Pika, try to flank the opposition. Their fighting tactics, I think, are also pretty amazing, and being another reason why they are so dominant in those team fights. IHC, on the other side, I mean, just the perfect example of what I was saying. Even this time, have taken early control of Everest. Why? Because information is going to be key. On top of Everest, you know the opposition is not going to hard push on you anyway, and you can just collect that information, dish out a little bit of damage, go back in the cover, and just basically play on information in the early game stages and not worry about sort of losing out on your entire team just because of one player being mispositioned.
Man, I'd see it's like a complete big story right behind that name right there. I mean, of course, in the past they were called Zeus, and then if you remember last year,
yeah,
on the season 4, they were struggling so hard. Like, that was something that we all were surprised by, right? Zeus, they were known to be one of the most dominating team in the entire SA, and then moving on forward in the season 4, they struggled so much. They struggled so much that they weren't even seen in the top 5 anywhere. And that's what kind of I feel like just ticked the players' minds off. They made a couple of roster changes. If I'm not wrong, Abiley's not really playing anymore in this roster, and now Alex is in there. And so far, it has been working pretty phenomenally, right? And if you compare IHC to the past Zeus, how they used to play, Zeus used to be a completely aggressive team. They would just straight up rotate in the center. They would just try to breeze through all the teams, and they wouldn't really care about a methodical approach in the game. While this IHC right here that we're watching, this IHC is all about the methodical and clinical approach in the game.
Well, let's see. I mean, the approach for now looks perfect, but can they walk away with a chicken dinner in this particular matchup? I think that's going to be interesting. But look at the cluster of teams that's forming already towards the Georgia Pole area, quite close to the containers and towards the bridge that are right adjacent to that location. I mean, there are already what? There's 2, 3, 4, 5 teams, if I include IHC, who are, well, not too far away. I believe 150 meters, 200 meters away from that particular location. ElementriX again are closing in on IHC's Everest. And the last time they did that was in the first Erangel, which did not work out for them at all. IHC completely annihilated them in just a matter of seconds. So ElementriX, they need to be extremely careful about this push. Stalwart Esports, look at them being smart and learning from the mistakes. This is what I was talking about. So earlier what happened is Stalwart Esports, they rotated a little too early towards ruins. They were caught off guard by wipes and DRS destroyed them. Now they are just avoiding the ruins position entirely and trying to go through the Gutka farms.
Indeed, Airdrop 1's going to be on the board. MK14's going to grace the land with its presence. Well, if you take a look at the circle, quite a lot of teams are outside the zone, including Dax, Savage. They're going to have a little bit of tougher time to try and get in. TDK, we did see them take a couple of shots in the front. There is a team right behind them, and it's going to be the team of Raw. Something that they will need to try and take care of, or at least try and watch out from. We talk about Alex, man. One of the best additions in the squad of IHC. Of course,
for sure.
The best rookie award needs to be given to this man right here.
I don't think we can call him a rookie anymore. I mean, he plays like he's been doing this for ages. I mean, as you mentioned, he has
in the bigger stages, he is a rookie.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree with that. I mean, in fact, even on this stage, we are seeing him for the first time.
Yeah.
And he looks like he knows exactly what the oppositions are thinking. He can read their minds perfectly like a book. And there is no way you can stop him. I mean, he just fits in like just the final puzzle piece for the team of IHC that was missing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you said that pretty well. He fits in pretty well, but so far in the past, or at least in this couple of games, we've seen Alex solo surviving sometimes, and he isn't really able to do a lot, Johnny. I mean, we do know this man has a lot of fragging prowess, but Alex, like a solo man survivor, he isn't really able to do a lot. But on the other hand, if Alex is with his entire team, you see him play so well. Yeah. And that in itself shows that the confidence or all the experience that IHC is bringing on the table for Alex is kind of helping him to put on a leash. And for now, I'm going to hold on to my awards as it's IHC going head-to-head against the team in the front. Skylightz Gaming as well right here, taking quite a lot of shots. While Raw, they're just inflicting a lot of pain onto IHC. It seems like IHC so far, they're getting dismantled. Both the teams are taking hurt on equal level while there's so many fights happening. Observer is just all over the place. Where's Observer looking? Look at the fights. There's so many fights happening.
Oh man, we aren't getting to see a lot of action right now, but we do see the names pop up again and again on the elimination feed. TRZ in a world of hurt, and I believe Atrax Esports did in fact take down one from their side. IHC have lost Godless out of everyone. Zul is down on 50% HP, and look at them. They're falling back, they're avoiding Raw, and they're going to go for a wide rotation to find a little bit of a safe haven towards containers or maybe the Georgia Pole City as well, as that is on the edge of the circle. TRZ retaliating against Esports. Mad Cat has found concrete cover, does know where Wally is, will try to go for a spray with a Scarel, but not having clear vision, like very clear vision of his opponent, was unable to hit those shots.
High voltage right here. One of those teams that really needs to wake up in the lobby as well. They need a high voltage to wake themselves up. They aren't really able to put some high number games so far. Zone is going to be closing in quite soon too, and I do want to see where the next zone's going to be showing itself. And TDK, oh my god, they found themselves in the best spot so far. And in the games of Erangel, man, TDK, they've been really consistent today.
Well, let's see. They have been very consistent. But they're going to have to keep on going on like this if they want to make sure that even in the later stages, they do hold an advantage. And T2K on the northern side, I think, will definitely have a fun time for the next few minutes inside of this match. High voltage, look at them. And this is quite an interesting spot to be in right now, since they are 200 meters away from the circle, and they know there's a cluster of the teams headed in their direction, starting off with ElementriX, as Badu is going to try and see if he can shoot down Incus. But the distance between the squads does, in fact, deter him from doing so. And now, High Voltage, they're going to be thinking about their rotations and moving out of these compounds earlier on, trying to find a new spot within the circle, within safety.
Oh man, and look at that. Rotations coming out from all the teams, prioritizing zone. They don't care if it's a risky one too. Stalwart Esports trying to inflict some damage in the front. Alex is going to find a knock or a confirmation on the players of Raw. And look at Raw too. I mean, I do see them on the map while taking a really risky rotation right there. Alex is just getting so many knocks on the players. And finally, he's going to take out another player of Raw. Oh man, a lot of action indeed is being missed. But I'd see as well, they're putting some numbers on the board. 2 elimination points so far. And it's being taken out from the team Raw. Well, we did see the rest 2 players were in the water, so that means it's going to be really hard for those players to try and reply back in this fight.
Well, definitely, it's not going to be easy to make it out of this situation in one piece, but let's see if they are able to achieve that. Stalwart Esports, in the meanwhile, are trying to move towards the circle. Look at Scry, he's taking advantage, just capitalizing with the third party. AJ is going to make sure Extreme is going to be on his knees, but Skylightz Gaming, can you survive the assault from Stalwart Esports as well?
Oh, Skylightz Gaming, oh, the vehicle was taking a lot of shots. Action in the close, this man's not going to miss any shots, and indeed he doesn't. He's able to catch out a man while he was fading away. Skylightz Gaming, now they'll need to try and inflict some hurt on the return. While Action is taking quite an open rotation, and this time Galzin is not going to let him slip by. He gets an instant confirmation. While he's also moving out in the open. I'd see too, they've gotten a couple of knocks onto themselves. Stalwart as well. They're being held out the zone. Something that these teams will need to try and compromise on is that the zone is now going to start to hurt. And they cannot really keep on taking the zone damage anymore. While Seal too, they're getting a couple of shots inflicted onto themselves. Phantom Esports, they're able to rack up these damage numbers, but that's a nice retaliation from the side of Seal.
Well, that is a nice retaliation, but let's see how far they can push this. And the Circle Gorge just showering blessings upon T2K one after the other. Now the Circle is completely on them. But we'll talk about that in a minute, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have the first squad wipe almost, the second squad wipe almost being secured by the players of Seal Esports, as they have dwindled down the numbers of Phantom Esports. Leo is caught in an awkward spot. He needs to get out of this church to move further in to the circle. And, well, JyanMaara are pinned out in the open as well. High Voltage, they have them surrounded. No fear. Well, he needs to have some fear now, because he's just surviving with a sliver of HP, and then one after the other utility is being tossed. But as we talk about it, High Voltage, 2 of their players are going to be knocked out. And even though Assassin is there to go for a revive, will they be able to survive? One nade from No Fear, or the other lad from JyanMaara, and, well, High Voltage, 3 players are going to be out of the game.
Indeed, 2 players left for this team. It's a 2-on-4 situation. High Voltage, they're actually able to get the reset through. A nice one too, Wadu. Oh, then it could have been really close for comfort, but at least a little far away from the mark. Probeen now is going to throw the nade in. Is now trying to toss one in as Gunner's found out, and now it's all down to No Fear, the final man up for Raw. And is he going to be able to put some numbers on the board? That's what I want to find out. No Fear just in the closet room all by himself. He's also getting mollied out there. Nice flush from the side of High Voltage with that Molotov, and they're going to nail JyanMaara out the game, as now it's Phantom Esports with also 2 players up. They're moving in quite close to a lot of teams, and wow, that's quite a risky rotation from Mad Max. Spots out Shifu in the front. Are they going to go for shots? No, that's a quick vehicle change.
Well, let's see. A quick change up might just be the thing that they need, but the shots are still being fired in their direction. Look at Stalwart Esports trying to contest T2K, but they have the advantage in this one, and the first knock is going to be secured. Scry instantly getting knocked out and finished off. The rest of the players from Stalwart Esports are going to try and disengage, but I don't think they're going to have any luck of doing that. 14 teams, 39 players still surviving, ladies and gentlemen. And the other fight, the big one, is Seal Esports going up and at it against the players of IHC. And if one of the teams gets wiped out in the early stages, I think out of the top three, one big contender, it's going to be out. And that's going to make the ending to this game a lot more interesting. But T2K, in the meanwhile, controlling the center quite nicely, are not too worried about the players of DRS in the rear, which in fact they do need to be worried about. And look at this. Jiggle just absolutely destroying the players of Wipes. A wonderful spray down on the lads, and finds a few impressive openings out of that.
What is going on with high voltage again? An unfortunate rotation out in the open, and Vibes, they're going to punish him all across the board as Deadeyes Guys. Oh, they're getting dismantled now. My pick was Deadeyes Guys, and please do not get taken out like this. Even though so far things aren't really looking under your court. But I'm pretty sure Seal, they're also down to a 3-man squad. One of the men is knocked out from Deadeyes Guys. But they can also have a little edge on this fight too. They do have the wish to play on top of Seal. But that's not what they're going for. On the kill feed too, we do see Alex just inflicting some pain and hurt on the players at Raw. And he's able to dismantle them slowly and steadily as Raw. Now they're down to one last man alive.
Well, let's see. And the lads are trying their level best to push forward. But Seal Demo just showering hurt and pain on the players of Deadeyes Guys. Here, Leo is going to be able to secure True Love's elimination point for his team. And Seal Esports are also looking very strong. 5 elimination points secured by them. But Chari, the final player surviving, can he at least find a trade? As IHC are going to be helping him out. Baron from the side of Seal Esports is going to be taken out. And Eisenberg with this bold action does know where the players of Atrax are. But still quite resilient on just pulling the trigger and taking a shot.
Oh man, Dax, Stalwart Esports too. They're quite hurt in this lobby. Top. He's knocked out. And Nifo, why is he not going for the confirmation right there? He could have actually tried and get the confirmation in the front, but then Savage Esports now diverting their attention towards the DRS. And Nifo knows that there is a team in the front. Top now is finally being confirmed. DRS, they're trying to rain down hellfire on the teams in the front, and it's Savage who are crossing their pathways. All 4 players of our DRS so far, so good. Savage as well, having all their players up, and this is something that really needs to be taken into consideration because all the teams like DRS and Savage, they still need to make their presence inside the zone. And what, Jane was able to slip a knock through?
Well, let's see. I mean, we're going to find out. I see with smoke being lobbed so that he can close in the distance. The next one is going to be a frag grenade being tossed towards the players of Phantom. 20 minutes in, still 11 teams, 28 players surviving, and Raw Esports are going to be showing the exit. Alex! Oh, just a second earlier, and DRS would have felt the hurt because of that spray. Look at Mad Max, he has been spotted out, and Icy using the vehicle to close in the distance. Now they have them surrounded. Phantom Esports, can you survive this aggression of IHC? And I don't think so. Icy with a perfectly lined up nade right inside the shack is going to run in. But the final player from Phantoms is behind the shack, and Icy is trying to spray down inside of the smoke, does not hit the marker. Split not managing to dish out a world of damage, and he runs in for safety, but he's pinned down. And IHC, they go for the punish on this one. Phantom Esports have been shown the exit from this match, and well, they are not alone. After them, 3 more follow, as we're down to 6 teams, 21 players, so 2 more teams, and out of which Stalwart Esports was one. Who's the next? Deadeyes Guys are out, Necro.
Oh my god, on the right side of the zone though, there's so many teams right next to each other. Savage now, they're getting hurt. They're getting dismantled by a lot of teams because, as I said, there's quite a lot of teams, not just one to focus on. A little bit too many players to try and focus on. They will need to try and divert the attention equally. Sancher as well, the final man's being found, and that's a great find from the side of TDK to put the final man to sleep. TDK, they have this zone for themselves. The stars were aligned, but now TDK, they're as well taking a lot of damage. DRS on the top and the north side. Shouldn't really be that tough for this team to try and rotate in. Vibes as well, quite close. Oh, this is a close one, man. And it seems like this time, finally, we might just see that Mongolian domination stopped.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, it's just IHC and Seal surviving. Zeol has been taken down by Killer YT. Icy and Alex, they're trying to push forward for the circle, but they are completely pinned down by DRS. DRS and T2K in a very wonderful position. I think either of these two teams will be walking away with the chicken dinner win in this match. Vibes Malik is going to be taken out on the other side by Demo from Stalwart Esports, and those two teams are in a little bit of a scuffle of their own. Bishal trying to see if he can spray down the aggressors from the side of Seal and protect his teammate. DRS managed to secure finish on Zola, I believe. Last two players from IHC still present. Vibes, they are trying to find their way up the slope, but it's not looking easy for them.
Oh man, look at Sandesh though, right in the smack center of the zone. Kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. It's a 9-3-1 split. Sandesh just being kind of like the ticket booked inside the zone. But oh, unfortunately, he got sniffed out, and that's going to be him taking out the game as well. Big man taken out. That was like a future insurance for the side of TDK. And now Sandesh out the equation. They're down to a 3-man squad too. It's going to be hard for them to try and move out in the open and also secure a spot in the zone. Alex spots out the players of DRS. A nice spotting too. Nade knock found from the side of Sanhok. Alex tried to fight back, but unfortunately, it's going to be DRS who's going to take him out the game. Rules OG. 2 players off for that squad as well. Vibes too. They're in a world of hurt as Joker is going to be knocked out.
Well, Joker is out. Bishal and Malik still left standing for the side of Vibes. Bishal, he's trying to go for a... well, Malik, I believe, is going for a revive on his teammate, but Jane from the side of T2K does not want to stop at it. He wants to push forward, and it's a 1v3 situation now in front of him. Goes for the spray, finds the 2 knocks as he lines them up. Now, Bishal is going to be the last surviving player for the side of Vibes. Jane takes a massive nade and is going to be knocked from the backlines. T2K, they're falling left and right. It looks like DRS, they're going to be walking away with a chicken dinner win in this game. Seal Esports down to the final 2 players. T2K, their numbers are being picked apart. Sanhok is going to be on his knees. Legend is going to be the last player surviving for his team. And Demo, he's so zoned in on just T2K and Vibes. He's not even considering the players from DRS who he will have to deal with in a few moments.
What just happened? Seal, they're right inside the zone. That's the only team who's found their footing inside the zone. And what? The tables are being flipped now. We thought TDK might just be the one to try and win this game, but no, that's not the case so far. Legend's the only man left alive from that team, and he still needs to move out in the open because he has a little bit of temporary cover to work with as the car. As a weak goal, and there you go. Legend as well sniffed out and taken out. A little glimmer is going to be enough for DRS to get rid of him out the game. And DRS too, they really do need this game desperately. 2 deserving teams right there, and Seal, it's their turn, or it's their chance to try and steal it away with only a 2-man alive. Demo, we've seen this man put on some insane numbers on the elimination leaderboards. Demo is something that every single player needs to watch out from. He's kind of like a 1-man army from the side of Seal. And we do know Seals, they're quite detrimental. So DRS, you better watch out. You guys are soldiers too, but there are Seals in the front.
Well, let's see. These Seals are going to have to quiet down if they want the chicken dinner win. Let DRS and Vibes fight it out in the 3v4. And as their numbers fall, that is when you strike. But Demo and Leo, their positions are compromised. Jiggle and Malik looking right at them. Well, in their general direction. Because there is obviously quite a distance of terrain separating these squads against each other. Kind of a dull moment after all the chaos that we just witnessed, as all the 3 teams remaining in this match in the final few moments of this game have taken their time to reset, to re-heal up, see how much utility, how much ammo each and every individual has left, and then try and see how they can set up the situation to just close out this game. 4 versus 3 versus 2 are the numbers for the teams that are present. And look at Killer Whitey. He knows exactly where the lads from Stalwart Esports are. All he has to do is just lob 1 nade in his direction, and the rest of the DRS lads are going to be able to close things out quite nicely. Oh, Rule, so close, just a little to the left. And no, last few shots did hit Malik, so he is going to try and reposition. And he does, quite nicely in fact.
Yeah, it does reposition DRS too. Not really in a comfortable spot, but the circle shifts on top of the players of Vibes, and now they're graced with the presence of the circle. Seal 2, they're going to start to expose themselves, and they're inflicting quite a lot of hurt on the players of Vibes, as Malik's now being found out. 2 players left alive. It's going to be all down to Jiggle as well. as the big man, and then Vishal right in the back to try and support him as the nate's going to crawl next. And Jiggle is able to find another knockout on the players of DRS. What's going on? Seal here. They're kind of being the main distraction of everything. Demo, the final man alive, and there we go. He's going to be taken care of as well from the lobby. Seal, they take an exit on third spot. Quite consistent for sure. As Vibes now, Jiggle's going to spot out the rotation right there. Delta being taken out. Delta had a lot of pressure to try and get Ribble back on his feet, but that's not going to be the case. As the final man, Killer YT spotted out as well. Bishal right in the front. Killer goes for the confirmation. Bishal as well has the Molotov in the hand. It's a one-on-one situation. Molotov's out there too. He can try and flush him out the spot, but no, he doesn't do that. Killer YT, he's barely surviving on a sliver of health. Molotov lobbed in now. Killer YT is going to have a lot of pressure, and a little Jiggle peeks, that's going to be enough as they take the win right there. And what a play from these side of Vibes. They finally get a chicken dinner on their name. Yeah. And they really needed this one too. If I'm not wrong, this is their first chicken dinner in the entire Super Weekend, right?
Exactly. 2 weeks it took them. They have been very consistent again and again, finishing in the top 3. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the first Super Weekend chicken dinner for Vibes Esports and the first $1,000 that they've managed to secure for themselves. And what a finish as well. Just 2 players surviving. 3 versus 4 versus 2 versus situation. The game coming down to a final 1v1. And Killer making the mistake of thinking that he was safe, just sticking towards his right, exposing his shoulder to the ladder Vibes and him just gunning him down. Just 1 HP was what Killer was surviving. So, I mean, the lad from Vibes did not even have to peek that tree, peek that final angle. All he had to do was just pre-fire it, just move the analog stick a little bit and you're done. Just 1 bullet connecting. It's all over. The chicken dinner, which I thought was clearly laid out for DRS, they just miss out on.
Man, not just DRS at the start. We thought TDK might just be able to dominate the entire final zone, but that was not the case. Then Savage came from the back. They started spoiling a lot of games right there. Seal 2 in the front. I mean, in the end moment, when there was top 3 teams, Seal, they tried to spoil both of those teams' games while they were able to get knockouts on both the sides. DRS as well was taking a lot of hurt. Then on the other hand, Vibes too, they were taking a lot of pain as well right there. And Seal, they did a good job. I would say that was a nice try from the side of Seal. But overall, finally, I'm seeing a stop. I'm seeing a full stop being put to the Mongolian domination.
I mean, definitely. Deadeyes Guys started and Vibes, they are ending it, I guess. But we're going to see what the rest of the stats are going to look like, because I think, Necro, you agree with me, right? Overall rankings?
Exactly. Overall rankings indeed are going to be really fun to see. And we'll need to find out how the rankings are looking like. But first, now it's time for us to push a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. And so far, we're finally seeing a full stop being put to the Mongolian domination as Vibe, they secure a chicken dinner for themselves in the final game of the day right here on V2 day 1. Oh my god, a little stumble right there, but it's okay. You know, we're finally able to get back on track. And so far, Vibes as well, they're able to secure their first ever chicken dinner. They have been really consistent throughout the entire Super Weekend so far, but still, that was their first ever chicken dinner, and that boosted them up to a 4th spot.
I mean, definitely. And I think they're going to be happy with the fact that they are back to where they started from. Because when the day started, Vibes was fourth. Then Deadeyes Guys went on to win a chicken dinner. And we saw Vibes tumble down to the fifth position. They were there for quite a while, up until before this game. But hey, MVP of the match, it's going to be Leo from Stalwart Esports, who, well, even though he has 5 eliminations secured, that's it. He did dish out 1142 damage and the 26-minute survival time as well. I mean, quite an impressive performance from Stalwart Esports. And Nekro, you were talking about them quite a lot during the match as well.
I mean, they were actually able to dish out quite a lot of damage too, and quite a lot of elimination points. And we did see a little glimmer of that in the final zone, because a lot of action was missed between the game. I'm pretty sure that action wasn't really covered, but still, I mean, we tried our best to cover it through, because the kill feed as well, we saw Zeus, they were engaged in a single fight, or IHC, they were engaged in a single fight against Raw for a really long time. Pretty much the majority of the game, they were just trying to fight out Raw. And somewhere down the line, that also hurt them kind of in the longer run. As you take a look at the top players, #1, of course, has to be Leo, which was the MVP of the previous game. And then Jiggle is going to follow it up with 6 elimination points and 702 damage. The conversion right there from that man is quite impressive. Alex is right there, the best rookie, as we talk about, from the side of IT Esports, with, of course, 5 elimination points and damage number of 763.
Well, I mean, it was kind of an awkward, a lot of awkward moments for IHC, as well, as we did see them struggle quite a lot once they decided to drop down from Everest. And I think it was Stalwart Esports that had their number as soon as they were on the ground level trying to cross the river. DRS, although Killer Whitey, we have to give him props for just being there till the last moment and trying his level best to secure that 1v1 finish. But it was a 50-50, complete 50-50, and this time it went in the hands of Vibes Esports. And we do have the stats for both the teams. Vibes also doing a phenomenal job, because damage dealt and damage received. Now that is a stat that I like. Quite a nice approach to the game by Vibes Esports. 13 eliminations secured in total. And on the other side, DRS just being a little bit more efficient, even though they were part of the T2K DRS fiasco that we saw. And I think that was the most extended fight that it took in the entire game.
Exactly. Expensive fight indeed. And I mean, Vibes, man, they have really impressed me after that previous chicken dinner. And we do know Vibes, somewhere down the line, they have the capabilities to actually be on the #1 spot too, because they have been so consistent, as I mentioned in the past too, right next to Deadeyes Guys. Now, Deadeyes Guys, unfortunately, their position has been compromised in the overall rankings. Deadeyes Guys, they pushed down to 5th spot, and Vibes, they're taken over on the #4 spot again. Match summary in front of you guys, of course. Jiggle has to be there with the highest elimination points. We did see him get 6 elimination. Highest damage, Leo is going to top the charts in that one. 1142. Highest assists, Malik's going to find himself in. Pretty much, it's going to be Vibes domination right here, and Seal 2 right next to him.
Well, I mean, again, this match, I mean, we are again and again seeing the same players, the same teams being represented. I mean, because it was pretty much these two squads, and of course the other lads from DRS, T2K, and IHC doing most of the heavy lifting in terms of those eliminations. Because look at that, 13 eliminations from Vibes. Then we have Stalwart Esports on 10, DRS with 8, IHC with 8, and T2K with 4 eliminations in the late stage of the match. So these teams, I think, again, towards the end, did a phenomenal job of making sure the cleanups were happening constantly, and we were seeing those constant action. But again, a surprise and an unfortunate series of events continue for the players from TRZ, as they have only secured just 2. I think they have had 2 wonderful matches today, but apart from that, not being consistent in the rest of them can backfire. Now, the good thing is, the first day they have had a decent run. I'm going to give it that. It wasn't good, it wasn't bad, it was okay. They need to make sure this sort of a picture well, it's sort of the baseline performance. You can't go underneath this. This has to be the average and the benchmark that you need to set. Every single day you come around after this, I think we need to either see improvement or the same replication. So this is the same delivery that they did today.
Exactly. Talk about the delivery. Let's find out how Vibes were able to rotate inside the zone and how they got the chicken dinner for themselves. Let's find out the rotation. As we take a look at the map, that started, of course, from the area quite towards Pachinki right there. And then we do see them dropping towards Water City. And we know Vibes, they like to drop in Water City. And from there, the rotation towards the final zone wasn't really that tough, right? But if they would have wasted a lot of time in Water City in itself, then maybe things could have been a little difficult. We do see them taking quite a bit of time in the first initial zone. And then right here, they realize, all right, we don't really need to move now because the circle has shifted right on top of us. And then that's when they instantly rotate inside the zone. As you see, next circle shift, Vibes, already 2 players in the front, 2 players in the back. That's a great split.
Well, that was definitely a great split right there. And I think that is what sort of gave them the advantage in the fact majority of the teams, they thought, all right, these two are going to be isolated lads. They would try to take them down, and then the backup would arrive from the rear. Vibes, I think, just sticking to the bridge for a longer time, just letting everyone pass them by also did help them in the fact that in these later stages, when this final southern shift happened, we saw a huge cluster towards the eastern edge that had basically overshot this southern shift because they were expecting the circle to have a little bit more of a centralized approach in the next few moments, which did not happen. And away Vibes, I think, again, since all 4 players were surviving, were looking quite strong. A few moments later, we did see them lose out on one of the players, which was Joker getting picked off. And then it was just Bishal, Jiggle, and Malik till the very end, just holding together and making sure that the chicken dinner did in fact go towards their team. And Bishal, I mean, has always been an incredible player. Talk about the final winner, chicken dinner, being secured by him, and before that as well, just making sure that the front lines team coming in from the shorelines towards his team were taken care of and weren't allowed to have a free push towards the other players of Vibes.
Exactly, and the final one-on-one execution was pretty well too from the side of Bishal, because he had the Molotov in the hand, lobbed in or tossed in right behind that tree, flushed the player out of the cover. Killer YT was out and exposed, and then pretty much it was an easy task for Bishal to take him down right there. So exactly, this is what we talk about, right? In the final pressured moments, in the final moments where it matters the most, even these pro players, and that's why they are called the pro players for the reason. They're able to keep their calm and think through how they're going to use their utilities or how they're going to approach a one-on-one duel or a clutch. And this is why they're actually there and playing in the PMPL, and we're just sitting here and casting.
I mean, as you mentioned, that final play with the Molotov, that was the guaranteed win play right there. I mean, another option for him could have been, with the way he lowered down the HP of his opposition killer Whitey, he could have just ran towards him, guns blazing, shouting Leroy Jenkins to the loudest he can, and it would have still worked out for him because, I mean, literally killer was on 1 HP. So I think the main important part was the fact that he started shooting as soon as he saw a player. Had he held on for a few extra seconds, you never know. Killer could have spotted him out and just shot him in the face. Because when you are lying on a slope facing up, it's quite easy to hit headshots for the team on the higher ground right there. But again, we do have the Oppo F21 moments now in front of us.
Exactly. As you take a look at the moments here, this is how things really started to kick off. This fight between Raw and IHC, we're finally able to take a look at it in the highlights perspective. And this is what I really wanted to see since a long time in the game too. Seal as well, just taking a dig on the players of TRZ. Unfortunately, TRZ weren't really able to make it quite far in that previous game, but their run on day 1 has been pretty phenomenal. All they need to do is just carry the momentum on the week 2, or on the day 2 as well of week 2 Super Weekend, and that's going to be more than enough for them to try and secure. Unfortunately, high voltage right here. The first vehicle got blown off. The second man got taken out the vehicle, and Jiggle was just being an absolute laser beam.
Well, definitely, and I mean, we are going to see those the 1 spray 2 knock lineup also. I mean, again and again in those highlight clips. But I think, again, so the Atrax, we did talk about them a little bit earlier as well when we were inside of the match. And, I mean, it looked like they had quite a decent position. But, again, a little bit late with their rotation. And it did backfire as Vibes had their number. And this is where I think T2K Jane, in fact, took down Joker and Malik in the same spray. But then the flank from Stalwart Esports completely foiled his plan of securing those 2 extra points, allowing Vibes to regroup, bring their numbers back, and in the end walk away with the chicken dinner win. So I think Vibes, they should be grateful to Leo and Stalwart Esports for just stopping T2K in their tracks.
Exactly, and you do see clearly, right, in the end, how happy the players are. Makes a lot of sense, too. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have been put in. Hours and hours of grind just for this moment right here in Vibes. They're able to get the chicken dinner and also 1,000 names on there, or also $1,000 on their name right there. And let's take a look at the damage graph and let's find out how things looked like. Of course, Vibes is going to be top in the charts with 2158, but Seal is right behind him with 10 elimination points in 2024 or 2044.
Well, 2044. Quite a nice number for Stalwart Esports. I mean, they were doing a phenomenal job just taking those fights quite nicely as well. But after that, I think the top 5 teams, I mean, even as soon as the game ended, we were talking about these top 5 teams were the ones that delivered the most action. IHC and Seal Esports, because they were protecting the river quite nicely. Vibes, their rotation was quite flawless, and T2K and DRS, because they were present towards the northern side. But we don't see a lot of changes. So Vibes, they find the 4th position for themselves after this winner chicken dinner and also $1,000. DRS bring themselves on the 8th position in the overall rankings, but Skylightz Gaming, they take a tumble down to the 9th now.
Exactly, they indeed do take a tumble down to the 9th spot, as you can see. And that's something I'm pretty sure Skylightz Gaming is not going to be happy to see. So maybe on day 2, we're probably going to see Skylightz Gaming make a huge comeback. As you can see, DRS right on the 8th spot as well, kind of overtaking Skylightz Gaming right there. Week 2 has been the week of surprises, because in week 1 we saw DRS struggle quite a bit. In week 2, so far they have been pretty consistent. And again, we talked about moving on forward, the momentum, all the teams, how they performed in day 1. All they need to do is just carry on the momentum on day 2. While on the other hand, the teams on the latter half of the board, something needs to be taken into consideration is that you guys will need to try and step things up as quick as possible. Even though some of the teams have been doing pretty good, but hey, you don't really have a lot of time left anymore. 2 more days to go for Super Weekend 2, and that means on week 3 you're going to have a lot of pressure.
I mean, definitely. 2/3 of the journey is going to be done, and week 3 is going to be all about survival, all about just the final few 16 teams being nailed down, the top 16 teams being nailed down, and from there on out, ladies and gentlemen, the finals. I mean, you want to talk about pressure. I mean, finals are just a few days event. Right now, these teams are playing 3 weeks, and after that, all fates are going to be decided with just a few days of consistent matches. So I think it's going to be quite important that teams, the individuals, do prepare themselves up for that as well. ElementriX right now, I mean, they are going to keep on climbing. It would have been better for ElementriX had they secured the 14th position right now at the end of the game. And for TRZ, I mean, the same thing being said, they were able only to secure just 1 point from this game. I think coming back tomorrow, both these teams need to make sure that the first Erangel that they play, they secure those points. ElementriX are 14th and TRZ are 16th. Otherwise, tomorrow they're going to be struggling to do the same thing. But ladies and gentlemen, today's day has been dominated by IHC Esports.
Wow, I mean, even though they only got 1 chicken dinner, something that we talk about, consistency, and IHC, they have showed themselves up in that mark right there. On 2nd spot in the overall rankings, right underneath Stalwart Esports. IHC, they've been doing a phenomenal job just to keep that 2nd spot for themselves. And at this point, they have their flag just down on the ground right there. They've nailed it right there on the 2nd spot, and they're not going to let it go away that easily. IHC Esports are well deserving of that 2nd spot. But again, we talk about the top 3, and I want to see the Mongolians, at least one of the team from top 3 being kicked out, and some of the other teams from the South Asia region taking him over.
Well, let's see. I mean, elimination leaders right now, and Action is the man leading the charge. A 6 elimination advantage against his own teammates. And look at that. The top 3 teams are being represented here by their best players. Action followed by Top on the 2nd. Then we have IHC. Wow. Alex is going to be there on the 3rd. Zeol on the 4th. And then Demo is going to be there on the 5th spot with 15 eliminations. And Top, I mean, even he has been phenomenal because 16,000 damage by just one lad in the 16 or 20 games that he has played in the Super Weekends, and plus the matches for the league stages. I mean, yeah, impressive seems like an understatement, I guess.
I mean, indeed, that is quite impressive. Not gonna lie, if I was a girl right now, I would be like, please date me, someone.
Fanboying or
fangirling around.
Fangirling
like,
over the...
Yeah, I would be like, please, man, just a little autograph right there. I would be quite happy. But yeah, the latter half of the elimination board right there. Deadeyes Guys, of course, has to be there because we talked about Deadeyes Guys as well, performing pretty well. Unfortunately, though, on the map of Sanhok, it's just that curse that DE has to go with, and they get eliminated right off the bat. Even though today they tried to change the drop spot to Cow, still did not really work out because it was TRZ who took him out the game. Now, Seal 2 right there, the entire roster's there on the elimination leaders.
Yeah.
Pika kind of far away, but it's okay. But Seal, they've got every single player on the top 10.
Yeah, somehow the entire team is just doing the heavy lifting together, and that is how it's supposed to be. But ladies and gentlemen, again, I mean, even though we saw the stats of IHC Esports, really, Stalwart Esports are the team that walked away with 2 chicken dinners in this game. IHC Esports overall being a little more consistent with the results they've put in throughout almost all of the matches, specifically the third Erangel and also the first and the last one. I mean, they did quite a decent job being a part of the top 5 every single time. So I think IHC do deserve dominating the day's performance. But talking about individual high stats that were laid out, Deadeyes Guys with the most heals and eliminations in today's matches. 18 eliminations secured in the first game. Most damage dished out in a single match goes to IHC Esports for 2567 damage in the third Erangel, which, of course, they secured a chicken dinner in.
Secured indeed a chicken dinner. I don't know if you noticed, Johnny, but I've got a nice little panda shirt. Look.
Oh.
Did you see that?
Did you get your other Panda Bro a similar T-shirt? I think people would have loved to see the both of you together again.
No, I didn't.
Oh, Fixes is gonna feel bad about that. I'm pretty sure.
I was the main panda all over the place, all along. But I'm just kidding. Jokes aside the way, though, man, day 2 or the week 2 of the day 1 indeed has been really good. And now I want to see how things are going to be looking like on the second day, because we always talk about, right, second day is the day of comebacks, and especially week 2 in general. I called it a week of comebacks indeed on the Super Weekends. Now we're pretty much done with day 1 of week 2. Now tomorrow we're going to be moving on to the day 2 of week 2. What are your expectations from that? I'm not gonna lie, that day 2 is quite confusing. But yeah, we're gonna be moving on to day 2 of week 2 tomorrow.
You get used to it. You get used to it in a bit. But yeah, my expectations are definitely going to be from the teams at the bottom, ElementriX and TRZ. As I said, first game in. After that, I want to see them move up the leaderboard. If they are still stuck there, I'm gonna pull my support. Other than that, I mean, the competition at the top is getting a little bit more tougher, which I like. But I want Vibes and Deadeyes Guys to be a little bit more closer to Seal and IHC. That's going to make things a lot more intense going into the finals.
Exactly. ElementriX, I mean, in league play, they were quite phenomenal, but somewhere down the line in Super Weekend, the struggles are being seen. And this in itself proves that the air, that the entire aura in Super Weekend completely just flips around. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side, at least on the day 1 of week 2. We're going to be seeing you guys in the week 2, or in the week 2, day 2. Don't go anywhere. Or actually go everywhere you guys want. It's pretty much nighttime. Go ahead and enjoy, have your dinner. Tomorrow we'll be right back at the same time, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.